สิ่งนี้มันจะทำให้พวกผมทุกคนทีมชาติไทยมีโอกาสเป็นแชมป์แน่นอนครับ
เพราะคิดว่าถ้าเตรียมความพร้อมมาดีรอหน้าเป็นทีมที่ดีที่สุดครับ
มาเจอพวกเราได้ที่ไอคอนสยามกรุงเทพแล้วเจอกัน
And for those who love PUBG esports, and this is Pan Patarathon Pokin. This is my first time through the PNC 2022. And for moreover, everyone, I will do my best to convey to you. And today, I will bring all the best for you guys over here in Bangkok, Thailand, the capital city and the popular city in Thailand. Am I do it
Так,
right?
ребят, всем здорово, всем доброго денечка.
Oh!
Ну что?
Okay, now I get the mission. Let's do this!
Пора смотреть третий день PUBG National Cup. Так, у нас там с вами звук есть, все есть. Отлично.
Here we are, and I find a Thai dessert cafe near the Giant Swing. And as the mission to find the mango, one of the most popular fruits in Thailand. Over here is a mango and sticky rice. And this one is a mango soda. And this one is a mango smoothie, but in front of all of this mango menu is the other Thai dessert. And now I think I complete mission!
Так, почему-то они нам повтор показывают. У них что, на каждый день не было новой заставочки? Это просто отвратительно.
Here we go. Again, everyone, goods that represent Thailand.
Она просто вчера это же, позавчера это же, каждый день одно и то же нам показывает. Я вообще в шоке. Так, а где? 25 минут еще? Вау. Ничего себе. Так, тогда нам стоит поискать корейскую трансляцию, наверное, да?
The riverfront, one of the famous Bangkok tourist attraction. So I chose this place because they're full of food, beverage, restaurant, and of course, souvenir. Okay, so let's find out. Let's go.
Так. Не корейская. А как найти вообще корейскую трансляцию именно?
Yay! And here I've got the impressive souvenir of the first
Ладно,
one that
пофиг.
I'm really impressed. An elephant soul.
Хотя...
White elephant.
Где русские?
And another one is tuk-tuk. A tuk-tuk keychain.
Так, ну что, тогда
So,
готовимся, друзья.
I think you know it well about tuk-tuk.
Скоро начнем.
Okay, so I got two of this thing. Really, really cute. And I hope you were impressed with this souvenir as well. Hope this will be the last mission for today. Find the most amazing night view at Icon Siam, one of Icon Siam's 7 wonders. Okay, I think we have less of time. So let's do this and let's go. Icon Siam, the place that we organize our PNC 2022. And this place we call Sok Siam is the place that I would like to bring you guys to visit before we complete the last mission. Yay! And here I find the answer for the last mission. That is the longest multimedia water features in Southeast Asia. Qualify me to be the host of PNC 2022? I think it's yes. And today I took you around Icon Siam and introduced you about Thai cultures, a lot and many things that you need to know. So I think the tips that I gave you will be a great help and let you enjoy for more for PNC 2022. Well then, so meet you soon on the stage and hope you give a lot of interest and love for PNC 2022. See you soon! Something that I've got that is a soap with an elephant here, and tuk-tuk, as you know, is like a symbol in Thailand, and I would like to give it to you to cheer up. Here is the souvenir that I got for you.
What is it?
Elephants.
But like, what's it made of?
The soap.
Soap?
The soap.
Trying to say something?
Yeah, you can use it. A soap with elephant. And do you know tuk-tuk?
Of course I know tuk-tuk.
Sure. Two of this is a souvenir to cheer you up. Right here is a souvenir that I would like to give it to you.
Oh, okay.
This is an elephant.
An elephant.
And it's a soap. And this one is tuk-tuk.
What's a tuk-tuk?
A keychain tuk-tuk. Give it to you.
Так, ну что, готовы? Не забывайте лайк-то поставить свой. 4 лайка стоит на стриме всего. Блин, а что еще есть интересного из ПКСа у нас? Какой-то бы не повтор. Нам Корею уже показывали, нет? Какие-то видео с ними. Не помню, чтобы было, кстати. Дай откусить. Привет, не было? Ну давайте.
안녕하세요. 한국 국가대표 이노닉스입니다.
여러분 안녕하세요. 한국 국가대표
Блин,
서울입니다.
субтитров нету, жаль.
좋아요.
기대가 됩니다. 나라별 자존심이 걸린 대회 PGC랑 별반.
Если на английском я хотя бы что-то понимал,
이런 운영적이나 교전적이나
на корейском тяжеловато. Зачем квизи показывают?
다른 대회들이랑 똑같이 끝까지 긴장의 끈을 놓지 않고 해야 된다고 생각합니다.
저희는 최선의 선택과 최고의
Но они все равно ничего интересного не говорят.
노력을 하고 있다는 거 말씀드리고 싶고요.
중국팀이요.
교전이 중심인 것 같고 그 이유에서는 4명이 하나의 생각으로 좀 뭉치는 것들 그런 게 좀 이유라고 생각합니다.
아쉽게 준우승을 했었지만 이번엔 꼭 우승을 목표로 하겠습니다.
대한민국 화이팅!
Ох уж эти корейцы. Представляете, да? У них взрослые люди себя так же ведут. Можно подумать, по-корейски понимаешь. Я говорю, что по-корейски не понимаю. В смысле? Переборщил. На кого второй купончик зарядить? На корейцев. Ага. Я верю в корейцев. Хотя и финны сильные. Бразилия с этого дня будет плохо играть, я думаю. Мои предикты таковы. Бразилии просто везло. О! Я поставил на китайцев. Ну так, случайно. Вчера они немножечко поднабрали, совсем чуть-чуть. Ой! 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 А это что за хайлайты? Откуда вообще? С какого-то паблика, что ли, или что? Красиво, кстати. Сядь в машину на лету. Вот если бы сел в машину на лету, это было бы вообще имба. Он что, выживет? Он выживет! Он в воду упадет. Ха. Хорош. Что это? Вот так вот играют люди от третьего лица. И он сейчас взорвется в тачке. Обрезали, видимо, это. Пушка заклипалась. Да, да, вот оно, третье лицо. Он умер. Блин, у меня ранка на верхнем небе, и я не могу нормально яблоко кусать. Это Japanese voice. Задротов максимально пафосно пытаются снимать, да? Спасибо, что не делают вот эту. И на этом спасибо. Где наши? Дома?
PUBG ファンの皆様、どうもこんにちは。日本代表の森です。
こんにちは。日本代表のケインです。各国の実力を見せ合うそのオフラインで見せるっていうのは初めてなので、どのような結果になるかとても期待とワクワクという感じになっています。ワクワクしています。
日本国内で今一番実力があるのがシェバー選手の小田なので、他のメンバーも精密なショットができて、とても心強いので、やはりその辺がうまく噛み合ってくると。
Что-то, ага. Странно, они со своих вебок что ли записывали так себе.
2019年の PNC では11位という結果だったので、それを超えられるような順位にしたいというふうに思っています。
で今もやっぱり下部リージョンになってて、日本はそんなに強くないリージョンなので、そこを突っぱねて上位入賞を目指せるような。
Нет, Денис, мажор, не знаю.
いいかなと思います。じゃあバンコクだ。バンコク行くぞ。
自分たちができることをやりたいと思ってますので、応援お願いいたします。We'll do our best.
Приятного, спасибо. Блин, я кусаю как урод какой-то. Там реально так больно кусать передними зубами что-то. Не очень понимаю, почему такой у них долгий старт сегодня. Опять какие-то затупки. Ну, кстати, лучше бы реально какие-нибудь хайлайты показывали, да, чем повторяли одно и то же изо дня в день. Ну, прям снято кинематографично, прям уф. А вы кто сладкие? Уф, какая оборотка с усиками норм. Ну, давайте так. Здесь съемки поинтереснее будут, чем на прошлых турнирах, если что. Ну, мне кажется, что здесь они куда более гармонично, более уместно, что ли, выглядят вот в этих вот этих планах, которыми там пытаются их снимать, то, что их заставляют показывать, а не то, что вот это вот нагнетают пафос какой-то.
Berapa mungkin 2 tahun lebih nggak ada turnamen offline dan ini offline lagi untuk turnamen
Это
PUBG.
что, родители их или что, не понимаю.
Apa ya, waktu 2019 itu tidak terpilih kan, jadi kita nggak bisa ngasih bukti yang kuat ke mereka.
Спина получше. Мне реально надо рассказывать, что я ем, да?
Surprise lah ke mereka. Gimana?
Непонятно?
Negara-negara lain kalau Indonesia itu emang berhak di PNC ini.
Sama Timok kita juga kuat. Walaupun nanti bagaimanapun apapun yang terjadi, secara Timok kita akan bisa lebih.
Где там как глаз-то свой?
Kita akan pergi
Ладно.
ke Bangkok.
Только я хочу блевануть на эти видео. Братан, иди в туалет, зачем на видео блевать? Хрень с дыркой? Вы что, ни разу хрень с дыркой не видели? Да я всегда яблоки ем. Не то чтобы я за ЗОЖ. Я вчера так-то пачку чипсов на стриме съел. Ну ладно, не всю. Это поинты. Тупо чьи-то фраги вот это вот снимаются. Хрень с дыркой, да их в нашем городе столько, что пипец.
Hello PUBG friends, this is Zocker from Team Germany. Nice to meet you guys and enjoy the event.
Шепелев за Германию играет.
No one of our current lineup was competing.
Шепелев похудел чуть-чуть, да?
2019, but since Germany had a quite good result back then, we are looking forward to show that we are also able to make our nation proud.
It's an amazing experience to play on such a big stage in front of the crowd.
Our strategy is to take quite a slow approach while gathering a lot of information to find the perfect moment to strike. Our goal is to show our best.
Шепелева покажите.
I really appreciate the support from our fans in Germany and from the fans from.
Смотрите, Шепелев играет.
Thank you.
1 в 1. Согласны? Сегодня стрим будет? Не будет. Какой? Сегодня запускаться не буду. И сейчас не стрим. Да, это запись. Это же Мэншн. Прикольно. Подожди, а чё, игры-то в 3 начинаются? То есть я сам реально рано запустил, что ли? А что-то я перепутал, походу. Ой, тупорез. Ну это я чтоб яблоки поесть.
Does go down, but it's been Haven that's been the star player at this tournament, and he gets the knock on the page, gets the next one, of course. Haven averaging over 2 kills a game.
Как-то я так на час ошибся, походу, да?
This is quintessential China. You know, there's been a fight brewing for quite some time.
Неловко получилось.
And the grenades are good. Soul from Korea as well gets it up into.
Сегодня Бразилия спустится вниз. Подымутся выше китайцы, подымутся выше корейцы. United Kingdom. Плюс-минус так и останется, я думаю. Я думаю, они со вчерашнего дня охренели.
They know they got the knock up here. Chloris spots them all. Chloris sees and hears the biggest whip passage goes in.
Вот это вот, конечно, момент мощный.
Watch out, here he comes. Spots the first one. Takes down one, takes down two. USA holding us. Chloris continues. Bring it back. Pick it up. Drop it low. To the flow. Well, still with this kind of circle favoring them. 12 kills for China. Been a great game, but can they get anything more? The Flash, I think it did land. Push out here. Luna now gets 2 members.
Вот если бы он здесь последнего закрыл, вообще бы красавчиком был, а так? Вот финны хорошо отыгрывают. Не, я люблю жесткие яблоки. Я люблю жесткие, хрустящие, сочные яблоки. Сладкие. Именно чтобы жесткие были. Вообще ненавижу мягкие яблоки. О, это что это за впадина?
Hello PUBG fans, this is Paige. I'm playing for the Team Finland.
Здорово, кудрявый.
I feel really good. I'm excited to attend another LAN. It's always really good play on LAN and see other players, so I'm really excited for it. Finland plays 16 on 16 PNC.
Йоу, пропустила один день, а тут уже такие изменения в таблице. Ну вот.
Obviously, Team Finland ended up 16th on the last PNC, so we have 3 new players, so we are definitely gonna do better.
Почему корейцы дают интервью на своем языке, а все остальные на английском?
Hey Bangkok, we are going to Bangkok. Please fill the stadium with your couch.
PUBG Nations Cup Thailand 2022.
Интересно, как бы выглядел российский шлем?
Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada.
Блин, все просто мелкие, капец.
Chinese Taipei, Finland.
В Мекси только один старый, походу. Ну, Шепелев еще, походу, старый.
Indonesia.
Japan.
Korea. Thailand.
Да там не было никакого отбора. Ну, Смэш, конечно, это турецкий булзай.
USA.
Наши бы поехали, если бы это все не произошло.
Vietnam.
Спасибо за подробности. У тебя там... Ладно. Не буду развивать вот это вот непотребности всякие в чате. Так, пойду руки помою. У нас сейчас лютый град прошел вообще. Просто мощный град в городе был. Хотел бы вам показать, но не хочу показывать. А, это кто у нас? Это кто? Кто это за... Что за толстячки? О, Шепелев опять. Это что за новое видео какое-то? Я не понял, а почему у меня тут... Да можно убрать, братан, я что-то сам не заметил. Ну что ты в самом деле начинаешь? Ну я же не специально, но ё-моё. Я просто на Шепелева засмотрелся. И ты вот стопудово лайк не поставил. Теперь лайк ставь. Жулик. Этот видос я не видел, кстати, надо посмотреть. Это что за PUBG со сверхспособностями, я не понял. What the fuck is this? Это же не про PUBG вообще, вы что показываете нам? Телепорты какие-то. Типа все карты показывают сразу. И Санек-то там был. И Викенди-то там было. И Парама-то вот это превращается. И походу там какая-то Кики, да, нарисовывается. Мощные пафосные ролики.
It's day number 3 here for the PUBG Nations Cup 2022, and we are in Thailand.
День
but we
третий
may as well
PUBG
be in Rio de
национального
Janeiro,
кубка
as we currently have Brazil rocketing into the lead here after
2022
2
года.
days of
Одни
play.
комментаторы
The
только
big
англоязычные,
question is,
что ли?
who is
Всё?
going to be able to contend with them up at the very top?
В
Welcome,
студии
ladies and
больше
gentlemen,
нет
to the
никого?
test. My name's Kalaris, your host, and joining me to my left-hand side, we have Toppies as well as that was a very aggressive. I do apologize.
I loved it. I loved it.
I'm just hyped, boys. We're ready once again
что
to
это?
get into 5 more games here, Martin. Couldn't be happier.
Это
Is it
круто
due to the
тогда?
fact that the team that you picked to win is in a solid second place, or what's the aggression here? I don't know.
That might be the reason.
Yeah,
They're doing
I'm excited to be
alright.
back. We have 2 more days though, and we need to get some of the teams here to stop.
Мне
Brazil,
кажется,
otherwise
там
they're gonna
хардплей
run with it.
откормили, нет?
24-point lead right now. 119. It's a really solid lead in just 10 games.
You say we need some of the
По
teams here
центру,
to stop
не?
Brazil. I think the circle needs to stop Brazil.
Oh,
the circle has
okay.
loved them. I won't deny it. I won't take it away.
Fair,
but the
fair.
reality is a couple of bad circles. Maybe it slows them down a little bit, but it's halftime.
У меня только
We
что
played
был
half
град.
these events. It's time to make some moves.
Погода
Circles have been
не
kind, but I think
солнечная.
what is fair to say is on the back of that, they have been shooting well. They have not been letting
Чат.
off the pressure with that.
У меня моя видеокарта
Out of the top 4 players,
уже
there's
уже
Oh,
8
even the
дней
stats,
как
all
передано
that
в международную
Crazy stuff.
доставку.
Let's take a look at the overview of what's come here throughout the day, as well as what's already gone down. We have concluded days 1 and
Как
2.
долго она
We are
будет
in
там?
day 3, so we'll be starting things off with Erengel 3
Кто-то
matches,
какие-то
and then
крупные
moving over
посылки
to
с Алика за
Miramar a
последнее
little
время
bit later.
получал?
And we've already seen disparity in terms of
Так, сегодня у нас
based on those battlegrounds.
I mean, there's a couple of lads that we know that seem to thrive on Erangel over Miramar, and at the end of the day, this is a good start for them that they get to go after that. The problem is, well,
Сегодня у нас 3 Эрангеля и 2 Мирамара.
for the most part, Brazil has been everything.
Через Канаду везут, что ли? Да вряд ли.
500,000 is our initial pick.
Вряд ли такие сложности там.
Yeah, the speculations are right now that we're somewhere north of 1.2 million total prize pool. Speculation still.
Так,
We'll see who wants to find
окей,
the
а
best,
что
but
там
that
у
is
нас за компендиум это, за тикеты, вернее, сколько набрали команды, сколько вообще в принципе будет выплаты? Такие копеечные вообще призовые, капец.
They get a lot of money to boot. Look at that. But there you go. We have got ourselves a Sao Paulo #1, boys, because Brazil has come out to play.
They are here. They have not let up the gas.
Германия вообще мощно, да, играют? Вообще просто. Плейсмент ПТС 1. Один раз топ-8 зашли, походу. Один плейсмент за ПТС. Ой, один ПТС за плейсмент. За 10 игр. А, и у Таиланда 2 ПТС. О, дэм.
Obviously, both Tobias and I, we have both him on our fantasy roster, so we're happy. But we still have to look at
how big the gap is right now. Right now we have a pretty solid top 3. We have United Kingdom 95 and Finland in 93, but then there's a 10-point gap down to Korea. Yeah. And then it starts getting big. It starts getting a lot.
За Финляндию хочешь болеть? Ну, хочешь болей, братан. У меня в международной доставке 23 дня висело. Да ладно. No way. Заказывал 360 Ti, долго не менялся статус. Потом проверил на почте России, она уже была в России. В общем, пришла за 20 дней. Ничего не понял. Мандаринами и квасом? Это что за набор такой?
Oh wow, there's some... Hi. Just please stand up. I want to talk to you. So let me introduce you. What's your name?
1996 год. Это что? Это Иноникс 1996 года рождения? 25 ему? 20 дней что-то вообще долго, 35 дней с Марса, что ли, доставка? Через Марс, видимо. Из Гонконга 35 дней. У меня из женщины, короче. Ну вы поняли.
Korea is there. So, what are the things that you would like to talk to them? Can you please speak some Korean?
Все СНГ не играет.
안녕하세요. That's still okay. Oppa, fighting. Oppa, Susu of fighting.
США и Канада хорошо играли
So
же?
this is like talking in front of
Да
them.
что это вдруг?
So, what are you expecting to the Korean team? I want you to be the champion of the day. Maybe like 2 or 3 chicken dinners. So expecting you
Микрофон так держит, посмотрите просто как, я не знаю.
So apart from that,
Бокал с вином как будто, блин, ей дали.
that Korean team
Вообще европейцев не видно на трибунах.
Thailand, of course.
Доставка, наверное, не длинной стала, а долгой.
Apart from Thailand, you're supposed to aware of Brazil, of course, Finland and UK. So there will be like some fighting.
Может быть и длинной, конечно.
Happen a lot.
А то я видел там корабли из Китая через Европу к нам, через проливчик
And I do believe that you can do
между Африкой и Европой. И через Берингов туда к нам доставки были кораблями.
What are the things that you have to be aware will be like the top teams that have the top performance?
Здорово, ну что, готов сегодня наблюдать, как мои бразильцы будут шатать всех, как обычно? Сегодня твои бразильцы будут топ-5.
Alright, so
все, мои предикты.
Now is the time that we will see the competition on
Так,
the
сейчас
game.
окно открою.
Everybody gonna be excited for it. So just support for the team that you like. So now let's see the match. See you.
Надеюсь, вам Харю не засветило. А то что-то жарко, капец. That's right. Сегодня будут подниматься Корея, Чайна. Это прям железно. Их не скинут с первого места? Вот увидишь. Во второй игре уже будут они на третьем. Не выдумывай, не фантазируй. Слушай, Ян, ну в смысле, длинная это мера длины, долго это мера времени. Ну о чем ты вообще? Как это одно и то же? Как это какая разница? А вообще, абсолютно не согласен.
H-Win, and both of them are struggling because the US is down in, I think, 13th position. There's been a lot of switch-ups, and it's been hard to swallow for some of this.
Yeah, so we're looking at the top 5 players right now in terms of kills. Diggory first place, Bjorn second, Haven sparking LFP top 5.
Yeah,
it is crazy how well they've been able to convert and also been able to perform here. And not a lot of players was able to pick them. Here you see Haven, LFP, Diggory, sparking. That was what I was talking about, the fantasy picks.
Yeah, and just in general,
Так, а что это за статистика?
I can never say it. We have got ourselves
Не понял.
unexpected results. If you'd have picked these guys, obviously extreme value picks, and of course, this is not only happening.
Что за поинты за топ-16 плееров? Не понял ничего.
And to remember, to remind you, next time this comes around, power rankings are there to give you a guideline, but they're not always going to be signs of success. Finding people like
СНГ-регион не принимает участие.
fighting to try to take these things home and be the best they can be. If you can see that future, fantasy is for you.
Что это за проценты? Не понимаю. Сегодня бразильцы вниз пойдут 100%.
Tickleton, massive fan base. A lot of people pick him. He's been able to perform extremely well. But Michael there, as we were talking about in the green room, 43% picked. And being able to do this well, not playing in PCS6 Europe, this is huge.
But when you're
career-defining moment
when you're building a team, imagine spending $38,000 on Tickleton to get less points than someone worth $18,000.
А это что вообще?
Gotta find those dark horses. Toby and Martin apparently were able to do so.
Yeah, Denmark is not here, so we have to represent Denmark on the leaderboard. Toby and I up there, I'm 9 points behind. I'm feeling pretty comfortable with it.
Yeah, I mean, and just like, you know, the picture that I've chosen there, you know, I'm looking
you're scouting,
at the front.
Yeah, you're scouting towards top.
I'm coming for you, just like the UK.
Топим тогда за китайцев и бразильцев. Нет, я топлю за корейца. Вот вы топите за кого хотите, я за корейца буду топить.
He did have Adam, and Adam obviously didn't play yesterday, so that's a bit of a struggle for him.
He is playing today?
He is!
Yes. There you go. All right, let's take a look at some of the teams as well as they're coming in for day number 3, as well as kind of their picks, etc.
Вид был такой, как будто пацаны сидели в покер играли, блин.
As the days have gone on, of course, you know, there's not much Brazil representation in there.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is both of the top picks on sort of who studied well and then on who the sneakiest player is, which I find a fascinating question.
Чё это дизлайк за корейцев? Не понял. О, Шепелев, Шепелев.
And this is among the players. This is the questions the players has been asked. This is why.
Нифига у него рукавчик-то.
Because 15 votes is literally a fourth of all players.
Лак его страны, нормально. Солидно выглядит.
Coming into this, and H-Win was there. It's kind of like obviously. Did extremely well PTI, yes.
Слева вообще под молодой, прям мелкий.
Right, but I can tell you from my school experience, just because you study doesn't always mean the test works out. Sometimes you're caught by surprise, and we saw that yesterday. We saw that when the attack from behind from Vietnam.
Минга не остановить? Да ладно. Я думаю, что Бразилии просто эти 2 дня везло капитально, прям конкретно. Так что... Сейчас все встанет на свои места. Да, начнется игра через 15 минут. Я сегодня погорячился, на час ошибся, на стрим пропустил.
They really do see themselves as potential champions, and I can't deny it anymore. After 10 games, they look like it.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Finland's not up there because in terms of points, they actually have more than some of the teams that we're showing, but they were kind of falling off on the.
Да кого ты чувствовал? Ты сказал, ты болеешь за бразильцев, потому что за бразильский футбол болеешь. Все. Кого ты там чувствовал? Каким ты там местом чувствуешь, я не понял.
And these are experienced teams, they're regional favorites, they're veterans. If there are 2 teams that you are terrified of coming back and making a move when you're on the top, it is these guys. So Brazil, despite their confidence, they got to be shaking in their boots just a little bit.
Yeah, we have 4 or 5 teams that are within striking distance just with 1 or 2 games. And with the focus, you kind of have this target on your back because once you see
корейцы по стрельбе жесткие. За Корею топить. Единственное, с мувментом не очень хорошо, как и у китайцев. Ну, вчера китайцы пару игр нормальных сыграли, хотя бы плюс 10 плюс киллов сделали, по-моему, в 2 играх. Так что... А, я же сегодня разыграть хотел что-то. А что разыграть сегодня для вас? Что разыграть сегодня для вас, чат?
Points per game, get 5 as an average. You have to look for blood.
Yeah, that's why it always concerns me towards the end of a tournament. It's like, okay, you've got 2 or 3 games left, and then some teams still sit around not doing too much. You need to change in those moments and do something wild.
Так, я думаю.
Yeah, you need to come in and you need to have analyzed what exactly. You need to have analyzed what's happened and need to improve. You need to be a step or 2 ahead. This is chess. This is a long game.
And it's not just analyzing.
Может, какую-нибудь... Не, есть там много чего. Можно, кстати... Там есть рюкзачок, есть клавиатурка, есть держатель для провода мышки, как хаб с USB, с подсветочкой вроде. Есть ковры для мышек.
Anyway, moving on. Japan was showing up in Erangel, of course.
Что еще есть?
Japan actually having some really strong control on the side of Stalber here, Martin, which can be a notoriously difficult place to play.
And we were cheering for them as well going into this. All multiple things. Japan being able to step up, Shiva being able to have an amazing game. When somebody has not AWM, we're sitting there, get him, hit him, take those. And the most important shot he got was obviously...
Самое дорогое выбираете, да, сразу? Клаву! Да клава РГБ, но мембранка будет. По-моему, еще остались они у меня. Там еще есть одна механика, но ее оставлю на попозже. Не знаю для чего, но... Надо проверить, кстати. Может быть, мембранок не осталось, может быть, механика только осталась. Клаву Коку? Так. Так. Чё, в телеге розыгрыш надо будет делать?
I knew this was gonna happen. This guy don't like interview. He lost on purpose. I don't care which one of my teammates is on the best stats. I just care if my team is on the first place. If he's the MVP or if he's the MVP, I will be
Хочу футболку с запахом стримера. О, бой. А с каким тебе запахом надо? С приятным или неприятным?
This is called Cristiano Ronaldo mentality. So before we came here, I did a promise. And if I won this tournament, I will have to cut my hair like Ronaldo on the World Cup, you know, like a triangle here. So yeah.
Bom, vou manter o meu estilo de jogo, que como o Spark mesmo diz, eu não tenho o objetivo de ser o MVP. Pra mim, se eu ganhar o campeonato, já está tudo bem.
Так, ладно, давайте сделаем вопрос, что разыгрывать будем.
Meu objetivo é ganhar o campeonato. 2, 3 e...
Brasil! To come back from this desk, he's making soccer references. Of course the Brazilians are making football references. But regardless of the fact, they know about excellence in football.
Там стопудово все за клаву.
As well, because so far, yes, of course, some circles have gone their way, but it can't take away from the fact that these guys have been fragging out of control.
And the thing is, they've been trusting each other. They've gotten some circles. They have locked down into sort of base areas and played late game.
Там так ковер тоже хороший.
You can tell that they're running 1-2s. They're doing it. They're having trust. They trust. They know that LFP was going to be able to hold down an angle all by himself, and he's doing it every time. They trust Haven, a new gun, someone they're kind of unfamiliar with, is going to hold his own, and he's proven time and time again he can.
What I took away from that interview was that they are achieving this together as a team. They don't care who is setting it up.
Yes.
Говорит.
All of them winning together, and that
Всё, давайте. Выбирайте пока.
Is what is making them win right now.
That maturity. This
Ты
is
за
a young
футболку?
team, and that is a very mature
Ну я не сделал такой вариант ответов.
the flashy guy, be the MVP, but that's not that important to them right now. The full win is, and you guys at home can be winning as well with the Twitch drops if you're watching, and you can earn yourself up to a maximum of.
Один спиной стоял, потому что он бутылку не перевернул.
And then there's the pick and go as well.
Yeah, get out there, challenge some other people. I mean, again, I hope that
as
you
well.
get 8 people who aren't very good.
Clinton.
Yes, so hopefully you get Clinton, Matt, Xenox in your group.
Оба-на! Рюкзак-то так-то неплохо набирает, я смотрю.
You're right, yeah. You know, if they can come and challenge us, maybe on the fantasy.
Коврик так-то тоже ничего, кстати.
In before they're gonna get lucky and it's just gonna take off.
Yeah, of course. Here are the pick'em challenge results.
Мне кажется, коврик как раз для такого стола, как у меня. Блин, он запломбированный. Ладно, ничего страшного.
Yeah, you know what? It's too late to change it.
Yeah, it's luck now.
I'm sure everybody watching was like, I really slept on that pick. I mean,
Опа!
it's easy to go for China and Korea. And
Видали ковер какой?
After yesterday's play, but the reality is,
А он прям реально под вырез на моем столе.
You get to sort of see the unexpected. You get to see players who may never get a chance to play together. Do so on the big stage, and teams
Видали какой ковер? Навье. Ох, скользит как. Мой ковер, правда, чуть-чуть побольше.
They're playing here now, doing fantastically, and they had arguably some good players there too now. So it is all about the synergy, getting everything going.
And of course, we've got plenty of people watching here.
Так, ребята хотят рюкзачок.
There's a public viewing going on live in Tokyo.
Мон поражен.
So thank you very much, guys, for tuning into the
Не
PUBG
нужна
Nations
тут
Cup
людям
20.
плавать.
There's a lot of Sun Sister fans there.
Yeah, they should be cheering right now. Yesterday, Japan stepped up. They took the fight to China. Most teams I know are scared to do so, but these guys weren't.
Где такой, как у меня, заказать, скоро видос сделаю.
To me, a very different Japan.
Просто не знаю пока.
The way he was able to maneuver, the way he was able to make sure that he's getting the frags, putting the damage, and he was containing the two teams, China and Korea, making sure they're playing against each other.
As well. Very nice stuff. So thank you very much over there to get things going.
Я такой же ковер, как у меня, разыграю, наверное, один. Или нет. А то они больно дорогие стали. У меня ковер 1200 на 600, а я разыграю 900 на 400. У меня он есть. С таким же логотипчиком. Вот с таким же логотипчиком.
And we weren't able to reset as quickly as we would want. We have a pretty strong rivalry with them, so that's the only team I think. We have very high highs on our team, we get big point games, but it's when we struggle, we get really low point games. If we could get them to just be average point games, then we could really.
Так, ну чё, рюкзак выигрывает? Сейчас покажу рюкзачок.
I feel extremely happy, I feel extremely proud of my team, and I'm really happy how I'm improving as a GL and as a teammate as well. Before we came to this PNC, we know a lot of people wouldn't expect a good performance by us. 1 month of practice, I could see that we had a really good spot to win this tournament.
I know Sparkin's gonna do great no matter what. I wasn't sure about his teammates, but his teammates are playing super well, so credit to them, I guess.
제 경험상 그렇게 치고 나가면 무조건 꼬꾸라져서.
I think Nix should start focusing in the other teams and not us, because to get closer to us, they need to be better than the others as well. Of course, we want to have a bigger gap than the other teams. It's just to don't leave any point on the table.
Что-то я ходил запакованный, блин, приносил, а у меня, оказывается, есть распакованный. Но он смятый. Типа, он так-то. Третий рюкзачок PUBG. Если что, это можно будет отклеить. Если стрёмно ходить в рюкзачке из PUBG.
Yeah, 20 point 24-point lead right now is crazy. It is almost unheard of when we're talking 10 games. We're halfway through. We have 10 more, 5 more today, 5 more tomorrow. But
нет, чтобы на ковер МВ нанести, а не себя любимого. Так это ж мой логотипчик.
They got targets on their backs, they got flags on their chairs, and they got dreams in their heads, and they're seeing the possibility of that dream coming true. This is a region who has felt disrespected.
Нет, я сижу не на балконе, а на лоджии.
And the thing is, they're gaining the admiration of the
У меня просто окно там открыто, перед окном.
They're having fun with it all, which is concerning.
You know who's not having fun with it all?
У меня большая лоджия.
This is a team, you know, I love them. They're my guys. It's a nice clap, yes. But today's the day. If they are going to make something happen, it's time to put rubber to road. It's time to go out there and get those points. Yesterday, they had some unfortunate things happen. I do think the attack from behind could have been prevented, but it happens. I think the crash from China, rough, but today they cannot let any of that slow them down.
Нет, чат. Корейцы сейчас вырвутся. Давайте. Все пропустила, ну бывает в жизни огорчение. Обзор на лоджию показать. Не, не могу. В окна все видно будет. Да и беспорядок у меня сейчас. Здорово, привет. Блин. Надо побриться сходить. Капец, у него задержка, конечно, между голосом и звуком. Чё по футболке? Чё по футболке? Моник у меня до сих пор 24 Full HD. Он даже новый, 24 Full HD. Дорогущий. Ну ладно, недорогущий. Привет, здорово. Сколько сейчас Alienware, кстати, стоит? Dell же ушли с рынка.
As great as they've been through the first 10 matches, there's been some other teams that have started to pick up the pace a little bit. Korea, China, of course, had really good days.
Нет, никакой договоренности, куда они падают.
Finland, Australia still hanging around. So if Brazil do, you know, just take their foot off the pedal a little bit. There's some teams
как можно получить?
to catch them. Of course, though, let's get underway. It's day 3 of the PUBG Nations Cup. Let's head to Erangel.
Сейчас в телегу будете в розыгрыше принимать участие. Я только вспомню, как там это я делал. Где моя телега? А, это Вайбер, блин. После 2К27 смотреть на Full HD не могу. Ну, у каждого свои задачи, понимаешь? Так, теперь надо вспомнить, как я проводил эти... Где-то у меня тестовый канал должен быть.
As well as Korea in third. So some of the teams to maybe keep an eye on through our 3 matches of Erangel today, and of course then matches 4 and 5 later on will be on Miramar.
And there's something to be said in this. We often talk about the fact that there is a slight formulaic nature that can happen around Erangel, all considered. And when we talk about this, the 3 teams that you mentioned were our teams that were mathematically our teams that we were expecting to be pretty good, except for China inside the list. Yep. And that's no surprise, all considered. The way that we're going to see this play out, everybody knows what to expect when you're moving into it. Miramar is a little bit more fly by the seat of your pants and savior. Oh, VHZ, that's not the way Brazil wanted to start.
У нас уже мужчину из Бразилии выбили. Ну чё? Ну чё? Сосай. Начало положено. Минус чел из Бразилии. Корейцы.
that we might be heading there for a third time here for the PUBG Nations Cup. Fingers crossed, maybe, Matt, that we don't actually finish on shooting range. It can still go anywhere.
We saw Stalbert. Maybe Ross.
Посыпались.
Give us some flavor to this, even if it is to the west of this, like, you know, just north of Georgia Pole and stuff like that.
Yep.
That's a really fun place to play too. I like the flatlands that are over there, the fields that are around those locations. Pretty okay with it. You can see Turkey is actually already stretching out, trying to get position in there. Chinese
Так, сейчас сделаю розыгрыш.
Good start to it, and Canada, you heard, did have Adam come back, so maybe the desk will leave me alone, and I can finally get some more points because Adam's back in there.
Well, you went a little early. There's the graphic for
How?
it.
How on earth do I play in an esports fantasy league and get an injury?
Well, fortunately for yourself, Matt, and of course for the Canadians at home, Adam, also known as Paper Thin, back into the roster for Canada, and hopefully for their sake. And look, they weren't even that bad yesterday. I think Dids actually did do some good things, no pun intended.
I mean, it's these two guys, they're, again, brothers. They've gotten their start in PUBG. They've been around for a very, very long time. They know the rest of the crew as well, so it is no surprise the fact that they can be, I wouldn't say regularly switched out, but they're going to have a similar play
Так, все, сейчас создам розыгрыш рюкзачка.
Consider the way that they communicate. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's plug and play, but it's about as close as you can get.
Yeah, certainly. And look, for Germany here, as they come up onto our screen, they probably have not had as much airtime as some of the other nations, admittedly. They are last at the moment, 15 points through the first 10 matches, so 1.5-point average so far at the event. I'm not too sure what more we could expect from them. In all fairness, when we looked at a lot of the power rankings, Matt, they were quite down towards the bottom. There were pretty much no expectations on them at all. I guess all you can hope for is having some fun, and also there's no pressure on these last 10 games. So for their sake, they can obviously just come in.
Так, короче, для участия, ребят, вам надо сейчас перейти в Телеграм, подписаться на Телеграм обязательно. Без подписки вас не выберет. А, там, наверное, возможно, даже нажать нельзя будет кнопочку «Участвовать». И... И попозже мы с вами определим победителя.
But that being said, this is a dangerous place to be a team that hasn't gotten a lot of LAN experience, and LAN jitters are a thing we've talking about. It's been 2 years since we've really had like a stadium with everybody cheering and stuff like that.
А, если без подписки можно, тогда сейчас переделывать буду. Что за фигня? Мне подписчики нужны. Чат, что, без подписки можно? Ну ладно, если будете не подписаны, я просто... Нет, вы участвовать можете, но отправка будет за ваш счет. Блин, подождите. Тогда мне надо перенастраивать, чтобы только подписанные могли нажимать. Погодите.
Going into the last day, Matt, where they're still a contender.
I think what we're looking at and a big factor for today is going to be mental. Like, we've been talking about Brazil. Brazil, they're just feeling like, again, blessed was the terms that they've been using. They're just happy to be here, happy to be able to play with their friends. You were seeing that with Australia as well. Whenever they did, like, their synchronized shui whenever they were doing their walkout and stuff like that. You can tell that there's certain teams that are just coming because it's like a camaraderie, whereas some other teams have been kind of just hodgepodge together based off of the votings. And so as we're looking into these last couple of days, if you're not doing well on the leaderboard, that's going to be an even bigger mental problem to surmount.
Yeah, certainly have to agree with that one as we watch Indonesia now, of course, from APAC. Pretty much like those around them on that leaderboard, you know, Germany, Canada, maybe not the highest of expectations, and in some way, 31 points.
Ага, все, сейчас сделаем.
Behind Canada and the USA. I think they've done all right. I mean, many people really wrote off Indonesia as a region that wasn't going to be able to do
сейчас
well.
сделаем.
They're in the bottom 3, but they've picked up some points. They've had some good moments. We'll see if they can do that. Actually, was Xiaolu taking some shots to drive by here on the Chinese Taipei, who are just trying to get past them, and will do so successfully and intact.
That is telling for China right there, having a duo lined up, waiting across that bridge and not getting a knock there. That's the whole premise on why they were holding down that position. They are only holding 2 members at this point because they are running a 2-2 split right now, which have been.
Так, сейчас заново надо будет нажать.
Yeah, certainly. I think that, you know, there's been some discussion around it. Obviously, when you look at the benefits, and it's been something that's been in the meta for so long.
Удаляю розыгрыш, делаю новый и проверяем, работает или нет. И потом все. И... Все. Вот теперь желаю удачи. Сейчас сразу отпишите, можно или нельзя?
Chinese Taipei heard this and just cuts to the north. Xlift trying to flank around at this point, but you can see just trying to recover at this stage as this has been a hard push. Luke comes up on the other side of it. Drive-by to finish it off. Indonesia is eliminated. And that was a much more, I guess, aggressive China.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Indonesia as well. The other 2 members of China were pretty quick onto the rotate, got into the US and made their way over. And you saw the seat swap from Shaolu at the end. Keen, knock onto Sharp Shot. That is further pain for the USA. I look back and I try and see if I can find Toffees because he has been having a hard time, Matt. I know you have as well. It hasn't been going well for your boys.
Look, I can't say anything about USA's performance given my fantasy performance, but we're living.
Так, у нас там рюкзак выиграл, да? Рюкзак нормально.
I think that USA was holding a forefront position just
так,
itself along the river. And it's going to be a slight skirmish between them. And Japan does have some angles on what's going on, but I think that the res has already come out on USA's side. So really just some attrition battle that's going on.
Моё солнце все засветило, блин.
USA throwing out some feelers, now going to regroup as, again, 2-2s seem to get punished regularly.
Yeah, and what's interesting though, and I think the desk brought it up.
Ладно, все, давайте смотреть. Поехали.
And whether or not it's just a knock that you get res and then you rotate away, it's still something that a lot of the other nations are not really finding themselves in.
Плавание рюкзак? В смысле плавание рюкзак? Я когда розыгрыш создавал, рюкзак еще был. Вы что там, обалдели, жопошники? Я не успел завершить, видимо. Я уже рюкзак приготовил, вы чё? Ладно, давайте сейчас создам еще опросик.
They want vision, and in those spots, if you're taking early shots, receiving those damages, that's going to be a big problem as it progresses.
Turkey has been sort of smack bang in the middle of the pack, 41 points for them through the first 10 matches. And I've got to say, I think many probably underrated Turkey coming into the event, and they have certainly been holding their own as they hold this position south of shooting range, quite a bit south as well. 50 seconds until phase 2, and all I can say, Matt, is I am praying we do not end up at shooting range anywhere but shooting range.
Just go any direction you want to. I mean, even if it does go shooting range, just go south of shooting range. Just don't go to the north. I'm not asking for a lot here. Just not the same circle we've already seen several times.
So trying to see a couple of these rotations. Some of them have been quite late. I look at Thailand as well, just making their way past George Ball now. So Australia wrap really far out towards Stalba, looking to maybe try and push over towards the UK. Everyone
Да, там еще одна мембраночка осталась.
Here's a problem. Yeah, we've got Japan stacked up with Germany now coming.
Голова определенно лучше. Ну, я бы не сказал. По стоимости рюкзак, мне кажется, даже больше стоит.
Much to the chagrin of USA, I would have to say. And, well,
если мы из этого исходим. Тут вопрос, кому что надо. Рюкзак, сувенир хороший. Так, ну что у нас на карте происходит? У нас ребята из Индонезии уже выпилились. Один мужчина из Бразилии тоже выпилился. У нас 11-я минута игры, ничего интересного на карте не происходит, как обычно, собственно.
I'd like to look at the modifications as we are seeing similar circles. Remember, Korea has been playing down inside of shooting range. Canada's now got that under control. So instead,
Привет, удачного стрима. Здорово, здорово. Блин, я не понимаю, почему у меня не пропадает это...
Meanwhile, as we're starting to see, Australia has been coming in from the east.
Все
they had a
пропало,
much
отлично.
more forefront rotation and have been closer to the center, to the north of shooting range regularly at these stages. And instead,
ну что, ребята из Бразилии сейчас очень опасно едут через корейцев. Ну вот прям попой своей почувствовали. Сейчас еще Тайвань тут мимо едет. Какая-то вакханалия на карте по ротациям происходит. Я зону пропустил, зону не видел. Бразил.
Glorious finds a knock onto Canada. I don't know if much will come from that. Of course, Canada, as you said, around that shooting range area, but they've also got 2 players over towards the crossroads south of Severny, so a pretty aggressive split.
Блин, ребят на Трова, там есть ссылка на Телеграм, кто не подписан. В описании. Подпишитесь на Телеграм, нажмите кнопочку «Участвовать», если есть желание.
Roaming around. Hey, if there's nowhere to stop, don't.
Yeah, and they have come all the way from the very, very far west of this circle and have now gone all the way to the very far east of the circle, and all they've got really that lovely knock from Yan Lee, but that's about it. They've just gone straight through, and as you said, no one has been punishing them for it, no one has been shooting.
Хочу посмотреть на зону, очень сильно.
So a very bizarre rotation from Chinese Taipei, literally just from west to east, now close by to Australia.
Рюкзак PUBG реально хорош, вы чё, вы зря. Я типа братьям подогнал, они вообще с кайфом. Один из них точно таскал его.
But Chinese Taipei is now got to find some place to stop their roaming, and it looks like it's going to be around where we have a duo for Argentina, but really couldn't get all their players there.
Как он оттуда уезжать собирается?
Coming from the west to the east, it has actually opened up the western side of the circle. So China is actually chilling. They're loving that. Now they don't have Chinese Taipei contesting them. It also
Все, это уже корм.
Only China above them as well. So
Сельвиор.
that side that we've got from phase 2 rather open. And again, we still got that center congestion, but also now out east, Argentina, Chinese Taipei, Australia, and Australia's position at the moment quite perilous too. Really going to find themselves in a position where they're stuck on the edge. 2 teams in front of them. They'll have to push forward, take these fights. If they get the kills and they get those fight wins, it'll be great. If not, it could be a disaster.
Не знаю, на кой хрен тебе калаш не охолощенный.
USA getting some sight lines onto Thailand, taking some shots, but doesn't get the knock into him. This is a much closer range fight than I think that anybody was planning on. It's going to be a much larger split as well, as Thailand is now trying to...
Странно, что корейцы не на своем любимом шутинге, а на горе. Как бразильцы вообще в шутинг заехали? Почему корейцы не на шутинге? Странно. Но сейчас корейцам будет тяжело, они могут это помереть. Тут факт. Сейчас финны будут бразильцев трехать. 100%.
Very open and flat terrain as well outside around that sort of center point. Vietnam, of course, at the moment, dead center for phase 3, so they're catching a couple of circles.
This circle also very favorable for Chinese Taipei as they were making their roam around. Argentina did get a feel on what's happening. These teams that were playing along the edge, Australia as well in this position. Now, you can see all crammed up inside this shack, and this is going to be a problem. Martinson's already making the push into it, a couple of shots coming out. This is Ali RV. He's got the nade prepped and ready. They have stepped away from the shack. That could provide them some form of safety.
Oh, на нафиг.
Beautiful throw to start it off.
The other 2 players, though, for
Ну тут они должны умирать. Это такая будка очень плохо дефается. Но они, конечно, приехали. Как можно в такой зоне приехать в будку? Алло. Люди участвовать могут с любой стороны, но доставку оплачивать будете сами за свой счет. Типа, я оплачиваю доставку по России. За границу уж извините. Но на Телеграм подписаться можете в любом случае. Я похож на Хавена из Бразилии? Да не. Ты видел ширину моего лица сейчас, нет? Коврик разыграю, когда буду видео про коврики делать. Да. Да. Оплата доставки не вопрос. Но я вот только я думаю, что на Украину вряд ли доставят, если что. Я не знаю, какая эта служба доставляет или нет, но маловероятно. Так, финны начали уже бразильцев трюкать. Ну там как бы без потерь обойдется, там его поднимут. Спаркинг единственное там за зоной сейчас. А, два в ноки, спаркинг за зоной. Бразилия поехала домой. Ну, Беларусь уже отправлял что-то. Ну, там плюс-минус 1000 будет доставка стоить. Деревянных. Ну, я говорил, что корейцам будет неприятно тут, на краю. А кто в ликвидах там играет? Прошу прощения. Там в Германии очень слабо выглядит, прям максимально. Все, Бразилия. Бразилия сдохла в топ-14. Так, а я говорил. Ждем результатов от корейцев и китайцев. У китайцев, между прочим, уже 4 убийства. Но Зипьян в ноке. О май гад, хорошо. Сегодня азиаты набирать будут.
But Norans, look out behind you. You've got Loki, you've got Sol pushing on your position. Of course, this is a disaster for Thailand, but this is where Korea can start.
Там еще корейцы сейчас присоединятся. Это не очень хорошо. Зипьян дотек. А, нокнулся. Опять. Тут вообще жопа полная.
China's trying to fight their way. Sharp shot's gonna connect on top of them. It's just violence everywhere. China's fighting themselves compressed. Japan now coming in back behind the USA. This is a catastrophe for everyone.
Блин, тут финны пришли еще корейцам гадить. Все машины у корейцев отжали. Корейцы без машин остались в итоге.
And see if they can get out of this mess. It's damage control. Teams stacked on top of each other, just trying to step away from each other in some form or fashion. They knew that they needed points, so now everybody's trying to fight. So now looking into, gets a good spray, and it's going to be USA.
Сеул его вывел, и Ноникса убили. Блин, как жалко вообще корейцев, конечно. Финны просто отжали тачки у корейцев и едут с кайфом. Да. Аргентина очень хорошо себя чувствует. Широко играют, нагло. Уверенно. Ну, блин, британцы хорошо, очень хорошо. Британцы слишком хорошо. Он хаяпаться дал?
20 minutes gone now in this game. Finland too were kind of taking some
Да.
pot shots, but they didn't get too hard involved. And this circle, Matt, right perfectly for the taking for Canada.
We're not done yet. I mean, it's just going to continue to stack up. Korea now down and out. Brazil out. Big opportunities for teams like Finland, UK, Australia. Trying to net a lot of points. And if they're paying
Да кого? Как у Мирамар 2 карты всего. 3 рангеля будет, так что...
Finland's going to be following back behind them. That could be a problem for Finland unless they scout this one out. Canada, though, is just harassing everything in the grounds around them. They can't stack up the kills. Australia, though, runs right into Vietnam.
Нормально, Вьетнам. Нормально. С драйв-бая. А где из Аргентины-то ребята стакнулись в ангар?
Vietnam send Australia packing in ninth. They cannot get anything more from this game, but Clories, Dark Might both down. The pressure's not done yet onto Vietnam. Canada with a little angle, of course, from their buildings, which right now feels like the absolute god spot for the rest of this game. Smoke goes up. Vietnam now just trying to recover, get these revives. They got Shaq, but they're going to lose their vehicles.
Japan still needs to separate away from Turkey. You can see Turkey's taking the shots. Canada just harassing a lot.
Так, турки поехали умирать.
Turkey, how are you going to play this one? Rolling right in. Luna gets a good lineup into him and one low. Wow. Just absolutely demolishes Turkey.
Просто плюс 4 поинта для... О, финны въехали. Я хотел об этом говорить, но там начали эти файтиться.
I love this drop down. Oh, wow. Shimboy's got the Molotov on top of him, but using that to stop what's going on the high ground, slow it down.
Блин, Кирекси еще доформят, да?
Maybe he can get a follow-up nade to boot with it. UK sees what's happening, trying to take some shots into it, and
Мукли не смог добить.
it's just turning into a bigger mess. Japan, they're crashing the other side of Canada.
Yeah, Keenan's got to be so careful here. They need a bit of help from the other side of the road as well. Keen go down. To Keenan, he finds that kill.
На самом деле, если бы кто-то еще заходил помимо Кейна, чувак из Канады мог бы уехать в лобби.
Dealing with both Finland and Japan absolutely perfectly as they can. Keenan so aggressive, understanding the situation.
Очень плохо японцы въехали. Просто двоих не переиграли. Да куда же ты? Боже, Дигери пошел фраг, хотел доесть. Ну, здесь UK забрали игру. 100%. Если они от Аргентины каким-то чудом не начнут нокаться. Так, ребят, у нас с вами 12 лайков до соточки тем временем. Не забывайте участвовать в розыгрыше клавиатуры у нас в Телеграме. И не забывайте лайк свой ставить. Что-то Аргентина не торопится вообще что-то куда-то двигаться, что-то делать. А Вьетнам там, мне кажется, нормально еще снизу играть будет. Тут еще немец лежит. На 16-й позиции. Так, вот, наконец-то что-то начали делать ребята с Аргентины. А Пейдж спокойно сюда проезжает.
But UK has just got so many members up, and it's just fully read by Canada.
So double solo here for Finland and Canada, of course. Adam, the solo for Canada. Paige for Finland. At this point, of course, Finland are probably happy with the way that this game has transpired. They did have to send it into the buildings, which is never going to be an easy task. They have some kills. Clories. This is a chance, though, for Vietnam to maybe start to find a couple of kills. They've got 4 on the board right now.
РФ могла бы претендовать на победу, смотря кто был бы в составе.
For Vietnam to push him behind them and wipe them up.
Вы какие молодцы, 3 лайка осталось до сотки. Вьетнам. А как? Вот Аргентина так беспечно как-то, я не понимаю. Просто отпустили, ребята. Он же так мог занозить им вообще просто. Там одна граната, 2 нока сразу. Он постеснялся просто, мне кажется.
Kingdom hear shots, so they move over and see if they can now push on to Argentina.
Trying to make this move in, and with Argentina now having to look on a new angle, you can see that United Kingdom does have an angle of approach. Vietnam is still harassing to the south, and Argentina doesn't have the best sight lines to the north. They are aware of what's going on, but the way that hillside, it's just not very effective to look through. Our wouldn't be ones now getting a little bit of harassment over there. Is going to see Adams golden shift down.
Да, Аргентина, одна победа есть у них.
that just a couple of seconds before we find out where all the violence is going to be moving to. Is UK going to get lucky, or are we going to see it shift away and actually go into where pretty much no one is?
Ну все просто... Все на руку для британцев.
No one behind them. They can obviously gatekeep Argentina. Soccer's a solo. Adam and Page solos, and Vietnam down to 3.
Здоровья, я из Воронежа, а ты знаешь, что за рулем автомобиля можно стрелять только из пистолета? Знаю. Я и в игру играю 5 лет, братан. Я в ней знаю все. Хотелось бы все забыть, конечно, но все забыть и получать удовольствие. Куда поехали ребята из Аргентины?
They just get annihilated and pick up so many points.
And I wonder if maybe they were caught off by Varden Facts, who were
Какой
just a little bit more
шок!
further in front and obviously didn't give away their position.
Okay, so we've got Vietnam in the south, we've got UK in the north, but let's not forget, Zucker is still here, and he has not made a sound in, I don't know, like, since yesterday.
That's
it
true.
feels like.
And we know what solos can do. We
Yeah.
watched yesterday.
Да.
Can you imagine if Vietnam gets Vietnamed?
Whoa. Well, I mean, at this
Да.
point, obviously, Vietnam are probably the team that would maybe benefit. I think there's a chance if the UK don't sweep properly and they miss soccer, he could obviously cause some damage to them, and that would then help out Vietnam. So we'll see what happens. It's not a given at this point because of Zoka, but if the UK find him or if Vietnam find him at this point, then I think the UK win comfortably. 7 kills right now. They can obviously get a couple more, plus the win. It will put them neck and neck with Brazil.
The hillside provides a lot more movement and vision for the UK side, so that means the fact that they can spread out and get some firing angles. Vietnam does have the capability to fire back through this, but you can see that they're looking uphill into a very actively moving.
Ну чё, как думаете, есть ли какой-то шанс у Вьетнама вот с такой вот лежащей игрой? А? Как думаете?
No protection in this wide open uphill push.
Yeah, and they're playing really cautiously. Obviously keeping close to each other. You do not really, even a duo that sweeps together could easily both get double knocked and flushed, and that causes them to lose out. Now, Sapao, you may as well make the point. There might be some people that say leave him and see if he catches out the UK, but also it can go the other way. So you get rid of him, you get the kill, you guarantee second place. Now it's a 3 versus 4, and you don't have to worry about, you know, a snake
Ну
sitting
что,
in the grass.
смотрим.
So for Vietnam, it's not unwinnable, but they're heavily spread.
Вот Саки интересно, насколько хорошо он сыграть может. Да, его заметили или что? Или он начал стрелять и обосрался?
That is a strong UK front on one side of it. Michael, I think, has fed some information over and said, hey, I've spotted another one. Let's not play this one too aggressive yet. The circle is popped. We can get control over it yet again.
Yeah, really smart from Michael, holding that anchor position. So obviously there for the United Kingdom, they had essentially a 3-on-2. They get the kill, they fall back, they don't get too aggressive, knowing Cloris is throwing those nades. UK just playing this really,
Мария, ну, а кто в ликвидах-то? Никого там в ликвидах же нет.
throw this away. And also, the blue is also going to start forcing Vietnam to push. So as long as they don't get, you know, a little bit too antsy, they play patient. It's UK's game to win every day of the week. There's no way Vietnam win this.
And it's only 10 points to Brazil right now. Every single point that they can pick up, these couple of kills, getting the win is going to put them so close to Brazil. They know that. They want to play safe. They want to play it cautious.
Beautiful.
Just play it technical. Just like that. Play it easy. Get the win. And now
Даже нока не дали ребята с Вьетнама.
The best team
Даже нока не дали. Ну что, напоминаю, что розыгрыш в Телеграме. Разыгрываем клавиатуру, ребят.
On Erangel. It's their third, and their third overall here at the Nations Cup.
Ну что, буквально минут через 5 у нас начнется следующая игра, так что не теряемся. GG.
What, we saw 7, 8 teams fighting outside the circle, realizing, okay, this circle sucks. Let's just get some kills.
A wonderful, wonderful game. Now, Matt, quickly with me. Let's summon the desk. Lads.
That's right, lads. Good job, lads. I'm loving it. We have got ourselves another Great Britain win. The United Kingdom.
Так, они что, на первое место стали или нет?
And technically, Martin, that's a back-to-back.
Что-то хотел посмотреть у себя в телефоне и забыл. Вообще. Так, я пошел бриться, короче. Я быстро. 5 сек вообще. Не теряем меня. О, там показали, что у игроков под столом.
I'll say we learned on day one that when the circle goes north, the UK rises to the occasion. Oh, yeah. That circle happened again. There were some groans because I think everyone knew UK plays this very, very well, and they did. They were stuck off to the side of Canada. They made a nice move through Sev. They locked out a position that no one else had. Like, they played clean, and you saw Vietnam had traps. They were laid in the grass, waiting for them to come over the hill, and T-Bone, with some sort of magical perception, spots them and drops them.
I'll say this though, it's an extremely hard circle. There's not a lot of territory and terrain to play. There's obviously the compound in play, but we saw how many teams crashed it, and it was not the winning play for that. The way that they're able to both scout, be able to go up and say, all right, let's try to get a little bit inside the circle. They got a northern shift, then they got another northern shift, and then they started playing aggressive, pushing Argentina and making a massive play on it.
Yeah, highlights coming in from this one, and we will see throughout this just kind of how barren this area is and how choked up a lot of these teams get on the edge.
It was at the start of this thing. I want to give love to Yan Li with that bolt action drive-by. The Chinese Taipei went out a little early, but they had some big plays. Here was Canada, locked up a good compound, played aggressive defense, got a lot of kills, but ultimately Vietnam was too strong on the push.
Yeah, Vought getting a triple there in the drive-by attempt from Argentina, that was nuts. I will say though, I'm happy to see Canada step up and get this many frags, put the points on the board, and also have a good ending.
I had concerns for them when they were split across the compound the way they were, but then the way they actually dealt with the team rocking up on the eastern side, very impressive.
Well, Finland crashed, but the reality was UK was there to help. They shot down on Page. She tried to hold the back angle, played very well, and that sort of started the process of UK snowballing into such a strong performance.
And there you go, day 3, game 1, United Kingdom is able to take it. And now it's crazy because we are having this insane disparity between the performances on the battlegrounds here, Martin. UK has Erangel on lock, but Miramar is a stumbling point.
That is the question. If they're able to unlock that once you get into the later games today and tomorrow, if they're able to step up that, then they could be a contender. If they don't, I think Brazil is going to be having more consistency once we get to Miramar. But we have 3 Erangel today, so we might be able to see United Kingdom on the top once we finish.
Speak of the devil, he brought up Brazil, and Brazil did exactly what you asked at the start of the day today. You said, will they leave the door open? Will other teams catch up? They did in this one.
And here's the final moments from this game. Obviously, you know, Germany has a position where they sent one to the center. Very difficult for them to kind of make anything happen from there. But Vietnam, once again, is a constant here in the final moments, Martin.
Yeah, their consistency is absolutely insane. They're putting kills up there. They're putting placement. We're constantly seeing the late game. They are so consistent. I want to see them get some wins.
So yesterday we said I want to see what happens when they get 4 to the late game because they kept snaking in with 2. This is what happened. 7 kills and a push to second. Vietnam is quickly changing a lot of people's perception on them as a national team.
I have to agree. The narrative around this team has shifted over these 3 days. I think that's fair to say. As we take a look at the points coming in from this game, and there's no shift in the narrative for the UK because they are great.
As you're talking about, there are 24 points ahead now with 0 for Brazil, 20 for United Kingdom. It's going to be a fun top end of the leaderboard once you get started here. Now we were kind of hoping for it not to be, you know, just a one-horse race. They're just taking everything and running with it, but it's a perfect start to the day.
It won't be, though, because there's Miramar to play later.
That's true.
So, you know, that...
You don't think they're going to be able to rack up enough points here in 3 games?
To displace their shortcomings?
Exactly.
That's what they did on day 1.
I mean, yeah, it's true. I mean, at the end of it, we're like, wait, they're still 3rd. They had a rubbish time. But anyway, so that's how it looks coming in from this game, of course, and Vex will take the lead here. But I just, in general, across the whole of the UK, it was a full team affair, I think it's fair to say, for this game.
Yeah, and I think all of them survived. I don't think any of them get flushed in. I think it's so for the guys that have them on the fences, or they're going to be happy. Vex, the Welsh Dragon, obviously stepping it up and getting a lot of damage out there. That is fantastic.
And while he had a massive effects on the game, you got to also give a lot of love to the rest of the team. They did a good job on that triple push.
Что там брить-то?
Michael in the back to play defense. They were very, very smart about the way they approached that final fight against Vietnam. And you see it in the
Поэтому и быстро.
It's coming home, baby. It's coming home. I think we're just a few points shy here of a great Brazilian performance thus far.
And 2 more teams here for United Kingdom and Finland to join the triple-digit club here. 100 for Finland, 115, 4 points different, guys. This is going to be extremely exciting throughout the day.
To be fair, with Korea and China, where
Так,
they
у нас
are,
чё?
I think
У
they
нас
got caught up in that.
Бразилия сдохла без единого поинта. Британцы второе место, финны третье, корейцы еще покажут себя, и китайцы тоже на самом деле.
It was a mess, and it absolutely was. We saw Korea, the U.S., everybody was just going through there and getting absolutely massacred. That said, Korea's still on the climb, but Vietnam moving to 5th place is not only are they in 5th, they're close enough with north of 80 that they could continue to get in the top 3.
Yeah, 7 points behind Korea, then you're into the top 4, then you're really having a laugh.
No, indeed. Having a laugh for sure. And here, South Korea.
О, знаете, что надо добавить?
A lot of Iononyx fans out there. And obviously, we know that a guy like Iononyx can perform well. But, I mean, across the board here, it's been pretty spread for the team. Seoul, we know. Fantastic. Loki, we know.
Fantastic.
Even though we haven't seen much of Damwon Kia as of late in other tournaments.
I'm looking here, and I'm looking. Remind me your pick again here for Team Korea?
Lash K, he was... That's the one, yes. To be fair, you know, I think this team's still got movement up.
No. Okay, so I'm going to fantasy cut in here because that is a good pick. Because the reality is Korea has 3 really high-priced players. They're guaranteed
блин, у меня же на другом компе все.
Lash K is what you buy as a bargain pick.
The same with Monty, the same with Michael.
You buy the underrated player on the best possible team.
And there's Thailand. As you can hear the crowd cheering once again. Every single time a knock or kill comes in, the crowd goes wild. And it's exciting to see the spirit behind the team.
And you can see the players time and time again. They put in good plays, they make it happen, and they get at least good fights.
And then we get over here to my pick. Team Thailand Norns, 41%. They've had a rough time so far, but I know Norns is able to put the Fantasy League points on the board, but also been able to put general points on the board for them. It's been a little bit rough. I want to see them continue, though, because they're taking interesting fights. They're taking clever fights, but they're getting third-party time and time again.
But they're getting better. Yet the first day or so, we saw a lot of golf claps when Thailand would go out. But now we're getting a lot of cheers as they're getting their knocks. They're starting to get those kills, and they are getting their feet under them.
Definitely so. Here, just a few more moments before we actually get into this next game. And coming in,
надпись розыгрыша, но она...
Ладно,
в описании придется добавить.
Extremes here, there, and everywhere.
Give me the Pachinki ending here, just to get American jump started.
Let's get it going then. It is game number 2.
Блин, я засвеченный из-за того, что света до хрена нафиг. Так, следующая игра у нас, походу, начинается.
Yeah, second match of the day coming your way. Erangel once again, and with that we maybe expect more UK dominance. They'll need it if they want to take that top spot away from Brazil. The lads on the desk mentioned it, Matt, of course, Miramar, not the home for the UK, so they really do need to have these big games.
Yeah, I mean, this is the opportunity, right? Everything's
Так,
down
где там моя картинка?
You want to try to secure as many points as you can. UK, you're now
Wow.
catch up to Brazil. They finally had their trip, their stumble. Can you exploit it? Now, Brazil, what type of mental do you have? We've been talking about. They consider themselves blessed. They've been having fun. Now, can they rebound after a 0-point game?
Не то не сё, да? Что-то непонятно.
And obviously for Brazil, you probably don't expect them to have like another 0, or at least if they do, probably not that many more of them. So you know they're going to come back
не
to
то
it.
двигаю.
When we talk about, you know, the United Kingdom being very good on Erangel and then honestly quite poor on Miramar, Brazil's been good on both, but also the best on Miramar, right? So you have to keep that in mind, even if we see the scores at the top of the standings get really close, and that's great, that's fun. You know
Куда засунуть вам эту фигню?
Again, puts the emphasis on honestly all of the teams. United Kingdom, you know, Korea, Australia, Finland, all those teams, and even now Vietnam interfere to do well here on Erangel. Well, they can. United Kingdom dropping down 3 wins on Erangel, though, Matt. They have been.
Сейчас в описании еще надо добавить теперь.
They can do it once again.
Keeping an eye out, Brazil does look like they're landing much safer. Chinese Taipei is still pretty close to them, so not too scary this time around. Yanli and Sparking are close enough to each other, and there you go. We have now not gone hard shifted into Milita Power. We're not up around shooting range. We didn't get the Pachinki that the desk wanted, but this is still a pretty fun location, all considered.
Yeah, certainly.
Меньше сделать? Да куда? Куда меньше-то?
Those matches, by the way, that's from the first 11 matches, so benefiting the most from that.
what has Nation Cup done to me? I'm now cheering for a regular circle. Me. I'm cheering for, like, I'm usually like Hilarious over there with his evil laugh every single time they talk about UK. Where you hear that?
Sorry. Какого
Every
хрена?
single time a stat was mentioned. No bias.
No, certainly not. Look, honestly, I think sometimes you do need
Я
to
в описание добавлю.
calamity of those more interesting circles, and we get one here, of course. Looking at the previous match, Glorious, I'm assuming he's going to hit it. Nice headshot with the M24 and does so onto Adam. That was pretty early on in that last match. Of course, as we know, though, things turned out pretty well for Canada in that game. They were pretty content with how things... And
Canada.
You know, you're hitting these headshots, Matt, but not able to convert them into kills.
Yeah, I mean, with the range, it's no surprise.
Все, теперь я доволен. Погнали.
I'm a simple man. Give me bolty shots, dude. They're just so good. Feel so good.
Glorious on our screen now, arguably the best player on Vietnam.
19 фрагов за 11 игр Бразилия застилила. Чепухи. Ну вообще. Так, у нас с вами... Сейчас пойдет 4-я минута игры. Нет мертвых на карте. Все с кайфом играют. Слизан тут, слайзен, крысит, жулик.
I'm kind of worried though because we do have Argentina's Silzen that is very close to Australia, and I'm not certain that anybody is expecting this.
Yeah, and this is a little bit strange.
Думаете, дождется он, нет? Мне кажется, там мужчина должен... ну он... он, походу, не подозревает даже, что тут у него кто-то есть. Да, обалдеть. Тот даже не шарит, что у него кто-то здесь есть. Сейчас будет пожарочка.
Out of all the ways to die, to be walking around in bunker surrounded by your teammates, and then there's a rat that's just gonna come out of nowhere and get you. He's even gonna deliver him a way to escape on the motorcycle. Silzen's gonna get it easy. And Monty is probably throwing out so many cuss words.
Yeah, and honestly, full credit to Silzen there. That's called doing your homework. That's called understanding the way that a team and a player is going to be looting.
Мне он так расстроился, наверное, это вообще.
A strong mental, because I would be throwing my headset and running away and
Don't bang the desk. That can get you in trouble. Argentina though is coming.
Я просто представляю, как чел расстроился.
It is navigated right between the separation that we can see between Tiggleton and Luke. Luke's all the way up at Mansion. Tig's still playing those.
Это у нас статистика за прошлую игру, да?
So Argentina is actually going to be able to come and reinforce this.
Yeah, we're looking at kill leaders from our last match, match 11.
У Фекса 800 дэмэджа, 3 килла, блин, бедолага.
From Fex, 784 damage. The clear front runner of this group of players in terms of the kills from the previous match.
See, this is why we're friends. I like kills, but damage tells a lot to me. Like, I'm going to call out Keenan. I love you, boy, but 4 kills, 300 damage compared to, I don't know,
You call Keenan out, but not Page?
Well, okay, Page counts too. But
Вот по такой стратегии в PUBG самый сильный игрок в мире может отлететь за 5 секунд от самого слабого игрока в мире. Понимаете? Это такой жанр. Такая игра.
Well, that's why it's a team game, though, at the end of the day. And obviously, kills, when you look at the number, the statistic...
И я в это играю уже 5 лет. Если не 6. А, так уже 6.
Obviously, now we look at Japan, and as a team, we spoke about them greatly yesterday, where they had a very, very good day yesterday.
No, get that doll off the screen. Don't like it. I do not like that.
Шестой год пошел.
They had a pretty decent start as well in match 11. We saw them. They were one of the teams of the cluster of teams towards the southwest. They didn't get too engaged in it. They were able to just pick apart, get a couple of kills, and generally play pretty well. So they've been a team, maybe like China, for example, that has been able to do better as.
Кадр хороший, топ-5, а шестым шаман с розыгрышем. Нет, русских нету. СНГ не представлено на турнире в этот раз из-за напряженности в регионе.
When we're looking at this, Brazil, UK, Finland have just been destroying the leaderboard. That means the rest of this is a lot more compacted. 1 or 2 good games, and suddenly you find yourselves in a very good spot trying to contest into a much better position.
Так, а что там у нас? На клавиатуру претенденты не увеличиваются в Телеграме, не понял.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot that really teams are going to be able to have early on, even into, honestly, phase 3 for that matter. I don't expect much to happen until about maybe phase 4. As we look at Argentina, they too, kind of like Japan, China, ironically all 7, 8, 9 on the leaderboard have been able to probably do well as the event has gone on and really get a feel for the event and start to find their way. Canada maybe too as well, kind of similar, where they've been able to have some good moments as we've kind of progressed through the first 10 matches. Now, of course, into match 11 and 12 for the first 2 games today. And look, benefiting Sills and the Shelter.
Блин, ну как можно было так это... У меня никогда не хватало терпения вот так вот сидеть крысить.
You know, that's talk about imagination and understanding what another team's doing and how to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean...
В смысле конкурентов зовешь? Это моя основная цель. Набрать как можно больше людей. Алло. Конкурентов, говорит, зовешь. Так, если Виталий выиграет, не отдам ему клаву. Отправлю ему реально футболку какую-нибудь свою. Грязную. Да базаришься там. Этот чувак, Адам, похож на блогера из России, который постановки всякие снимал с тёлками в машине. Боже, как его? Ауди у него была какая-то, ТТ или А8, или Р8, или что-то. Нет, скорее всего, просто ТТ. Боже, как он? Я забыл. Пропал куда-то он. У которого еще суд какой-то был. Сколько матчей всего будет на турнире? Всего будет 20 матчей. Сегодня мы закончим на 15-м. Завтра еще 5, завтра финальный день. Афоня, о, точно, точно. Похож на него.
Australia is going to be posted up to their northern position, but to the south, they do have Chinese Taipei, they do have Thailand, and they still do have Brazil, who's managed to navigate into this, but playing along right up next to the coast.
Блин, вот этот поц, ну сколько ему лет? Ну вот сколько? А этому сколько? Они же вообще очень выглядят... Кто это, Вьетнам? Надо на Википедии посмотреть, сколько лет Вьетнаму. Так, подождите. PUBG National Cup 2022. Так. Вьетнам. Один 2000 года рождения, второй 2001 года рождения, 2001 года рождения, 2002 года рождения. Понятно нахрен.
Well, 5 seconds away now from phase 2. And that was wonderful from you, Matt, of course. Thank you very much for that. Bacon, and you get the shift.
А чё? А чё? О, а чё? Не понял. Бразилия берет матч? Блин, я не... Бразилия где? Бразилия у нас Мильту лутала или что? Они в прошлые игры Мильту лутали.
Korea making a slight move. Australia are already on the move. We got Finland, UK to the east of it. To the west, we can see that's already going to be Canada, China, as well as Indonesia, all making their moves. Vision now starting to come in. Germany making a push to the center.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. В итоге влетели. Ойл удирает. Сбил сам себя. Ойл что-то быканул.
Saved it. He finds an angle. Germany kind of doing okay to salvage this a little bit.
It's rough, but they're trying to get their feet under them. They are finding it and do get a knock. Pains makes up for it, gets the knock on to Savior. Looks like we're starting to balance this one back. Leo, though, still has such a dirty angle with all of these nades he can unload. If he connects onto anything, it's going to be bad problem. At range, that firefight that's going to be going on is nothing to be concerned with. That's too far away for things to be happening.
Да они уже поднялись, я не понимаю, для чего им этот файт в итоге. Двоих ног, это хорошо. Ойла в нокке. Нокнули. Один Зоцер остался, но немцы очень слабые. Я не знаю. Немцы прям максимально слабые. Все, он умер.
Everybody knows to look this direction, so you're pretty much doomed. He is going to go down. Now, we do have a big fight that's going on to the west.
Ужас просто.
It's going to be a big mix-up between Japan and Turkey, but at range, it's also going to have USA. It's coming in. Luna!
Да как он чуть двоих не перестрелял?
Yeah, Turkey still had the numbers though, so
Обалдеть.
I think it was Quetpa that was still there as well. They'll get the revive. Quetpa heals up, so 3 for Turkey, 3 for Australia too. Remembering back, of course, they lost Monty to Silzen in Shelter. Not a bad circle as well for Australia, and this is the kind of game where they've got good position, but they of course had that snake of Silzen inside of Shelter that really threw a spanner in the works for the rest of this game. We'll see what they can do.
Блин, слушайте, китайцы уже так-то на уровне Австралии. Хотя мы бы не сказали, что Австралия так плохо прям разыгрывала, да? Как китайцы, по крайней мере, в первых играх. И чё, а вот зачем тогда нужен был этот нок, если ты потом убежал, нокнул?
As well as Luke, so that's why he's not overcommitting into this. Just smart play. See if you can get some damage, all considered. Now, is going to be able to get away with that one, and this is a weird storm brewing over here with Korea and Australia being so close to each other.
Yeah,
Для чего этот риск?
Thing to take note there, but Luke not only getting that down, that doesn't matter, but he gets information that that position is not safe. He's getting shot at by Korea, so they obviously can't just push up to the top of that ridge, hold there, and then look to push over. So obviously for now they've got the buildings. Quepa actually leads out.
Блин, а почему она у меня не скрывается? Сори. Конечно могу, братан.
The revive after getting the down and then running away. So nice little result there for Australia. 5 seconds away though from phase 3. Do we head back down towards farm and continue to the south? We do so in fact, and this is a big circle map for Thailand. The hometown crowd is loving it.
Следующая зона от воды будет. Плюс-минус. Куда-то сюда уйдет. Блин, слишком я много показал, да? Германия, говорит, распадется после финала. Куда распадется? Это и так все команды сборная солянка. Это не постоянные стаки, это просто сборная солянка. Это сборная страны. Чуваки из разных команд.
There's still a couple of buildings over towards Snake as well that are available for teams to send it into, and not a bad spot for this particular circle. Of course, Farm is already, very much taken. You got Vietnam, you got Chinese Taipei, Thailand out towards the southwest of Farm too. So there's not really a whole lot of real estate there. So for all these teams playing out onto the edge now, you look at Australia, Canada, even Korea, and the United States all on the northern side. It's going to be very difficult in the late game if this keeps going south.
Deserved a point for that one. That was a nice little trick to make as these
Китайцы едут.
Now going to be running by Indonesia. RDK is going to go ahead and feed that bar a lot of bullets, but not going to feed too much of them over into the vehicle of China so they can continue their rotation. Brazil did make a move over to the east, so that means the fact that the area that China is going to be...
У китайцев так-то все впереди чисто вообще, они с кайфом будут играть.
Yeah, actually, just seen that all the way up towards Shelter. I had to look and see where they actually are currently located, and I think the reason why you've got to be concerned for them here is they've got Australia.
На фоне моего розыгрыша другая реклама периодически. Козлы со своей рекламой, а?
Finland can really do without pushing through a team unless they just send it towards the center and hope that that rotation works out for them. No one gets knocked down through what will be, I would imagine, a barrage of shots on them. Again, there's nothing in farm now. Snake, pretty occupied, but still a couple of buildings there. So everyone else.
Я не вижу, у меня там мелко. Может и неровно. Неровно. Короче, все, феншуй, ничего не знаю.
Seeing an opportunity, wants to go for it, but is getting harassed by Australia continuously. Has to make the stop for it. So, starting to have to move out. I like this. Just pick up the player, move away from it. But Finland did get vision on what was going to be happening with Korea. Does get a knock onto
А Локи, походу, спасут? Хотя это финны, они не должны давать подымать.
Yeah, but it's still a really big knock because it allows Finland to just push forward. Korea's not now going to be in a position where they can really do.
А, Пейджа нокнули, теперь могут, наверное, поднимать, ехать.
Australia just bullying everybody around them.
Very detrimental though for Finland. They had that little moment where they had the advantage against Korea.
Не дополз Локи, к сожалению.
Finland, farm circle again confirmed, and arguably, I'm gonna say it, Matt, the
Ну,
best
сейчас
chance this entire
сюда бразильцы заедут, если UK не заедут. Да, Бразилия уже в тачке садится, но Майкл тоже туда едет вроде.
Into their direction along
У меня камера не лагает?
itself, and looks like they've opted away from that one, gonna step away. Canada, though, now firmly gate-kept. To the east of them, they have that Finland. Korea skirmish.
Смэш отъехал.
Just gonna roll through.
Ну, китайцы тут... О, задавили своего, по-моему, нет? Не задавили. Бразилию в итоге не пустили, да, реально туда только... Туда Майка заехал, и все, они туда больше не сунулись. Они очкошники! Как вообще они первый плейсмент занимают сейчас? Эх, не пошло. Фишер сейчас может выбить кого-то. И выбьет, походу.
The team inside of the Wizzy Tower, and Canada just keep going as far as they can possibly go.
There's nowhere to go, though. They've got Thailand in front of them. They've got China in front of them. Every single place that they go, they've got bullets.
Канада сейчас умрет.
They're trying to feel this one out, just letting their bodies explode as they're making their approach, and there's just nowhere to stop. How are they still?
Они в яме не смогут жить. Убьют их.
It's though only going to be the two of them.
Ужас, финны тоже должны умирать.
Oh, well, maybe not.
Massive nade, Vard with the headshot onto Shimboy, and the UK are now just 2 points away from top spot here for the PUBG Nations Cup. This is another chance for them.
Финны умрут тут 100%. Они слишком рано сюда приехали. На таких таймингах нельзя туда ехать.
Yeah, we can see that Finland's been hunkered down. Korea is taking shots, but Korea is not inside the safe zone yet. They're going to have to make a move. Australia is also to the east of, or the west.
Хотя корейцы уезжают. А, так там целый дом свободный еще.
This whole area is fairly open. Australia, though, making a much more bold roam, doing the exact same thing that Canada did. Gonna separate, go right past Argentina's Fisher.
Люк умер.
Into the opposite side, but it's gonna be Shrimzy that knocks into Luke 12, getting some vengeance for what happened earlier. Tiggleton making the stop, and hey, they're gonna be able to survive here for now.
Yeah, but they're still gonna just get peppered away. They're gonna lose their vehicles. They have to throw out smokes. They can only, of course, buy time momentarily. 19 minutes gone. The best hope for them will be the teams that are essentially shooting at them may have to move phase 5. That could then slow down the damage. They basically need a northwestern shift here for phase 5 if they're going to be able to do anything. Right now, though, we see Korea on the rotation heading down towards the United Kingdom.
Yeah, they managed to make their rotation fairly easy. No surprise. Circle does pop. Still favors Finland. Argentina in a good position. Remember, Vietnam.
Корейцам играть некуда.
Now much more awkward. UK, Brazil. Now you're going to have to make some bolder choices. UK
Бразилия сейчас отъедет нахрен. Без поинтов. Они что-то... Так себе отыгрывают вторую игру уже. Умер Тиглсон тоже. О!
Gets a friendly bounce away from Tiggleton, but yeah, the pressure mounting, and it's good to see the United States on the front foot being aggressive against the best player in North America. They take him out. Australia gone in 12.
Американцы вполне могут эту игру выиграть.
Not even in the safe zone though. UK's got a sight line on them, and that's gonna feed a kill over to a team they do not want to feed anything to. Aware of it. The car's just not giving them cover they need. That's 2 people down. If those 2 go down, guess what? UK is.
Ребятам из Бразилии надо было убивать китайцев, иначе никак.
Blow up the Darcy, it'll flip away, surely, and yeah, you're correct, they will be able to not only tie them, but I think with this game, the UK should be sole top spot when it's all said and done. one. They get rid of LFP1 and Sparking. The United Kingdom are so close to that top spot. Tied now. Nurin for Thailand. This is where they need to start finding some kills. Start getting some points. The home crowd. What's gonna be like when they find a...
Они боятся драться, понимаете? Они так ездят по карте, потому что они боятся файтиться. Все, потеряли какую-то уверенность. Им не везет, и они не могут ничего показать. Так, Чайнас, давайте, корейцы, давайте, двигайте там Великобританию и финнов. Сейчас посмотрим. Корейцы в итоге встали там в ямку, живые, нормально, хорошо у них все.
Able to move away from it, but the pressure's still mounting. It's his last one. The underarm. Don't see anyone close though for Chinese time. Oh, what a throw over, but Glory's inside. Yanli holding.
Финны сейчас чуть-чуть подформят, наверное.
This is just such an awkward fight, all considered. Chinese Taipei is very aware of the fact that they can be shot from alternate angles, so they don't want to overcommit anything that's happening. UK did make their rotation to the south of this, but that...
Как всегда, болею за наших. Это за кого ты там болеешь? За китайцев, что ли?
Finally does connect, and it's just demolishing them, trying to now rally. Vehicles have managed to land, finding a couple of angles, and this is also going to be Indonesia.
Вот это должны были делать бразильцы. То, что сейчас происходит с китайцами, это сейчас делает Британия, но должны были делать бразильцы.
Good read on that.
Massive play from Glory's. The flashback the other way. I think there was a nade being thrown there, and now
Индонезия тут еще вышли, конечно, жопошники. Все, китайцы, дай.
He's somehow still alive, but it's not going to be for too much longer. That one's going to run it just a touch too far. Ming Ming just clinging to life. Finally going to go down. Indonesia's going to pick those up.
Братская могилка. Дальше надо ребятам из Индонезии убить UK. Первый нок — это хорошо. Вьетнам убивает Тайвань. Корея остались вдвоем. Тем временем China No. 1 отправляется в лобби. Ребята из Соединенного Королевства выносят Индонезию без шансов просто. Как детей. Тай выходит, пытаются фармить. Финны подъехали прямо под Аргентину, уже 2 нока получили. Получает Кюрекси еще от корейцев. Майкл в ноке. Одного потеряли уже. Майкл в ноке. Вард загорелся. Вард сгорел. Остался Тибон в кустиках, да? Или кто там остался?
They leave it alone. I guess the shots from the USA up to the north of this because while the was contesting up against USA.
Эти ребята с вышки там херачат.
Argentina, and guess what? We're going to see another team. Vietnam has the same idea, running right into Argentina's position.
Is this the game for the United States of America? Balmont with the knockdown onto A-Twin. Of course, Shimsy's up there as well. He will be able to get the revive.
Корейцы идут душить Аргентину. Уже тут никого. Сзади от Индонезии получает Иноникс. Иноникс! Живи, скотина! Хорош. Как же ты молодец, хорош.
And Onyx just charged that with no fear. Him and Lash K to the south of this. Thailand still strong, going to be to the south. We still have one member. Oh, actually, we have several members up right now.
Ну, в Тай я не верю 100%. В принципе, эту игру должны забирать американцы.
As USA pretty close to them, does get spotted out, is going to go down, and now we've got a top 4. USA going to be looking into Korea's.
Ай, Иноникс еще нокнулся.
Inonix gone. Janku finds a kill onto Lash K.
Отвратительно. Отвратительно. Корея.
And the United Kingdom, who still have 2 players alive, Matt, and now a 10-point lead.
Тут еще он Варда поднял.
Erangel games count and doing it so well.
USA wants a win so bad, but I don't think that they realize about how much hated they're going to be if they win this. Thailand wants this victory so bad. This audience wants
Так, ребят, не забываем прожать свой лайк. Кому интересно поучаствовать в розыгрыше клавиатуры, тоже залетайте в Телеграм. Нажимайте кнопочку «Участвовать». В Телеграме можно за мной последить, кому интересно.
Honestly take over the entire circle. Basically look at the minimap and it's just all USA inside of this phase 7 circle. Thailand are going to need a miracle if they can win this game in front of the home crowd, but honestly, considering the way the tournament's been going so far for them, Matt, I think they'll just take top 3 and be happy with the way things have gone here so far on day 3.
They've got a 10-point lead over Brazil. They have been massively climbing as Brazil just cannot find a point on the day. Hopefully, maybe that'll change whenever we look over to Miramar. T-Bone trying to make some type of move, but Thailand just says screw it.
Ребята из Таиланда пошли закрывать. Куда ты за синьку-то выехал, алкаш?
The issue is USA sees it. Pop knocks another one down, and now Thailand's just got 2 members up, and they've got a hellacious run ahead of them.
Yeah, nothing is stopping the United States right now. 4 players.
Ну, какую-то глупость они сделали. Типа, они на самом деле могли подъехать в ЛГ. Американцы плохо стреляют. У них справа есть ЛГ. Почему они туда не играют? Что они делают? Я не понимаю просто. Алкаши какие-то. Кого понабрали по объявлению пабгерах хреновых. Что это вообще за разыгровка больная какая-то? Ужас просто, я в шоке. Они просто как в паблике куда-то полетели на тачке. Чат, я негодую, капитально вообще негодую. Аргентина, алкаши. Подбухичи вообще. Ой, Аргентина, говорю, Индонезия, да, или кто там был? Кто там был? А, Тайвань там... Подожди, Таиланд там был.
That's right, a roster that
Ужас.
is made for it. We've got USA getting themselves the win, baby, here in game number 2. I got Toffies as well as Avenger here to talk about this one. But you know what, Toffies? It's your time. Let's go.
Let's go. USA, about time, man. They finally woke up, and then they did what when we watched that game, I was like, oh, man, how cool would it be if they went up on top of the tower? And they did it. They did it. They did it. They got the win. They got the plays. They positioned well.
Так, у нас следующий будет Эрангель, и дальше уже Мирамары. Так что еще одна карта будет Эрангель. Небольшой перерыв после этой игры должен быть. Ну, 5 минут опять же. И продолжим. Пока у вас есть время на Телеграм подписаться, лайк поставить. Все, я отвлекусь. Мне что-то жарко, капец как.
Happy to see, but this is massive for America. This is exactly the kind of game they needed to step it up, and now they can go out, they can celebrate, they get the moral up high, and they're practically getting 80% more points now than their total for this one game.
The key's in the ignition, they're revving it now. So let's get that motor going as we take a look at the highlights here from this game. And it was crashes galore. This tower, of course, becomes impactful towards the later stages of the game.
And you know, they had to dig Australia out of there. They had to fight off teams to get that position. They managed to do it. And once they earned that spot, all it was watching the rest of the match unfold. The reality is Thailand found a good position. Then they got aggressive. They
I love that.
This is what I think happened is they knew that they weren't necessarily going to win against that position of the States. And so they pushed and got the point.
Guarantee second.
Exactly, because if UK had a bit more smokes, they could have kind of get their way into the circle and they would have been a weird 3-way fight. They wanted to ensure the kill points and the placement extra point that are getting from second place. So I'm really happy to hear and see the home turf advantage really coming into effect here.
Game 2 of day 3, the United States of America is able to pick up their first of the tournament here for the PUBG Nations Cup 2022. And not too much movement in general from them. The UK actually had to move a lot down towards the bottom as they started all the way up in Kameshki, I believe, actually.
They had to hustle to get to where they got to. They did get a lot of points out of it. They played the map well, though, so we know that.
Yeah, and in general, also, I'm happy to see that we're getting this somewhat normal circle after our absolutely insane circles here in Erangel so far.
I mean, we've been asking for a middle circle or something I mean, I've been.
There it is.
I mean, I was burning incense last night saying, please stop with the crazy.
You were asking for it because we obviously have the USA looting sender, so they're going to have a bit more advantage. Now, have a sender circle, and if they win. So I'm kind of hoping for more of that. If we get the next one somewhat center as well, it would be good times.
It's a nice conversion. Here's how the things play out in the later stages. Of course, US have the tower position. It's funny because I assumed that maybe Thailand would completely decimate UK's position earlier than this, but because of that tower, because of the position they had, I think you lost Nurins in that moment.
Yeah, I have Nurins on my team, and unfortunately he went out, but how the circle shaped up and the amount of control that USA was able to take from the tower position, they pushed everybody away and controlled that area in general.
And with you, it's just so rare to play that spot, but if you get two people up there so that you get the safe res every time, we saw that actually play out. And the reality is, the U.S., when they showed up today, they said, Toffees, we could maybe still do it, but we're going to have to get like 15 points a game. Well, 22 is a good jumping off point.
They'll take it, they will, and as you can see, Argentina and Thailand also getting themselves big points. I think there is a slight problem, though, for people that the UK still then gets double digits here, Toffees.
Well, it's a slight problem, but at least they're not getting first. At least they're not running away with even more. Because we're only one game away from a shift to the desert, where we know that the United Kingdom doesn't seem to know how to play it.
We can't handle the heat. I can't handle the heat.
That's true, yeah. It's the lush area of Erangel that you love. The rain that you see all the time. Then you go over to something complete desert, you're not going to be able to recognize it. But Shrimpsy here, good to see him, Toffees.
You know, he's a player that I don't think gets some of the props that he deserves. He's often sort of this third man on the Sonics roster, but he is an incredible player, incredibly strong as a teammate, and here we see 41% of the kills in that match.
After having interviews with him as well, Martin, a real mind for the game, I think is fair to say for Shrimpsy.
I love Shrimpsy. In general, his personality, his view of the game, the way he approaches his mechanical skill, he's a grinder, he puts in the hours, he puts in the kind of efficiency into always making sure he gets the most out of it. But guys, 10 points lead to Brazil for United Kingdom. Wow. Brazil had 119 points when we started today. 2 games done, 119 points still.
It was a foregone conclusion, gentlemen. The UK, #1 here, now taking it over. Brazil has had a bit of a hard time these 2 games.
Yeah, they have struggled a little bit. I saw you doing quick math, so what do you got?
I'm just looking here. China, 80 points up to Korea, 93, so 13 points different. A little bit of a middle pack forming. Then you have Argentina, 18 points from 7th to 8th there. But look at what you say, 55, 7 points up to the top 8.
Yep. I also want to point out, China and Australia came in as teams that we thought would start to shake things up today. Teams have done a great job of locking China down. And then that last match, Australia fought the U.S. for that spot. Had they won that, it would have been a very different story, and Australia would be back probably up in the top 4.
Very easy to say, though. Still a lot of games to go and still a lot to play for here. 3 more games today, 5 more games tomorrow. Everything can still shake up, Martin, in 8.
Yeah, honestly, the way that we have America starting now here, this was somewhat the last chance of them. Otherwise, they're not going to have even if they have a good running, it's going to be a hard time getting into the top 3.
All right, gents, time for a break. When we return, we have one more Erangel here as the UK have taken the lead.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Hello, PUBG esports fans. This is Shrimzy from Team USA. Nice to meet you guys.
What's up, esports fans? Bro, I'm not saying PUBG. PUBG. Yo, what's up, PUBG esports fans? This is Team USA. Milo, leave me alone. Look at the dog. Hey, what's up, guys? This is Kickstart. I'm representing Team USA, and I just wanted to say what's up.
I think bringing together some of the best players in the US is definitely going to be exciting. I don't want to give away too many of our strategies, but yeah, you should just definitely watch and be prepared to see what we're going to do.
This is the best of the best of every region. It's going to be insane. Like, I can't believe I'm going to be there and participating in it, and I can't wait. You're going to pick USA, right? Right.
I really hope that we can do you guys proud at PNC 2022 for the USA team. Thank you guys so much.
USA doesn't need a slogan. I mean, we're going to dominate. Okay, what did I just do? What did I just do?
Oh. Hello. I think this is like completely comparable to cold sauna in Finland. So it's like sauna all the time here when you're outside.
Yeah.
It's that hot.
Honestly, I just want to go back inside and go in the cold. It's too hot here.
Oh, look who it is! What's up?
Hello,
Paige
boys.
and Diggory from Team Finland and my FaZe Clan teammate Diggory. How's it going?
I mean, it's pretty cool, at least. I can't wait to absolutely destroy Paige. It's going to be fantastic.
It definitely will.
It definitely will.
Finland's going to get smashed by UK.
I think it's going to be Finland favorite against UK. There was a tournament before we traveled to Thailand, and of course, Team Finland dominated UK there. So UK garbage, yes. Yeah.
Finland garbage.
No.
Yeah. Finland trash.
PNC, let's go.
Woo.
Ooh. Okay. It's actually pretty beautiful. It is a really beautiful venue.
They should hang like a banner off with like me on it. Like a big banner. You can just see me.
Oh, it's so hot. Can we go back in the side?
Oh.
Oh, food. We're getting food. Ooh. Oh, papayas are good, I think. Anyone dig in?
I'm going in.
I think it's pretty good. Surprisingly good with a spicy salad.
It's a bit spicy.
Yeah, it's kind of spicy. Ooh, shrimp.
Are you ready to taste?
Okay, we do it at the same time.
All at the same time, boys.
Wait.
There you go.
Okay.
It's good.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, then how do you even eat that? You just take it and Oh!
Is it good?
I would say the first one was better.
Yeah.
Yo.
That's like a
Chicken curry.
crab curry.
What is this white one?
Crab, onion.
Yeah, onion, that's what I was. The curry makes it so good. Everything with curry is tonkatsu, curry chicken, la tonkatsu.
Yeah.
I ate tonkatsu yesterday. It's so good.
Tom yum. Yum. Yeah. Load this up. Good. It's good? Oh, it's spicy. It's spicy?
Spicy. One more try. Is there meat in it?
Last year Finland come last place, so what do you think you're going to do different this time?
This time, at least minimum UK will be below us, so 15, okay? And UK 16.
What are you going to do differently?
I mean, I don't know because I didn't play on the last PNC, so I cannot really answer the question.
Nothing different. What's it going to feel like to be like losing to Team UK?
I mean, that's as your own fantasy. Yeah, that's your fantasy.
It's going to happen. The only thing we do is like we camp them on the bridge. They get really mad, and then they play work. So we're camping the bridge every time.
My goal is to win the whole tournament. Obviously, I think if your goal is not to win the tournament, I don't know what you're doing here. And the only thing is important is winning.
I would say like my personal goal is definitely top 5 in Team UK. Now we've got a better roster than last time, so I really feel like we can do it. Yeah, I think that would be my goal, and I'm really excited to play.
Fighting!
Let's go, guys.
Let's get at it.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm going to be playing for Team United Kingdom and Nations Cup.
Super excited to be participating in PNC 2022.
Like everyone's going to be good players in the tournament, so just whoever has the best team player is going to be coming out on top. I feel like it's going to be us.
I think everyone on the team is like really good individually, like everyone can wear their gunfights. I think that's like one of the main strengths of our team, and I think we all
Так, чат, у нас с вами экватор, а это значит, пора расчехлять какую-то дрянь. Сегодня у меня новая дрянь. Сколько игр осталось? 3? 2 игры, к сожалению, ты пропустил. За кого ты болел? Это у тебя надо спросить, за кого ты болеешь-то? А чё, опять какую-то хрень показывать будут? Нет?
United States are winners at last. It's taken them until day 3 to get a chicken dinner. A team that has been doing a lot of winning though, and has now done so on all 3 days. Of course, the United Kingdom, they've stolen the show.
Вот везет вам, можно сходить покушать. Хотя я тоже сейчас могу покушать. Я спину поберег, полежал, пошел 10 минут.
I'm not gonna lie to you, coming into today's games, Paperthin and I, we sat out back, we talked about how Miramar, we've always had the exciting games on Miramar. Erangel tends to be a little more stale. these two first matches on Erangel today, when you had the pleasure of casting them, Xenox, they were absolutely insane, and I'm just hyped to see what this last game is going to bring us.
Well, maybe Matt was like the special sauce of giving us those games, and maybe you'll be the curse. Maybe we'll go back to shooting range. We'll see what happens. Either way, though, it's so exciting.
Смэш пушинка просто.
Battle at the top, right? It's never fun to see one team run away with it, and by halfway through day 3, you're like, okay, we know who's going to win it. Right now, still got absolutely no idea who's going to be taking home that wonderful trophy here for this event. But as we know, 2 games down for Brazil, 0 points. Now, surely that's not going to continue.
You wouldn't expect so. With how they've been formed across both maps over the tournament so far.
Меня спина подводит уже как лет 5.
I like seeing them having those bad games now. If they started off like that, sometimes teams can have a harder time bouncing back. They came up to a good start. Now a little bit of a slump to the start of today. Now I want to see them bounce back here in game 3.
We just saw Finland on our screen. Now they've been a very, very good team on Miramar.
Без стрима, потому что спина болит.
Back. So obviously only one more game to go on Erangel for them. They've been picking up some points.
Вот надо в Телеграме следить за мной.
Into the final 2 games today, and then the start of tomorrow, they're still being contention.
Все бы знал, ничего бы не спрашивал.
Don't always go out and do things flashy, but if they can get 6-7 points every single game, regardless of how they get it, if they continue to accumulate those points, they will sit up in the top of the other things. And as you said, only those 2 really top performer games for them, but the games that haven't been those 2, they've been good overall as well.
Now, very quickly, I had a podcast with Paper, I had a podcast with Matt, and it seems like I might have a podcast with yourself, Toby.
What? I guess that's what we're in for. I thought I was blessed. I thought I was gonna go clean slate all the way through the event, but no, we are having some PC issues as it seems. And you know what? You're in for a thrill here.
Чувак, естественно, я полностью уже обследовался, но ты что в самом деле? Нет, сижу 5 лет терплю.
And I know that we've got one more game to go there, but Miramar's quite interesting because while Erangel, of course, there's the dominance of the United Kingdom, everyone else is quite evenly spread. But on Miramar, it's basically Brazil and Finland, and then everyone else is like 20 points.
I feel like the Miramar games we've seen so far, despite having a pretty good variety in circles,
Так, я не понял, мы начинаем или что?
Impressive to me that it's the same teams that tend to come out on top. Usually, the more variety we get in terms of the circles, we also see a much bigger spread in top performers. But I think it also just adds to the. I mean, we see it on the leaderboard. There are just
920 вебки у всех.
completely different cylinders to the rest of them.
Yeah, certainly. So, and look, obviously, we've spoken a lot about the United Kingdom. We've spoken, of course, about Brazil, Finland, but the United States. They won the last game. Finally, they've made their way to the PUBG Nations Cup. It took them until day 3, but good signs for them, pushing, getting a couple of kills, decent positioning. I mean, it wasn't exactly a circle feed for them. They did have to move around a little bit. Ultimately, a good game from them. And honestly, it makes us sad because this is kind of what we expected.
Смотрите, у них там уже время 50 минут. Что это? И чувак в лобби.
I mean, very high on my potentials of winners of the tournament overall. And yesterday, we saw how China came out, finally getting things going. And I said, don't sleep on China. I mean, yes, they can start off.
Нифига у них там время до старта. 50 минут.
Like, you don't want to go up against them at all. USA can be the same way. They have some absolutely insane fraggers on their team. Once the synergy is there, once the momentum gets going on their behalf, when they're feeling it, they can be equally dangerous.
Well, I mean, what's the limit for them, though? I think top spot, arguably out of reach. It's about 70-something points. Probably not enough games to go.
Мог бы я крутить подальше от микрофона?
I do say that now. I'll stand by that one. Don't worry about it. Maybe top 5 finish would still be something they can achieve.
It's reachable. I mean, again, we've seen them
Николай,
have absolutely insane days.
не понимаю, а что? Мне кажется, вполне приятный звук. А что ты хочешь слышать? Я просто раздражает, как мой хруст, или что?
129 total points now through our 12 matches. 10-point lead over Brazil, who have picked up 0 points through the first 2 games of day 3. And I've been running around all events, Toby, haven't I, saying Brazil surely can't do it 3 days in a row. And so far, it seems like I have been correct. Finland, of course, still hanging around there, 102 points, only a 27-point gap. And we know that that gap could basically be, overcome in about 1 or 2 games.
Yeah, I'm loving that PUBG gets to be.
Блин, почему человека что-то раздражает, типа? Почему ты так возбужден?
everyone participating that UK ain't really the country for esports, but PUBG, I mean, they've been faring incredibly well here. And again, I mean, going back to the players on the team, Michael didn't even play in PCS 6. Yeah. He's been playing for a long time, but he hasn't been up in that very top echelon of tournaments for a while. But now he's here, and he's performing out of his mind.
And another one I actually want to note while we got that leaderboard on our screen, Australia, they are dropping.
Блин, когда я в нормальном, спокойном состоянии, мне кажется, меня не раздражает ничего. От слова вообще.
Toby, it's been a struggle for them, not just sort of the start of today, but also a little bit of yesterday, and we see.
Я бы понимаю, если бы мы что-то хотели такое расслышать прям. Кто-то тихо шептал.
I mean, if there's a table flipper, that's going to be that one, right? You come in, you're looting. You've been doing this for so many games in a row with no issues whatsoever, and now you go, wait, what? Argentina is up by yesterday. Like, what are they doing here? They were all of them up by Stalber. You have Silson all the way down inside of Shelter, and well, sometimes that just happens. But it's the best teams, it's the best players that can have that happen to them and still turn it around, bounce back, and get back into it.
Yeah, and even if it's not in that game, but
просто тоже что-нибудь погрязи, он тебе советует, Николай.
Of course, and that's kind of something that needed to be applied for the United States. That okay, we look down and out, 10 games gone, we're in the bottom 4. But that's not going to take away how we think we can continue to play the rest of the event. They come out, they get the chicken dinner, 12 kills.
Вот я тебе сказал, что Бразилия сегодня не будет нормально играть. Видишь?
For sure. And the 12 kills coming with it again, I said it wasn't a
Я сразу говорил.
It's a massive performance, but it's the way they managed to get those kills. Not too often did they have to really risk anything themselves to get it. They got to sit back. We saw how they climbed up into the tower themselves. Great overview. Get a lot of third-party opportunities in there from a distance where you have absolutely nothing to risk yourself. Find the knocks, get the kills, and set up for a proper end-game push out, take out Thailand. Not sure exactly what Thailand was doing with the drive-bys. It worked out for a while, but not in the end. USA had them all over.
And a top team that has been doing very, very well, but again hasn't probably caught our eye all that much or taken too much of our attention, Korea. And rightfully so, they're still yet to find a win at PUBG Nations Cup. Not just 2022, Toby, but also all the way back to 2019, where they finished second. So still, that chicken dinner for Korea eluding them.
It's, I mean, for starters, very tough tournament, no doubt about it. No one can go out here and say, well, we'll just get a win. I mean, it is extremely hard to come by. For Korea's sake, I feel like they're playing the very Korean style of PUBG and saying, we don't need to engage. We'll let other teams kind of make the first move, and then we'll react to that. I feel like in a tournament like this, with so many teams being essentially formed for this tournament alone, you have to be proactive. You have to set the pace. You have to go out and dictate the flow of the game. You can't just play on the back foot and allow for other teams to decide what you're going to do. I feel like Korea is doing that too much. I want to see the aggressive Korea. I want to see the Korea that takes fights, not just the ones that takes fights on them.
Yeah, and also you've got the fact that there's essentially this sort of top-heavy when it comes to winning matches so far. At this particular event, at least 12 matches gone. 8 of those wins have come from 3 teams, Brazil, Finland, and the United Kingdom. And Brazil and the UK at the moment, the only teams that have 3 wins, and then Finland, the only other team that has at least multiple wins. So yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's not that easy to find victories at these kind of events, and you see then why it's so important for a team like the USA that has been struggling to find a win like that. It means the world.
Exactly. And even with the wins, I mean, it's the games. To me, yes, the wins are amazing, no doubt about it.
Не знаю, зачем ты у меня про зарплату спрашиваешь, блин. Типа приемлемо или неприемлемо. Все зависит от того, что ты делаешь, в каком регионе ты находишься.
Those are the games. Like if you get 0 points here, 0 points there. Brazil now back-to-back 0-point games. If those have been 2 3-point games over the course of all those 20 games, when you add them up, that's like 1 or 2 good games you're making up in all those bad games combined.
Yeah, and speaking about Brazil now, right? This is a team that obviously they were in the spotlight for the first 2 days of this tournament. They've been getting the winners' interviews. We've been seeing a lot about them, singing their praises.
Конечно, немцы номер 1 с конца. Привет, Руслан. Здравствуй, каравай. Чувак язык показал, бесстыжий.
They're not catching nines, they're not getting fed, they're in tough positions, and so far it's been rough for them. Losing players on rotation, it's been a difficult day.
I am a fond believer
Нифига у него там
that
шорты.
alone doesn't give you wins. We've seen it, and the reason I'm saying this is, of course, if you just catch 9, your odds are massively improving, but I have seen it enough times that teams keep getting circles and still somehow manage to throw it. And I will say, in the case of Brazil, yes, they've been getting circles, but they've also known exactly how to play those circles. I mean, the game south of Montenegro yesterday with the Havens splitting down, taking out USA. I mean, Cloris helped out quite a bit, but everything that
Так Николай, много где платят меньше за час.
setting up, knowing that Finland was coming in, keeping them off. Like, yes, you get the compound, yes, you get the circle, but you also have to fight all the other teams coming to you. So maybe they get the circles going their way, and yes, maybe that grants them better odds than other teams, but they have done everything needed with those circles to get the wins back. I agree.
Так что за работу-то больше никто не дает.
Arguably been almost the opposite through the first couple of days here for this event, where they're not catching nines, they're not getting hard fed, they've been pushing.
Здравствуйте, здорово, здорово.
Again, even in that last game, where okay, they didn't get the win, they had 9 kills. Like, they were able to get the most out of a bad situation, and they've done that multiple times at this event.
Мои прогнозы, кто возьмет кап?
When they're there in that top spot, you have to give them the full plaudits. And it's kind of interesting when we look at the whole.
Ну блин, что-то прогнозировать сложно. Я могу назвать пятерку лидеров, которые точно одна из этих команд будет. Но какой-то точный прогноз, это довольно-таки сложно. Это же ПАБ.
I just love to see that the teams that get the circles also know what to do with them. It's been fun chatting with you, Toby. I'm sure we'll be able to do a little bit more chatting for now. We go to a short break while we fix some issues here, of course. Game 3 on the other side.
Ну тип, так работа разная бывает. Ты можешь сидеть на стуле 12 часов, можешь мешки таскать 12 часов. Ну что, ну тип, ты даже, блин, ответить не можешь нормально. Какая работа, говорю? Ну тип. Каждая работа же по-разному оплачивается. Разве нет?
แต่ว่ารอบนี้เราแจกดีกว่าเดิมนะคะเพราะว่ารอบนี้สกินที่เราให้เซตทั้งตัวค่ะเสียงมา
ให้ยกชุดนะคะวันนี้ได้หมดเลยทั้งชุดเลยนะคะแล้วก็เรามีมาแจกกันทั้งสิ้น20 รางวัลเลยนะใช่ไหม
เยอะมาก
เยอะมากจริงๆแล้วก็ตอนนี้นะคะเรามีกิจกรรมให้ได้ร่วมสนุกกันก่อนอื่นเดี๋ยวใครยังไม่ได้นั่งที่เชิญนั่งที่ก่อน
โอเคนี่มีคนทยอยเข้ามานะคะ
ใช่เพราะว่าตอนนี้เจ้าหน้าที่ของเรายืนประจำจุดเตรียมแจกเต็มที่แล้วนะคะ
Капец, как же долго, у них опять 10-минутный перерыв, они затрахали.
ไม่พอแจกเดี๋ยวเราจะให้คนที่ยกมือก่อนนะคะกติกาของเราค่ะแจกของดีขนาดนี้เงื่อนไขต้องมีนะคะในงานนี้เรามีการเพ้นรูปธงชาติใช่ไหมคะไหนใครได้ไปเพ้นมาบ้างยกมือให้ดูหน่อยค่ะหลายคนแต่ไม่แน่ใจเหมือนกันว่า
ไม่รู้ว่าเขาเพ้นประเทศอะไร
เพราะว่ามันมี16ประเทศ
ใช่ค่ะ
ที่นี่
ไม่ว่าเฉพาะคนนี้คนที่เพ้นวันนี้นะคะคนที่เพ้นวันนี้
ค่ะ
เพราะฉะนั้นกติกาในรอบนี้ตามที่นิดหน่อยบอกคุณจะได้เป็น
Так и говори, работа разнорабочим.
สกินทั้งตัวทีมงานนี้ค่ะ PNC 2022 ทั้งหมด20 รางวัลใครที่เพ้นมายกมือเลยค่ะส่งเสียงเลยอยู่ไหนโอ้ยข้างบนเต็มเลยนะคะ
แต่เกิน20 คนดังนั้นเดี๋ยวเราจะเลือกประเทศมา
ประเทศเอาเป็นประเทศไทยแน่นอนค่ะ
โอเคค่ะ
У тебя специальности нет никакой или что?
ยกมือค้างไว้เลยค่ะ
ก็ต้องแน่นอนอยู่แล้ว
บางคนแบบเสียดายทำไมวันนี้ไม่เพ้นประเทศไทย
ยกมือค้างไว้เกมนะยกมือค้างไว้นะคะ
อันนี้คือให้ทีมงานแจกเลยไหมคะพี่ไอ
ตอนนี้ขอนับก่อนได้ไหมคะว่าเกินหรือเปล่านะคะ
ถ้าเกินเดี๋ยวเราขอเงื่อนไขเพิ่มเติม
ใช่ค่ะมี1คนด้านล่าง2
Конечно, если ты выходишь работать, принеси, подай, отойди, не мешай. На что ты хочешь надеяться, не знаю.
นู้นด้วยนะคะ7คนค่ะฝั่งนี้ตรงกลางค่ะ1 2 3
อันนี้6 คน
4 5
6 คนค่ะ
6นะคะด้านบนสุดนู้นด้วยเนาะนับเรียบร้อย
Еще не закончил шарагу? Ну тогда тем более, блин, ты молодой пацан.
ยกมือค้างไว้ค่ะฝั่งขวา
Поверь мне.
มีคนเดียวเหรอคะเมื่อกี้เหมือนเห็นมีหลายคน
Если ты еще в шараге учишься, если ты в шараге, это значит ты после 9-го ушел. Если ты ее не закончил, это значит Ну, это максимум 4 года учиться тебе.
งั้นเดี๋ยวให้ทีมงานเดินแจกเลยเดี๋ยวใครเพ้น
Ну, значит, ты еще совсем мелкий.
ยกมือค้างไว้
А для тебя 1500 за 12 часов 1500 это хорошие деньги.
และสำหรับวันนี้นะคะใครที่ยังไม่ได้กดไลค์แฟนเพจงานนี้ชื่องานนี้กดไลค์เลยนะคะกดไลค์เอาไว้เนาะแล้วก็อยากจะให้ทุกคนเนี่ยช่วยกันแชร์ออกไปนะคะว่าที่นี่มีงานจัดขึ้นมาถ่ายรูปนะคะแล้วก็
Там за Клавой приедешь, ну неплохо.
ให้เราสักหน่อยนะคะว่า PUBG แล้วก็ PNC 2022 ค่ะโอเคค่ะใช่แล้ว
เดี๋ยวถ้ามี
Может быть, главное условие...
เหลืออยู่นะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะแจกกันต่อแต่ว่าตอนนี้เดี๋ยวขอดูก่อนนิดนึงแล้วกันเนาะว่ามีเหลืออยู่กี่ใบนะคะ
Шарага я институт называю.
โบกมือต้องเปิดกล้องนะคะใครเห็นกล้องนี่โบกมือทักทายได้นี่ค่ะใช่เราหรือเปล่า
Я когда в институте работал, когда в институте учился,
ขอบคุณค่ะ
работал сначала монтажником в одном из интернет-провайдеров. Получал плюс-минус 16 тысяч рублей. При этом я работал на своей машине, но я делал там много левых бабок, типа людям там компы настраивал, роутеры делал там туда-сюда. Как бы и считай. А это я учился на 3-м курсе, по-моему, института тогда. Потом на курсе 5-м или на 4-м, наверное, курсе я работал как называется, кладовщиком, что ли. Кладовщиком я зарабатывал, ну, 1020 в месяц. 8-часовой рабочий день был.
ตอนนี้ไอเทมโค้ดยังเหลือไหมคะ3ใบด้านหน้าตรงนี้ค่ะ1 2 3คนนู้นด้วยนะเสื้อสีขาวอ่ะที่เป็นลายๆอ่ะนั่นแหละครบหรือยังคะตอนนี้ฝั่งนู้น
Так что для того, кто учится еще и получает образование, хорошие деньги.
4ใบเหรอคะคนที่ถือธงชาติเมื่อสักครู่นี้เล่นเกมไหมคะพี่เล่นเกม PUBG ด้วยไหมคะ
Что складывал? В магазине колес работал. Диски, покрышки, там всякое такое. Ну, я же был не грузчиком, я был кладовщиком, но в итоге там грузчиками были все. И менеджеры, которые продавали, и кладовщики, и сам начальник. Где-то я еще работал, не помню. И это я, кстати, работал, когда диплом писал, по-моему. По степухе, говорит, у кого кто. Я не то, что степуху не получал, я еще и за учебу платил. Правда, не я, родители платили, но все равно.
ประทับใจเราโหยหาโมเมนต์แบบเนี้ยคือเราไม่ได้เห็นโมเมนต์นี้มานานมากนะค่ะแล้วปีนี้เราก็ได้กลับมาเจอกันเนาะแต่ว่าวันพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยถ้าใครอยากจะมานะคะแนะนำว่าให้มาเร็วหน่อยเพราะว่าอย่างวันนี้นะคะใครมาช่วงเย็นเนี่ยเรื่องคูปองอาหารเครื่องดื่มนะคะเราอาจจะมีให้ไม่ครบเพราะว่าไปไวมากคนที่มาช่วงเย็นเนี่ยก็อาจจะไม่ได้วินเนอร์ชิคเก้นนะคะบางทีก็อาจจะไม่ได้ทานแบบอยากทานมาแบบตอนมายังไม่ได้ทานอะไรเลยตั้งใจแบบมางานนี้โดยเฉพาะเลยแนะนำว่ามาเร็วๆนะคะหรือว่าถ้าใครอยากจะไปร่วมกิจกรรมในแต่ละบูธเนี่ยคือถ้ามาเร็วหน่อยเนื่องจากว่าพรุ่งนี้เป็นวันสุดท้ายของรางวัลอะไรดีๆเนี่ยก็น่าจะยังมีอยู่นะคะดังนั้นเนี่ยก็ถ้ามาตั้งแต่ช่วงงานเปิดช่วงบ่ายโมงได้รีบมานะคะใช่ค่ะแล้วก็ไอเนี่ยจะอยู่บริเวณเวทีกลางซึ่งตลอดทั้งวันนะคะก็จะมีการแจกของรางวัลมีการแข่งขันเกมก็จะแบ่งเป็น4แมตช์ด้วยกันนะที่บริเวณด้านหน้านะคะทุกรอบเลยอ่ะเราให้ของรางวัลคนที่มาร่วมแข่งขันจากทางบ้านแต่นะคะคนที่มาร่วมสนุกในงานนี้ก็สามารถที่จะไปร่วมรับของรางวัลกันได้อย่างที่เราให้ไปเนี่ยก็จะมีทั้งเสื้อสวยๆนะคะจากทางสปอนเซอร์ของเราพาร์ทเนอร์ของเรานะคะแล้วก็มีเสื้อของ PUBG ด้วยแล้วก็จะมีเป็นรางวัลลัคกี้ดรอที่เราจะจับแล้วก็แจกกันด้านนอกเนาะซึ่งอันเนี้ยนะต้องบอกก่อนว่าเขาแจกกันด้านนอกนะคะลัคกี้ดรอเนี่ยแจกรางวัลใหญ่มากเป็นการ์ดจอแจกดีอ่ะ
Чё, на каком телефоне было написано Shamanenok? Не понял.
ไหนมีแบบคน
Что ты там обманываешь? Не рассказывай нам тут. А то сейчас искать начнем. Кто видел на телефоне Шаманенок чат? Нас обманывают. По-корейски? Ага. Девушка на трибунах показывала сиськи? Вот это бы было бы интересно. А так что-то как-то, ну это, не солидно. Как думаете, они начнут? Вот таймер сейчас у нас закончится, они начнут играть? Что думаете? Так, давайте пока посмотрим, что у нас там по курсу доллара. Курс доллара на сегодня у нас 56.71, а на бирже 56.40. Окей, плюс-минус все тут стабильно, да? Давайте посмотрим курс на Киви доллара. Курс доллара на Киви 59.94. Хороший курс. Так. Курс доллара на Алиэкспрессе. Давайте посмотрим, какой. Хотя это не имеет значения уже, если через Киви покупать. 69. Что еще? Что еще интересно посмотреть? Компьютер Universe. Посмотрим, сколько стоит самая дешевая 3080 Ti на рынке Германии. Сейчас. Каждый день курс исследуешь? Точно так. Или так точно. У нас что, там игра началась наконец-то, что ли? Обалдеть. Ну что, последний рангель на сегодня, ребят. Сейчас скажу, сколько в Германии стоит самая дешевая 3080 Ti. 1066 евро. Gainward Phoenix. 1066 евро. Понятно, да? Курс евро у нас что? Курс евро 60 рублей. А на Киви 62, по-моему, да? Вот и считайте. 63 тысячи, 64 тысячи стоит самая дешевая 3080 Ti на компьютере Universe. Вчерашняя зона. Ну просто опять Бразилия будет сидеть на малом заводе. Да. Опять повезло, получается. А, я забыл переключить, да.
That would be something that we don't see all too often. That would be very, very. I would be surprised. I don't think that's going to be happening. Now, going back actually from yesterday's games, because we had a first circle that was very, very similar.
Да.
UK, Brazil fared extremely well in that game, and they are the two teams now with the best position here as well. Let's take a look at our match 12 top kill leaders, and well. UK written all over it. Yeah, I want to touch on. I do want to touch on Teddy here, of course, from Indonesia.
Ну, они там топ, кстати, не взяли, но в любом случае, они там просидели, по-моему, без киллов все это время на заводе. Были отвратительные вообще ротации от всех команд, особенно азиатских. Я помню, это было ужасно. Бразилия объективно не сильнейшие. Они даже не близко к сильным. По уровню их игры, по пониманию игры, по тому, как они стреляют. Но они 0 киллов очень долго с 0 киллов сидели. Сколько там они, с каким количеством киллов закончили, я не помню. По-моему, последняя игра, да, была с этой зоной, если я не ошибаюсь? Ну, здесь и для Великобритании очень хорошая зона. Не только для Бразилии, на самом деле. Но это как бы не показатель, не показатель. Единственное, что они не будут умирать на ротациях, это да. То, что на ротациях они никого не потеряют, как в прошлой игре, например, или в первой игре там они потеряли кого-то, да? Это только единственное преимущество на данный момент. Ну и позицию какую-то займут, в которую вряд ли люди будут крашить в первой зоне. Первой, второй там. Блин, опять это снизу фигня. Да какая неплохая позиционная игра у Бразилии. Ты прошлую игру видел? Дерьмо. Ты чё? Не выдумывай. There was only 3 players, by the way, coming into today that was averaging over 2 kills a game. That was Diggory, who was in that top spot, tied with Xiaopian, and then Haven. У них 2 азиата с дредами, представляете? Обалдеть. А, это Тайвань же? Да? Да. Да, это Тайвань. Тайпей. Нет, у Бразилии отвратительная ротация. Это, я говорю, им просто везло. Ну, бывает такое. Я тебе напомню, что за сегодняшние 2 игры Бразилия не сделала ни одного фрага, не забрала ни одного поинта. На всякий случай. Так что от того, что прохнула на Бразилию зона, это не значит, что у них позиционка хорошая. Ты хочешь сказать, не везет, если 2 раза подряд зона просто на них? Это не 2 раза подряд, это 2 раза, которые запомнил я. There's still enough games that if they can have a big finish to today, they're not exactly gone, but it needs to happen sooner rather than later. Exactly. The top teams continue to fare well, and well, the more bad games you have, the longer that journey to the top is going to be. Everyone making their way down towards the circle, except for Taipei. They're chilling on quarry, not in a hurry really, but then again, I mean, they know they're beat to it anyway, so might as well just backfill come the latter stages of this one. Very curious to see though where this next circle is going to take us, because obviously, I mean, Millie Island has been left by everyone. Так, ну чё, 10 минут скукотищи нас с вами ожидает. Уважаемые, 2 лайка до 150 дофигачим. Напоминаю вам, что розыгрыш... Так. Они еще и забрали кого-то из Аргентины. Ну, молодцы, ребята с Аргентины. Ой, как плохо. Как они плохо играют. Какая флешка. Плюс 4 поинта для Бразилии. Но пока они тут файтятся, их завод могут отжать. Brazil, who are making Argentina look like fools for having pushed this to begin with. Is that going to be a massive nade though from Fisher? I don't think Sparking realizes. No, he does. He's actually outside. That's fine. They didn't actually over-aggress and push onto it. This is really well played from Brazil. Not overplaying their hand, not rushing in straight away, looking to just try and get these kills as quick as possible. They're playing safe. The smokes are up, so don't push in. Вот сейчас поднимать надо. А.
They tried to molly themselves. They saw the nade come through. Not gonna happen. Sparking a little bit of friendly damage in that one. Not gonna matter in the end. It did grant them 4 kills. It did.
Как же Аргентина слабо играет.
They had to commit to it. They knew they were gonna get pulled up on. They commit down south. They go down. They clear Gemty compound, as we like to call it, at least in Europe. But Flood, in the meantime, took over Mini Milta. Smart play by Australia, realizing that they were leaving and committing to it. Now Australia very, very solid two-way split for them.
Yeah, that 2-2 split for Australia and somewhat close by and should be able to help each other out if needed as well. But for Brazil, getting the 4 kills, absolutely vital, especially early on. Still good spot inside of the circle, so I would much rather be in Brazil's position with the way things have started.
And not only finding 4, but taking 0 casualties themselves. They were fending off 2v4, and for VHC to get that very first knock pretty much instantly as they came to the compound, huge blow.
Вот все. Дальше еще минут 6 без активности, да?
Makes the fight much more doable for Brazil, who will obviously, at this point, as we've seen throughout the entire tournament, are just playing on a whole different level.
Thailand just wanting to maybe renew pleasant.
Слушайте, там когда должны выйти новые процессоры интеловские? По-моему, вот-вот должны, да, новые уже быть. Есть инфа, мужики?
They will be able to utilize that information moving forward for the rest of the game.
And remember, we talked about it just before, Brazil beat UK to that compound. UK won the game in this area of the map off of playing this compound early game. So I'm kind of curious now, although, I mean, the United Kingdom, they are sitting in a good two-way split, so might not want to risk it, but how much it's going to take for them to make a play? Let's see now.
Ой, сейчас он уедет ведь в лобби.
Fortunately for him, so I got opting to leave.
Yeah, and Nuranx was sort of just watching the right side of that yellow, making sure there was no one up close that was maybe...
Чё, никто не шарит за новые процессоры, да?
Now on the move, going through Indonesia. Not really the best of angles, unless your kid actually gets Malrush. That was clean with the Scar Owl. Leo trying to fight back. He actually almost gets the flush. He'll get it now. He'll confirm it onto Malrush. Indonesia will take that elimination. Pushes them to 40 points. Now, let's see...
Ну что, смотрим прок. Сюда сейчас бум, наверх. Давай. Ну, это очевидная, предсказуемая зона. Вот тут она закончится где-то. Клава, которую разыгрываю, шумная или норм? Ну, нифига себе запросы. Руслан, а клава шумная или норм? Я даже ее еще не открывал ни разу, эту клаву, блин.
Well, you say they should, but a lot of teams that go for 2-2 splits would never really group up this early on. There's still a lot of position to be gained by holding the 2 players on either side, going into phase 3, phase 4, so they'll hold it and expect themselves to be able to defend each other from their 2 locations.
There is a race to the southern compound between Finland and Turkey. Turkey, though, opted to wrap a bit further west, and I think that allows for Finland to beat them to its savior now. Finds RDK.
Запаковано, конечно, не солидно.
But instantly finds one in return. Yan Lee now, Teddy down as well. Indonesia, they look good out towards the west, up towards...
Оу, это чё? А, зоны. Я думаю, нифига себе. Дигери чуть не отлетел нафиг. Он как горит. А шумная... Ой, блин, кнопки-то работают. Да нет, это же мембранка, что там мне шуметь-то? Мембранка, ну такая прикольная, вроде приятная даже.
China know their beat to the circle. Everyone else has already sent it, and when they hear the action happening out west, they go, you know what? Let's see if we can find something free. And look at this. I mean, they are crawling around, just waiting to be stolen. Ike's left, shooting towards Leo. Doesn't quite
Упаковано, правда, как-то странно. По меркам свежих клавиатур, которые мне приходили. Назад перемотал?
continues here. For China, they don't get a whole lot from this, and also time wasted, and they're not going to get a good position pushing into this circle. So I do wonder what the future of this game is going to look for China.
They probably weren't going to get a good position regardless. I mean, we have the hindsight on the overall view. Ix left, finds Teddy. He just got up on his feet. Now he goes down again. Kidix, are you going to commit to the rest? It might cost you your life. Tagged once. Ix left knows exactly where they are. Kidix and Teddy, how the hell do you get out of here alive?
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. They do still have Nile up above as well as another teammate. Onyx, he goes down. That's not ideal for Korea.
Are they pulling up on this?
Well, yeah, this is an aggressive push. To be fair, they were very up far north towards that lumberyard. Now they push in towards the eastern side of Built Up through the UK, towards Vietnam.
То, что за бесплатно хорошее, тут вынужден согласиться. Пломбу снял нафиг. Все, получите клаву без пломбы.
Trying to make his way uphill with a two-wheel US, not exactly the easiest endeavor.
Oh my
What is going
God.
on with these circles? Oh, I mean, you mentioned it before there was going to be water in the next one. Yes, there is, and as much as possible.
And Brazil have the absolute god spot, not just for phase 3, but what will eventually then turn into phase 4 when the circle shifts up north onto them. Brazil are in pole position right now. Lash K does get finished off, so for Korea, that rotation meant it cost them 2 players in the end, but they do have position on the cliff for the long run. Now, Monty with the elimination of Shimboy, but he falls to Keenan. 1-for-1.
Все пропустил из-за вас, блин. Сколько гарантий от Шамана. Подари, отправь, дай гарантию, еще приезжай и обслуживай, да, чисти мой. Так?
And this is probably the kind of game, if you're Australia, if you're Canada, and honestly, even the United States over towards sort of the lumberyard position, you're wondering how has this gone so far south and screwed this over. Leo falls to Xiaopian, of course, now for China, absolutely no.
Ой, китайцы, ой, китайцы, ой, китайцы. Все, сбил ему баги, да? Они даже смока ни одного не дали.
Knock onto Ming Ming. Okay, solid distance on that one too. No one's there to find the flush as the crowd goes wild. Thailand holding off China. Do not want to allow them into this one. And honestly, they have to because they need to focus inward. They need to get going. They need to find out.
Соника Тиглтон играет.
But they cannot look inward before they've dealt with the threat from behind.
Yeah, and the closer that China sort of get into Milta, it'll make it more difficult to get these shots to land. But they get the shot onto Aix left, now onto the road. Xiaopian's going to go for the revive.
Ни хрена они там накидали, прикурить дают. Зона, конечно, отвратительная. Китайцы очень долго думали, что и куда и как. Корейцы вдвоем остались. Почему вдвоем корейцы? Где остальных потеряли? Собаки.
Very impressive play by
Very.
Still, I mean, they've only lost the one player, despite being stuck in the blue, coming in very late, getting shot at by Thailand.
Ну, китайцы умрут сейчас.
Having a bit of an accident there, he'll get revived by.
Тиглтон сам себя сбил. Опять чувак пытался поднимать без смока. Что за игроки? Ё-моё. Китайцы тупо в городе тусят.
Indonesia, despite having fought for everything they could, will take casualties. And you can see, I mean, Thailand, again, not aggressing, not pushing out to take the fight. Now they might just consider it. As a matter of fact, no, they won't. They're hopping into cars.
Japan. Сейчас он тачка утонет у него.
Play from inside the circle, sit tight, don't risk fighting the blue. You can see Germany actually wanting to cross over this.
Нет, СНГ, к сожалению, не представлено на турнире по некоторым причинам, всем известным. Japan, на заправку давайте! Ой, немцы просто поинты. Я хз, просто поинты, реально.
Japan in trouble as they try and make landfall inside the warehouse, taking a lot of damage their way. Is that a nade? No smoke thrown forward. They are all right for now, but Runa wants to get his teammates back on the heat. Fortunately, no threat up close, and I don't think anyone.
Но это им еще фартануло, что они потеряли только одного типа.
Very close to one another. There's a lot of teams that are just sort of hanging on out towards the western side of this circle and the outskirts of Milta. China, of course, still have 3 players intact. Germany, of course, they're getting these revives as well, so it's not going to be all that easy for Thailand pushing out of this position. Still only the one.
Ну, китайцы, да, и должны отъезжать. Хотя... Это же немцы. О чем это я? Ой.
Solid tag coming through, and not only are they applying pressure to China, but they're forcing China into Germany. They're making it so much easier for themselves. Close off the beach, do not allow them to come near, because you can see now China forced up towards the roadside. They're going to be backfilling on Germany. So Germany is going to be fought on 2 sides. I'm just looking to Thailand now and say, if China and Germany fights, you have to make the aggressive play. And now it happens. Fights coming in, damage done both ways. Thailand, where are you to strike on this?
And Zoka stole the knockdown as well onto Xiao Pian, stealing that one away from Thailand. And Noren's
Все, убил, считай.
Aix left the last one alive. He'll rush in. He goes for the... What? No one's responding. Easy kill in the end. Micah just honestly caught...
Он хотел добрать ног.
And got that kill. Doesn't happen. And now Germany are gone. 12 teams remain, 40 players alive at the 19-minute mark of an Erangel game. Absolutely insane. I mean, these 3
Сейчас его взорвет чел.
We're killing people at the speed of Sanok matches. I mean, it's absolutely insane. Thailand now waiting, of course, to see that next circle. They know that they still have one more Chinese player to deal with. Of course, can't focus too hard inward before he's down. Damage coming through once again. Norrens, I mean, no one allowed to peek in his direction without damage being done. Very, very well done.
This next circle, though, so important for a couple of teams. Do Finland get a bit of a feed? I think they'll need it. Otherwise, if Brazil, wow, maybe neither of them. Away from Finland, that compound's now no longer good. And for Brazil, they're not...
Найс для корейцев, да? Их, правда, двое только. Сейчас турки на них поедут. Если у них есть транспорт. Американцы очень хорошо приехали. Боже, просто шок. Боже, я не могу это смотреть просто. Какая дичь!
I think they might just go for the same position. Let's see. Out in the blue trying to make a run forward.
United Kingdom on the move, but not all of them. Just the duo of Vard and Vex into the Wizzy Tower. Haisaki can't land enough tags, and they do get inside of it. But 2 Molotovs for Haisaki and...
Все, сгорели 2 британца.
The demise of both of these 2 UK players stuck inside of the Wizzy Tower. Duckmai with 1 Molotov, and he'll get both of them. Norrens finds the kill onto Aixlet. Thailand take out China.
Crucial for Thailand to finally get that kill, because they, with the blue coming in, they need to focus inward. They need to decide, do we take the fight?
Хотя могли еще в ЛГ играть, мне кажется, в траве там. Да как? Просто чел сидит! В носу ковыряется, что ли? Я не понимаю. Он ничего не сделал, ни в прицел не вошел. Какого хрена? Я не понимаю. А 0 реакции, что ли, или что? Дилей какой-то у него там?
That was a 3-on-2 big result for the United Kingdom in a game where they're maybe not going to get as much as they would hope for. Now to 5 kills, still holding top spot. But Brazil have 6 kills, 9 points behind that #1 position. But they will have to probably move for phase 6 unless they get an absolute hard beat. And speaking of moving, here come Turkey.
Full speed forward they go. They know there's only going to be so much to play around. They got to get up on the hillside. Even though they're going to be envisioned from a lot of opponents, they have to make the play up here before either Japan or Finland goes for it themselves.
Yeah, and Thailand just getting a little bit of pain trying to get out of their position. Where do they go? They have to maybe go straight on to Vietnam. Speaking of fighting, though, it's Finland and Japan. No kills for Finland this game, but they've got 4 alive, and I don't sense Shiva is going to be able to survive. In fact, they are just gone in a blink of an eye.
И чё он там прыгал?
hopping over to Loki, finds one, but damage done in return has jumped down into cover. They are only 2 alive, so for Turkey, the faster they deal with Korea, or at least force them all the way down.
Так, ребята из Кореи там против турков смеша доели. Уже 2 в 2 остались. Ну это просто... Ну как так может вести вот этим типам? Я в шоке просто. Они всю игру сидят в одних домах. И все. И сейчас всех просто фармить будут. Но это... Они просто ничего не сделали, чтобы... Но... Ой, хорошо, как же хорошо. Боже, корейцы. Финны едут. Но с финнами уже корейцы так не справятся, конечно.
Ticking over for Finland, now up to 5 kills, still keeping in touch with the top 2 teams, and as Kalusia gets the crowd excited with a big nade onto RDK.
Thailand could play a massive factor in this Korea-Finland battle. About to happen. Issue is Vietnam from inside the compound also has a say in it, as Kalusia will fall, but Norrens able to get the flush guaranteed, so points going in the way of Thailand. But look at this now, Thailand are making their way down here, and they are well aware of it on the Korea side. Issue is Korea has opponents on both fronts. Oh,
Локи очень плохо пострелял. У него пушку вверх подкинуло, походу.
Thailand is in a terrible position here. You can see it as soon as they've thrown down to get in cover for Vietnam. They're going to be shot in the back by Finland. This is easy pickings for the Finns up on the hillside. Soul even down below, able to find some damage and some kills.
Нормально, нормально, нормально. Этого надо еще закрыть. Финны сейчас тоже сдохнут.
Belmont, though, is able to stay alive as the solo. I think, though, Vietnam well and truly aware of his position. Same with Sol. Another nade thrown in his direction.
Отлично, отлично. Боже, корейцы просто... Из говна выползают вдвоем, в одного, как угодно.
They know they have Brazil in the compound still. They know they have UK up top. But where do we set up shop? You just go one cross forward. You already have Indonesia ready and waiting. Maybe it shouldn't even be fighting this way.
Финны сдохли, я думаю.
That net could be absolutely perfect. It's not the board. Kinex with the close to find the second. One more ball now.
Сеул умер, финны сдохли. Индонезия сдохнет. Надо быстрее убивать Индонезию, Вьетнаму, и они закроют Бразилию без проблем. В одной тачке просто типа едут. В одной тачке, к которой к ним приехал чел. У них даже... Нет, подожди, у них были машины.
Left alive. Brazil allowed to wrap forward. Now they're going to spread out. They have not been engaged on at all. Plenty of utility, plenty of S. They are set for this end game. Vietnam cracked triple digits.
В итоге Вьетнам в плохой позиции сейчас. Чё?
Not sure what happened there. Of course,
what?
These two for the UK in an awful position. They have been, honestly, for the last couple of phases, and yet they've still been able to just scrap some points that they desperately need.
Ребят, один Лукас до 160 остался.
There might just be a point denial. There might just be a point denial, but no, they're going to the car. They're making a move forward because they know they're fighting on the other side.
Okay, but that was a massive knock, then watch as well for Brazil. They have the numbers. They're pushing. Duckmay as well is also worried about the UK. So Vietnam not only lost a player, but they're now split.
Видите, сколько места еще могли ребята разыгрывать? Типа, поспешили тогда.
race for Brazil previously, but now he could potentially be their reckoning. Let's see what's going to happen. Nate Love done forward damage done on both sides. Boris is in trouble, or he's on his own. Does manage to find
Ну, хорошо, размен.
I think Sabao has to push this, kind of watching. If he's got any nades, he'll need to throw them now. He has none, only 2 Molotovs, a little bit low on health, and I think maybe...
Вообще, конечно, Вьетнаму надо было играть с бразильцами.
They pushed all the way from the compound out to the east, pushed onto Vietnam, got the knock, then the flush, and they've used their numbers in strength to get this game. I think they're going to win it.
The timing for United Kingdom to make that play right as Vietnam lost the player, absolutely phenomenal. Again, as you're saying, while they might not go out and win the game, they got themselves better placement, and if they can find a flush, maybe something here, it should be gold. But as you're saying too, I mean, Vietnam in a position from where, I mean, they're not going to be seen by Brazil, at least not initially, but as you're saying too,
Oh!
I think they
Майкл умер.
Нет?
Нет?
To deny, but if they deny too early, they go in third. You've just got to deny. You have to deny this, T-Bone, please. Yes, he crawls back, and they both deny points from Brazil. That's the big one, maybe less so to Vietnam, who now get into second place. It's a 4 versus 2.
4v2. This has got Brazil written all over him.
Ой-ой-ой.
Not enough though. He needed one, potentially
Тут
two. Not
ГГ.
gonna have some power falls down. Imcod alone inside on the backside, I should say, of the Wizard Tower. 4v2 Brazil. You know what? Not in a hurry. Get healed on up. Get ready. LFP pushes on forward. Wants to get the kill. Flash is locked on as well. They spot him. Having down slow HP, but it's not gonna matter. Once again,
Тут
Brazil
ГГ.
out victorious.
Всю игру просидели в центре зоны, ну тут как бы сложно не выиграть, да? Он что, еще в перчатке? И в рукаве, и в перчатке, или что, чувак?
Against Argentina. 2 players spent off for long enough for the rest of the team to come down and help them. It sets them up perfectly for the end.
Our best 2 teams at this tournament, United Kingdom, Brazil, slowly forming a big gap to the rest.
Он босиком! Они просто босиком там, вы посмотрите. What the fuck?
It's a top finish here for Brazil once again, and a top-heavy lobby at the end of this game. Joining me top is as well as Avenger, and the top
Какая-то коробка под ногами у чувака, у этого тоже.
You know, Brazil might be playing without shoes, but they're playing with confidence. They came out, they aggressively pushed. Vietnam was in a really tough spot. They had to defend against this weird UK duo that somehow survived.
Yeah.
Like over and over and over again, and it opened the door for Brazil to just crush it.
Так лучше играть чувствуется босиком, да? Блин, не зря я тоже босиком сегодня сижу. Почему я жму кнопку «Участвовать» и ничего не происходит? Потому что подписаться надо сначала.
Speaking of open doors, let's talk about closed doors, because that game closed the door for a lot of teams out there. Utah said in the green room, this is super top-heavy. You were right, James. At the end of this match, it was the rich getting richer as the teams at the top really made the most out of yet another crazy circle.
Yeah, let's take a look here at some of the moments from this game. And as you say, UK, Brazil,
Везет тому, кому везет. Везет сильнейшим. Не фантазируй.
slowly center down towards the tip of the mainland. And as Toffee says here, Martin, it gets really crazy, barren, difficult in the area.
Так я подписан с самого начала тогда, не знаю почему. Может, бот тебя захейтил просто.
Fully aware that it's going to be a rough late game, so they're just trying to delay. What I love from UK though was able to salvage as many points as they could in this game. That really set them up nicely to kind of hold on to our leaders, which is going to be Brazil.
Yeah, that's right. Brazil will take the chicken dinner, as mentioned at the cast's desk. Not too many points coming in for the previous 2 games, but this one able to strike it out, and there they will take that top spot. But again, a constant in our top positions. Vietnam holding on to the West like absolute champions.
I mean, that's the reality for me. Is yes, Brazil get to win. This is where they drop. They played the circle very well.
Так,
But Vietnam.
все, давайте. Там, все свои дела делаем. Я пошел полежать, чтобы спина моя не сдохла, ладно, с вашего позволения. Встретимся на следующей игре, она будет минут через 5. Я надеюсь, очень сильно.
Making sure that they lose any players, setting themselves up for late game with 4.
Never have I seen as early an attempt at a denial that Argentina went for against Brazil, Toughies. It means that kind of international rivalry is definitely there.
We saw two different kinds of denial. Argentina has no chance of catching Brazil in the grand scheme of things, and they hated them enough to deny those 2 points. Later on, we saw the UK also do denial. That one, however, makes perfect sense because two of the teams that are still up, particularly Brazil, are fighting to catch you, and we're going to Miramar. So you've got to deny these points because the desert is next, and UK has to know that.
These 2 points could literally be the difference. Let's say Brazil, they continue. Let's say UK continue. These 2 points could be the difference. Who takes the whole trophy home?
Yeah, or Vietnam. I mean, if Vietnam continues to play the way that they are, we have some slip-ups up at the top here from some of these big teams that have taken the kind of first and second spot. They're easily going to strike out.
You know, when Vietnam started, looking at this match leaderboard, it's a tale of how they've evolved. When this event started, I felt like Vietnam was playing for points per game, a slow plod to the top. They wanted that 5 to 6 average, maybe not even looking at first, but looking at top 5. Now, when I watch them play, I see a confident team who sees themselves possibly winning this.
The vision has changed potentially. Yeah, that's a really good point here, Martin.
Yeah, I really love you. You have to remember, Vietnam got 4th last time. They're coming here to defend this again. This is also their home region. They're coming out of Apex, so of course, some support. They didn't have to travel that long. They're coming in, and what they're showing here, and what I'm seeing from them so far, I've been extremely impressed.
Absolutely. Very good stuff coming in from them. But LFP here once again putting his name up in lights for another game.
You saw that in the kind of post-pan camera when he was there. Showing his shirt, #1.
Well, and that's it too. Remember, they were talking about, hey, it doesn't matter who's the MVP. We're all a team. We want to get a champion. Except for LFP. LFP stood up and went, I'm the best. No one is better than me. To be very clear, everyone. I believe in me. And that's the kind of confidence that separates the best from the rest. And LFP is proving that he's the best that Brazil has to offer.
And again, there's never a dejected face. Even when they were having games that were a little bit rougher, we would go to them and all of a sudden, you know, they're constantly still laughing with each other. They're enjoying this tournament a whole lot.
In fact, we had a delay before this game. There was that problem with the PC sound. When the game started, you could see the feed. Sparking was screaming to get his team fired up, and this is why Brazil and the UK pack it up to head to Miramar, and it is a dead heat.
You got to be a little bit concerned as UK after the Miramar games they've had so far, now being tied with a Brazil that did well on the desert here, Martin.
Yeah, but the lead as well down to Finland. This is shaping up to be a 2-horse race. We were kind of hoping for it to be multiple teams. I will say, though, Vietnam, Korea is also jumping into our triple-digit club. And Finland, Vietnam, and Korea are now extremely close in points, too.
Interestingly, Finland also did well on Miramar.
Finland did well on Miramar. China, we actually saw, made a lot of big moves on Miramar yesterday. They played very aggressively there. So I'll look for those two teams in particular to try to gain some points here on this one. The question mark for me, and I hate to say it, because the team that I thought would be on top is slowly falling down under, and that's Australia. Yet again, another game that, it's hard because the circles are so bad, but I need more.
I mean, there's too many deadly animals in their country, so you know, eventually you're going to have one of them, pounce out at you. It's tough.
And there's two, snakes in the compound that defended that well. T-Bone and Michael. There's a little bit of help from Brazil, but still, they tried to get a 3-man rotation over to where UK actually ended up playing in the late game. They could have been 3 guys live in a top 3 situation with a lot more utility. And with Vietnam playing passively like they did, they could have pushed aggressively onto the tower and potentially actually make it into the top 2 if they had survived that push onto UK.
And it's hard to sit here and judge a lot of these teams because I think with the circles that we've been getting, most coaches, most players, most teams are going to say, you can't count this as a heavy loss because you can't count on these circles. You can't train for them. The problem is, at this event, every circle has been like this.
It's been absolutely wild. Apart from maybe our kind of one central Erangel, but other than that, pretty tough. Let's take a look at some of our teams on the chase. China at the moment, I think they are slowly and continuously stepping up, slowly moving up the ranks here, and you still have to be scared of China.
You know, they don't look excited. I think they're trying to keep calm, get ready for the transition to 2 more games.
Yeah.
The reality is, though, that the China that was here yesterday does not seem to have showed up in our first 3 games.
I will say this, though. They are currently, hold on to your horses, 56 points behind first place.
That is true.
First place.
That is true.
That is 2 fantastic games, 3 fantastic games even, with the 2 other teams at top, UK and Brazil, having to have bad games for them to be able to catch up. So,
Which they've had. UK's done it, had bad ones on Miramar. Brazil's thrown twice. It can happen.
From a chase to a stumble, though, for Germany, it's not quite hit the mark here, Martin.
no, I'm sad to say, but I was hoping for more for these guys. It's been rough so far. Paints the most kills together with us are 5 each for them, but they are not gonna catch the top 5.
Yeah, I think the main issue is that coming in, there was a lot of criticism around this team.
Right.
How are they gonna fare and stuff like that. So far, we're kind of seeing that occur. A little bit unfortunate.
I mean, they don't have as much tier 1 experience as everyone else. They have none of them have LAN international experience at this level. The nerves are tough. Now, a team that has blown my mind is Vietnam. They deserve to be featured. They're at number 4, and they're playing confident. They're playing strong. The fact that they held the push from Brazil as long as they did with 2 players, because one was forced to watch UK that entire time, shows me how strong they are in even duo.
You can definitely tell the synergy coming in with, having 2 players from 2 different teams only. You have the IGL, like, it's so common for these guys to play. You also see it here in our kill proportion. It is extremely close for them. They're blending extremely well, and I love to see how well Vietnam is doing right now. And also, they are in 4th right now. They got 4th last Nation Cup.
Yes.
If they're able to hold on to this is just like top 4 for them is definitely a success story.
Oh, absolutely.
We said we wanted to see them get 4 to the final. We saw it happen twice so far today. Let's see if it keeps going. Another team that we need to see thrive is Korea. Now, you can see literally even today when they interviewed the fans here at the arena, they're like, we're cheering for Thailand, but also Korea because we love these players. The world loves these players. I think they've been a little slow.
They're an amazing esports nation, for sure. But it's when you look at South Korea, you expect top 3 guaranteed. Yes. Excellence.
Yeah.
But it's not happened just yet.
No, I want to see it though. I definitely want to see them be able to come in and play that style that we know that they're capable of. Because Iononix is a superstar player. Low-key, one of the most decorated players here.
All right, let's get into it then. It is Miramar time. We're heading to the desert. The penultimate game for the day starts now. Let's go to the commentators.
So much, James, and the crowd is going wild, and we are setting up for the final 2 matches here of the day. I'm Toby, joined by Paperthin, and Paperthin, my oh my, has Erangel been chaotic? We usually think, we talked about it coming into today, that Miramar oftentimes presents us the chaotic games, but Erangel has delivered.
Чё там, даже игру запускают, что ли? Ничего себе! Даже без проблем! Так, немцы, Аргентина, Соединенное Королевство выпали уже. Тайвань падает в сторону Импалы. Австралия, походу, где-то минус будет лутать, да? Вьетнам что-то с бендитой связано. Китайцы, может быть, даже до лоса полетят, кстати. Американцы Пикадо. Турки. Куда летят турки?
And I cannot help but imagine if you are a teammate of any one of these 4 players waiting for them to come back, there's going to be a... Are they going to come back? Or are we going to get killed by them come PCS7 as well?
Just pull a Gen G. Just grab all the PCS players that brought your team a near victory and make it work. I mean, it wasn't as successful for Gen G, post...
Так, все, хорош там сраться. Чел, не чел, вот этот вот. Зона дефолтная, блин. Мы вчера таких 2 зоны видели.
wrap to the east and come up from the south, because this circle's more likely than not to end up on the eastern side of things just due to some of the unplayable terrain that's on the west. Doesn't mean it has to be that way. You know, we've seen
Нет, сегодня, наверное, тоже играть не буду, потому что спина еще не
I
прошла.
also want to point out here as we're looking at the kill top leaders. Now, LFP1 gets himself that top spot. That means that every single player on Brazil has been our player of the match. At least once. All four of them have done it.
The way that him and VHC
Так, ребят, не забывайте в розыгрыше принимать участие, там на телегу подписываться и все такое.
VHC, the one to peek out from the side, get the first one saying, buddy, you know what, I got you, you take on the rest of them, I'll do my part, you find your rest of your kills over there, but I helped you out. I mean, they're playing so
Всего лишь 130 участников пока.
because it's not only Brazil, it's so many of these teams where you go, well, obviously, I mean, they're from the same country, they've played together forever. No. This is a tournament where many of these players might have never. Sure, they've played some ranked games and some, you know, smaller tournaments, kind of off of their usual organizations. But a lot of these players have never sat down at an event, and especially not an event of this caliber, and making it look like they've done it forever.
It's trust. It's confidence. It's kind of that you know, screw you factor of everybody not really kind of having them on the radar. I'll be frank, they weren't one of my kind of top teams.
Так, ну что? Четвертая игра сегодняшнего дня. Мирамар. Через полчаса узнаем, кто хорош. Ой, а Локи мог ведь выбивать турков. Решил не трогать, да? Ну нафиг.
Looking out, spotting some of the Turkish players. Turkey and Korea have, while there hasn't been a whole lot of casualties because of it, they have been rubbing shoulder to shoulder for a lot of these rotations, coming out of Chuma, coming out south side Picado, and now they're doing it here again. I mean, they have learned, I feel like...
Зона неинтересная. Не знаю, вот острова бы.
Yeah, Korea's happy to kind of shovel Turkey into China's way right now. That's what they're doing. They're kind of bullying them. Now, the USA is coming down towards Chumasera as well, so we'll see if they're going to push any closer to Korea or not. Some really long range, some really ambitious shots here. I mean, if you hit...
Такое ощущение, будто машины лагают мощно тогда. Вот мы прицел сейчас наблюдали с вами.
What if you hit him? What if you damage his vest? It's going to be one or two bullets for you. Doesn't matter if you force him to try and find the new vest, or even better, if he doesn't find the new vest and you're taking a fight to him later, that could be the condition that grants you the win.
Or even if you do a little bit of damage to the car. Maybe you get lucky and hit a tire once and do some pre-damage to the tire. I mean, all kinds of things that a lot of people kind of would look at this. Maybe if you're not like a very veteran PUBG esports fan and go, why is he going for those shots? There's tons of reasons. And yes, he does give up a little bit of information of his position, but they aren't going to stick around there.
Бразильцы тут уже сидели в предыдущих играх. Не первый раз, когда они занимают этот спот в такой зоне.
At this point, 5 or 6 minutes in, that there's a team up there already. So even though they shoot from there, that just confirms what they were already expecting.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the other thing. A lot of these teams have very well figured out these maps at this point. They know what positions are good, or how teams like to at least play positions. So even in a tournament.
Хочу посмотреть общую. Блин, мне так душно, что я сейчас усну.
The IGLs for the teams, they can look at them and say, okay, well, how do they rotate in the past? And what power positions did they like to vie for early, given circle A, B, or C?
Вроде солнышко плюс-минус уже ушло. А то капец какой-то, блин, духота мощная. Ну так хоть свежего воздуха, блин, в лицо прыснуло.
Lines of sight, they can't really do a lot. While they can help from up above to shoot down, you can see here, and thank you so much, observers. While we're not communicating that much together, you are there on the spot at the second. It's very hard for Inonix and Soul down below to help, because even if they go
Сплитуху включи. Да там Маша, блин. Маша недавно только выздоровела. Ей холодно. Когда мы одновременно стримим, окей. Когда она кушать готовит, ей холодно. Она, правда, уже приготовила и вроде даже покушала, так что...
Minimal amounts of forces, and they are going to overwhelm that. So I think here, yeah, I'm right with you with Korea, and that hill that is in between the church and that apartment complex or whatever you want to call it. I call it the Liquid compound because Liquid loves that compound on this map. But yeah, it makes it a really tricky position to hold for a 2-2 for a long period of time because of the reasons you mentioned.
Exactly. Everyone making their way down the side circle. Again, most teams were north of Picado. Only a couple of teams down to the southern side. One of the teams
Он, походу, тачку там запорол. Аргентина с кайфом по низу. Знаете, вот... Самое, что неинтересное, это то, что мы видели такие зоны, и команды делают все то же самое, что и делали.
I'm not sure if he was able to grab it or not with all the pressure coming from multiple directions. This is another part of this circle that
Голову вымыть? Так я голову каждый день мою. Ты чё?
Crates out in the open like that. I mean, there's always going to be people in those hills to your south.
Risk involved. It is a bait crate. That's what I like to call them.
Или ты думаешь, пока я голову мою, я остыну, да?
All of a sudden, as soon as you go there, oh, that's where the 4 teams were hiding. That's fortunately, no damage comes off it. And I think, honestly, I mean, I don't have the exact number to prove this, but almost 9 minutes in, 0 casualties so far. Given how chaotic Miramar was yesterday, this is a very, very slow schematic start. Again,
very, very slow. Ребят, у нас с вами 23 лайка до 200. Пока у нас еще с вами 6 минут. Вот смотрите. 9 гребаных минут. 64 alive. Идите в жопу. Чё я 9 минут сижу перед монитором? На что я смотрю? Вот нахрена я смотрю игру? Достало.
Members working together and things like that, and Kane has really picked it up. I mean, again, him and Shiva have learned so much playing with Americano and Corn on the Donuts. Two players, if you guys remember GNL last year, from the big events at the end of the year, they were unbelievable mechanical players.
Нет у Бразилии не больше всего топов. А, ну погоди, сейчас посмотрим. Да, походу больше всего. С последней игрой вот. 4 топа у них. Если сейчас Бразилия перекресток снизу займет, будет, да, опять центр будут сидеть. Сколько дней будет турнир? Завтра последний день. В голове процессор нужно водяное охлаждение. Понял.
First team to take casualties, Germany. Again, they've been struggling in this tournament so far, and this just does not help them any further.
Я не понимаю, почему Бразилия на первом месте. Типа, исходя из количества топов, потому что по киллам United Kingdom, они лучше. Типа, тут, видимо, какая-то другая система или что?
Then you're forced to make a move. You are in the bowl, you are in the open, and you are definitely going to be in trouble.
Well, that's what's concerning about that compound is like it's hard to get in and out of in the first place, but you have to have good vehicles.
Ну, корейцы низ занимают, но низ плохой. Но в целом, за неимением ничего другого нормально пойдет. Шева очкошник очканул.
go back to what me and Xenox talked about last game, what I want to see from Korea, especially in a tournament like this, is to be more proactive, to dictate the flow more. And I feel like playing a
А кто шарпшоту нокнул?
Whenever something happens, just pull up those shields and just hunker down. Wait for the storm to blow over. No, you want to be the storm. You want to go out and force teams to adapt to what you do. This time around, playing this compound shows
С первым фрицем, говорит.
Despite knowing how good they are individually, I think that's part of the reason they aren't further up the leaderboard.
I agree wholeheartedly. And the thing that people have to understand is the decision was made to roll with Lash as the IGL. He's the most experienced IGL on that roster by far. You guys got to go back, 3 years ago to when he was with Element Mystic and others. That he was always known.
Фрицы, фронтовое, уничижительное прозвище немцев использовалось британскими солдатами во время Первой мировой войны.
Lash is probably the most passive IGL in Korea right now, and that's why you're seeing these results.
Exactly. In the meantime, here, Argentina making their movement on the opposite side of the map. Japan trying to make a north side.
Фриц — это мужское имя вообще у немцев.
Australia didn't want a piece of that pie. Issue is now they've wrapped far north. They're on the edge of blue, and they see multiple teams. Shiva, though, and Keen together. Solid damage coming through. They know the tags were there, and they're pulling up on this because they've caught it. They called the bluff. Japan being aggressive. I love what I'm seeing, Favors, and they find the knock as well. This is a play. No Japanese team would even dare to do this just a half year ago.
Так, прок.
Add a little bit of Korean spice, and this is what you get.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, they set this trap up so well. They catch RDK out on his own, and they are ready to pounce as soon as they get a decent amount of damage. They recognize there's no other.
Это что, прикол какой-то или что, я не понимаю.
Take the point, take a little bit of position. Now the circle did something very unexpected. I mean, this whole game has been unexpected circle shifts, so I guess we're just gonna keep going south.
You know what? I love getting surprised. That is some of the best to me issue.
Ну, если сейчас Бразилию крашить будут, посмотрим. А он просто упал?
Will try and go up and get his team up. There's no one around them right now. They should be all right, and they haven't found knocks yet, so no one should know. Even if they see the knock on the map, they're not going to be aware of where this happens. Issue is everyone trying to make their way from the east, from the north. Either you're going through Chuma or you're wrapping over a hilltop. All these teams that are now pushing into it have zero clue what's awaiting them on the other side. All they can do is think back to previous.
Походу что-то знают, и правда. Ой, хороший спрей был, кстати. Но попаданий было мало.
There's not much to work with on the inside. I mean, Trimsy here trying to mess with Australia's rotations, but they just kind of saw him, and now they're like, "Oh, son, you are on your own."
Oh, son.
Oh. No, they're going to save him, but there is the shot from Finna from behind.
That is a lot more damage than I thought was.
Американцы сейчас могут их отжахать.
Trimsy will fall, but damage is done. Australia wounded, and looks to me like Asia with a nade bounces forward a bit too far, but Australia in trouble.
Oh, that fire just a bit too far. Luke 12 able to find a rock to go for the heal.
Ему надо идти и добивать их. Вообще обязательно идти и добивать надо. Хорошо. Да куда? Занаглел, получил.
Here we have Thailand fighting off Indonesia. They want to maintain control of the hill. Again,
Boom.
Be proactive, be the aggressor. Thailand needs to defend this hill, and they do. Indonesia eliminated as Thailand stands strong on the hilltop.
Yeah, a couple perfect underhanded grenades rolling down the hill, catching some damage. Luke did get Monty up, but that's it. 2 left for the Australian squad. Kickstart the only one for the USA, and it's the Union Jacks of the UK coming in behind this. Kickstart just going to have to bunker down. Yep. I mean, if he comes up over this hill, he's going to have the same problem that H1 did. Finn is just going to shoot him in the back, and well, it's actually Michael this time. So, a nice try here by the USA, but they're just overwhelmed.
Чё, ваши предположения? Я думаю, что прок будет налево, куда-то вот сюда. Но есть у меня такое ощущение. Но неправильное ощущение. Я потом только подумал, когда сказал об этом, что и так были хардшифты вниз. Думаю, не будет вниз. Ну, ребята из Австралии очень рано сюда приехали. Очень рано. Еще и без машины.
It doesn't. Usually not. All right, so Vietnam, they're going to lose Hai Saki from the overwatch of the Argentinian position.
Exactly. This is Argentina having essentially wrapped the entire circle. They've spent the last 2 circles just in vehicles, essentially. Now coming in from the hard south. They were hard north in their loot spot and just wrapped all the way south.
3 rotations gone wrong, Toby.
Exactly. T-Bone thought he had it, not going to happen. He's going to fall. A little more space given to Canada and China now trying to make a wrap north as well, but they're going to be back.
Китайцы, кстати, могут хорошую игру сыграть.
To really hammer down some damage into the UK. Vard trying to drive out and away. T-Bone down and out. Grenades up and over for Michael. Not sure if it caught too much damage, but the UK scrambling to find some kind of defensive position. Canada's going to be decently hot on their heels. The problem is that China's position, they're going to be able to watch a fair amount of this fight.
Exactly. Where does China get in here from? Are they just going to go straight into UK or going to rat out towards Canada? Either way, one of the 2 teams will be rewarded from it. Finland maintaining their split for as long as they possibly could, but now realizing the full push from Taipei came through. Smart disengage from the 2 Finns.
Yeah, I mean, that's something you got to do right now, because if you get a little too aggressive, there's a lot of positions that people...
Ой, он же сейчас нокнется.
High angles all around this circle, so you got to be pretty careful with your positioning.
Китайцы, мне кажется, спокойно сюда играть могут, вообще, без проблем. На уверенности. Вот где только у Лу машина. Видимо, где-то есть. А, так он на мотике, и мотик где-то в сраке. И что? А что он делает?
Thailand's look pretty good today. I mean, they've had China's number too. Oh no, the tire just popped here on Argentina. Get out the way! What? Get out the way! Argentina, they're gonna wreck their own teammate's vehicle. Oh, they're done. They're just out in the open.
Это шок.
Monty though gets taken out by LFP.
Аргентина, дай.
Just enough time here, maybe for somebody. No, Silzen gets knocked as well here, and Argentina all but dead.
Just when you thought things couldn't get worse, they're already in the midst of a suicide rotation, and the car did not make it any easier for them. China, Canada now fighting.
Это он там что-то из этого, из Форсажа или из НФС, да, спел?
Michael already there, holding the angle. You can see it on your map to the right-hand side as Keenan tries to back down Finn of China. New circle pops.
Let's see, kind of centering up here. So Brazil, you know, getting a pretty good circle pop here. LFP1 was out fishing for something in the middle there. Meanwhile, the battle between Canada and China continues, and Keenan there up front took a little bit of damage.
What is LFP doing 200 meters from the compound? I mean, let alone the fact that they've been able to maintain full control of this compound. I'm surprised that no one has made the push on down earlier, but now let's see Ike's left here. On forward as Canada approaches from the other side.
All right, that's a headshot to kick things.
Хороший хедшот, ну а дальше?
Left knows it. He comes over the top, takes a bunch of damage. Shinboy's gonna get the knock onto him. Finna trying to reposition to go for the flush, potentially given the opportunity, but ZPon put some damage in him.
Very, very solid hold. Notes that the peak was gonna come over eventually, but forcing them back. Flashes now coming through. Xiaobian forced down on his stop.
Зажались китайцы очень.
I want to see this flank around. Issue is, can they do it? Yes. First one falls, second one does as well. Canada stands strong. China out in 12th place, and this is just not the up-close China we used to see.
No, they look a little bit disorganized. They look like they have slightly different ideas on how they want to play.
Сейчас у корейцев фарм должен начинаться уже.
Top a little bit ahead of the rest of the team, not in a position where they could really cover him, particularly after he was knocked. So, you know, the new happy duo seems to play pretty well together, but Shaolin.
Нет, это был единственный раз у немцев, мне кажется. У них потому что за плейсмент. 6 поинтов на... Так, подожди. Ну, топ-3 они были. Я не знаю, тогда он в кустах лежал или не тогда. О, просто хае какая! Какая пушечная хае! Вау! Вот это хае от Варда. И от Майкла.
Trying to play defense here on this Glory. He's good for one. Glory, why am gonna be good for another Glory? Go for the finish. It's an instant wipe for the duo of Vietnam. 2v4, they make it look easy. They hold off strong now. Norins continuing forward.
Да.
These outside fights are being dominated.
Финнов наказывают ребята из Таиланда, которые идут на 14 месте.
To see it, you love to see the confidence, but it's going to be sparking from Brazil. That strikes Chinese Taipei in the back as they're trying to finish off Mexi. Mexi going to get the headshot, but it's going to be the drive-by from Mao Rush. It's going to finish him off. Now Thailand makes their push.
They have to push forward, push forward. You know exactly where they are. Lob those nades in there. Get those kills confirmed. First one a bit more. They have to spread up close. First one will fall. Yan Lee finds Spellman.
Просто бразильцы так долго сидят в центре, что у них фрагов-то нету. Как и у корейцев. Корейцы там в низине были, вообще никого не видно было. И Ноникс умирает. То есть он сидел... Ну им надо было выходить корейцам, но зачем они пошли туда, я не понимаю. Привет, Руслан, здорово.
Brazil heard the fight between Vietnam and Turkey. They know they still have more threats down south. Thailand should hop down now, play that rich side, and set up shop before all these other teams come in. UK first wants to make a move. Oh, Michael almost run over, but lives with the scare.
Yeah, there's a few crates there as well. Korea trying to get into the circle, but that position is still outside of it, and there's people watching it.
Там один уже остался.
Somehow, some way. Luke 12 still behind this tractor because everybody else has been fighting for the positions on the outside of this circle. And now, you know, Thailand knows that Korea is going to be in their way. They're going to have an opportunity to do some damage on the way in.
У корейцев очень плохая позиционка, к сожалению. Ну, как бы, все, скорее всего, идет к тому, что бразильцы выиграют и эту игру.
UK, Brazil, now UK up to 10 kills again.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a good game for Brazil here. What a shot from Sparking. Belmont as well, and Thailand is ruining Korea's day.
Oh.
Believe me, noise-canceling headsets or not, Thailand is feeling the crowd.
What the fuck? Там тачки катаются туда-сюда.
Of what happens as Belmont finds one more, making it 12 for Thailand. The crowd will cheer all day based on this game alone.
Yeah, this could be the game that really gets Thailand going. They have 4 up, they have a decent position in the circle.
Сейчас прок на Таиланд, и все бразильцы умирают. Проверяйте. Если такое произойдет. Но эти челы настолько удачливые, что сейчас прок будет тупо на них. Смотрите, прок вверх на Таиланд. 100%. Вот такая вот зона будет. Все, Бразилия, домой!
As myself as an unbiased caster, but with the crowd going this wild, with everything going, I cannot help but cheering for Norins and the boys. They just got the circle. If there is a game to win Thailand, this is going to be the one. But you have 2 of the top teams. Make that 3 of the top 5 teams going up against you. You have the prior spot, and I feel like the first fight you're going to have to take is to take down.
Сейчас посмотрим, как они подерутся против слабого Таиланда. Который уже, кстати, сделал 12 фрагов. А британцы сделали 11 фрагов, между прочим.
Thailand knows there's still somebody from Korea on the other side. They're keeping eyes on it. And, you know, Thailand's going to have to hit some really good shots to keep kind of their territory safe.
Да я не хейтер Бразилии, я говорю о том, что им везет.
and UK, allowing for two of their players to focus down towards Brazil. It's all going to come down to who makes the first move. The move is going to be for the field.
Слишком сильно везет им.
Play for the center position, but knowing how aggressive they are, I would also imagine them just full speed sending it straight into Thailand. More shots fired now. BHC the one to find it, but Soul, of all players, the one to find the flush.
Soul, of course, from that angle, still waiting out this as long as he can. And Vard stuck behind that tractor now as they're going to make the move. That's right into Escalisa's sightline. He's doing some decent damage, sparking in the driver's seat on very low health. But out in the open are two members of Brazil, right into Nuren's.
Никого не нокнули. Вау.
Now coming forward, watch out! This is far from over. I said there was a way that they would push up that hillside. Brazil playing with no fear in their life. I'm not sure how they managed to stay on their feet, all of them, but this is scary. Brazil has made landfall right below Thailand.
Yeah, exactly, and now they might be able to get a few knocks and buy the time for the reinforcements of VHC and LFP1 to come on in. Solo's got him on the open. It's actually Belmoth who's going to get it. Who's going to get the point out of it? Belmoth able to confirm.
Второй сейчас тоже сдохнет, который там.
Stand strong, Belmoth, those fall down. One more comes in, but Ascalucia immediately there with a run. Haven peaks and
Вот и весь файт от бразильцев. Сейчас Сеул может выиграть, кстати. Этот молик его зажжет. Сожжет, сожжет!
Trying to get the flush as well here. Nuren's thinking about the res, but there's still Soul looming on the backside, using those smokes to slowly work his way up, trying to see if he can take advantage of this fight.
2v1v1. Thailand has a chance to get all their players back on their feet.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Getting dangerous. They managed to get one res in there, but Sparking is pushing forward.
He's insane. He's hitting unbelievable shots, and now he has the confidence to push this on his own to try to shut Thailand down. Gonna get one. Can't get the second. Escalisa stands.
Сеул выиграет. Смотрите.
Here comes the final player. First flush comes through. Belmoth has to back over the rest. Can't come into it. Second one comes through. Soul has been alone for so long. That nade looks good, but backs off.
Oh, he doesn't have any more frags. He's gonna have to get it done with the gun. He knows they still need to go for the flush. He knows he
Хорошая флешка.
Belmoth gonna get the heal up. The rescue on very low health. Now Belmoth waiting around the vehicle. Soul, can he do it? Soul tries to peek, doesn't get the first shot. Oh, he's got
Нормально таиландцы играли.
Goes wild. Thailand with the win. Coming over the top, fighting team after team after team. Thailand wins the game and the crowd goes wild.
That's huge.
Ну ладно. Чуть-чуть со дна приподняли голову.
And they just put up a 17-kill game of their own. They're going to tie that record of the most kills in a game.
That, if there is anything, they're sitting bottom 3. If there is anything that can turn that momentum around, that is not only getting a 27-point game, but the reaction from the crowd. They're sitting on the back row. They saw all of this.
It's just fantastic. I mean, these guys are absolutely fired up. You love to see it. Oh boy. All right. I think we'll send it over to the desk, all right, and they can break this one down for us now.
It's a huge win for Thailand in their home country here, live in Bangkok. We get our first Miramar of the day, and Thailand converts. Toffees, what a moment.
An incredible game. Not only did they win, but they won.
Конечно, плохо Бразилия сейчас сыграла. У них два типа просто в опене сдохли, ничего не сделав.
All over the place, guys.
Oh yeah.
It's just something else if you're able to take a win like this in your home country. I'm so happy this home turf advantage showed up to be what it was for them. That was wild.
I mean, the thing is that even in those last moments, some of those last shots from Thailand going towards Brazil, you can guarantee they can hear the rumble of the crowd. Some of those shots a little more shaky than usual. You can see the pressure was there to a certain degree, but that's it. Thailand gets themselves their first win here on this stage, and it's got to feel absolutely amazing.
And you know what? This might push them into the top 8 after having such a rough first couple of days. And it's amazing how they're able to push through. how they were being clever about it, and also being ball guys alive all the way to the end, copies.
And it wasn't just one putting in work, the whole team, including the sub who gets called in. They played together for the first time on day 1, and here they are getting the win on day 3.
And I love the honorable mentions as well. They're taking out boot shoes, shirt, jersey. You know, we remember you. We have you right here with us. It's fantastic to see.
Так, мужики, я напоминаю вам про розыгрыш клавиатуры в Телеграме. Сейчас, я думаю, после последней игры разыграем. И не забывайте ставить ваши лайки и подписываться на канал.
Among the audience, but once they got that second one up, it was a 2v1. They played the split very well, and they came away with a win. But look at the travel.
There it is.
They had to work for this one.
Etched on the scoreboard. There's Thailand, #1 for this. Plenty of mollies, plenty of nades thrown as this is going down. And again, it felt like, you know, they were going from fight to fight to fight, and some great trades coming out from them.
And they're winning their fights individually, playing clever together. And also, guys, with this win, it was 17 kills. It's the best game we've seen in Nations Cup so far.
Тай поднялись на 8-ю строчку, и это их первый топ.
Belmont doesn't get a lot of talk. He came in the last second, but he played anchor so well in that game. He held Brazil. He got a couple of very important knocks, and everyone on that team felt like they were in the right.
Китай, который идет на 7-м месте, не брал ни одного топа. Вьетнам, который идет на 5-м месте, не брал ни одного топа. Корейцы, которые идут на 4-м месте, не брали ни одного топа.
Never heard a bigger cheer for a circle shift in my life.
Well, it's because this entire event, the circle has been the villain. Everyone hates it, except now in the moment of need, it rose up and became a heroic rescue for Thailand.
Yeah, amazing stuff. 17 kills going that way as well overall. A great game.
Exactly. The best game so far here for Nations Cup. And then being able to go this far, go the distance here and go out against, you know, it's Brazil.
Так, все. Я отошел, через 5 минут будет новая игра. Может, даже раньше, кто знает.
Okay, you can worship your UK in a second, but the reality is Thailand didn't win against the bottom of the board. They went head-to-head with a 4-man Brazil. They dealt with Seoul on the push. They dealt with UK coming in. They played the best and they made the most of it.
That's right. Yeah, 27 points. The numbers do not lie, as this will bump them up considerably on the scoreboard.
It's going to bump them from 15th place to...
It's the wrong one.
To Belmont.
I was hoping to Belmont.
This is why you're not the host, Martin.
But I told you, this is what I was talking about. This is a substitute who had not played with the team until 2 days ago. 6 kills, becomes the player of the match, and represents the team so well.
Yeah, but he should be coming in with the synergy. They are from the same. You know, you have Shaq. He's coming in as coach from Day Trade. You have Nerds. That's also Day Trade as well. So he's taking familiar shoes, still missing their ITL. It's amazing that they're able to take it this far. I will say though, with them being potentially getting into the top 8 here, if they can take it further, this must have been an adrenaline kick like nothing else.
And there you go, Martin. You can take it away now that you're the new host.
I have. No, but from 15th place straight into the top 8, it already talks to how big and how close our middle pack is, guys.
All right, now though, I get to do my thing. We've got the United Kingdom 15 points though on a Miramar here, Toffees.
Oh,
gotta be a little bit scared of that one.
I mean, yeah, and if I'm scared of anybody, for anybody, it's Finland. This was their map, and honestly, Vietnam came out with 9 points in that game and continues to close the gap. Finland and Korea should be shaking in their boots.
Oh, definitely. Brazil for the majority of this game had a great compound to work with here, Martin, and until that shift went north, it was looking like Brazil's game.
It had to. That shift had to come at one point. This circle was so good for them for so long. But if you have to get north out of that compound, it is just fields. You have to make clever plays. You have to use cars. They managed to get there, but Thailand took the home.
All right, well, the penultimate game of the day results in a Thailand win, and the crowd goes wild. Personally, to be honest, I want another Thailand win. That'd be very interesting to see. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, it's the final game of the day. Don't go anywhere.
We dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Hello PUBG esports fans, this is Shrimzy from Team USA. Nice to meet you guys.
What's up, esports fans? Oh, I'm not saying PUBG. PUBG. Yo, what's up, PUBG esports fans? This is Team USA. Milo, leave me alone. Look at the dog. Hey, what's up, guys? This is Kickstart. I'm representing Team USA, and I just wanted to say what's up.
I think bringing together some of the best players in the US is definitely going to be exciting. I don't want to give away too many of our strategies, but yeah, you should just definitely watch and be prepared to see what we're going to do.
This is the best of every region. It's going to be insane. Like, I can't believe I'm going to be there and participating in it, and I can't wait. You're going to pick USA, right? Right.
I really hope that we can do you guys proud at PNC 2022 for the USA team. Thank you guys so much.
USA doesn't need a slogan. I mean, we're going to dominate. Okay, what did I just do? What did I just do?
We heard that it's your first time joining the PNC.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Really
Are you excited?
Yeah. And also, it's the first time playing in front of a crowd. Really excited.
Rasanya sangat excited kita bisa mendapatkan invited ke slot PNC kali ini. Tetap dukung Indonesia.
Well, obviously, I'm pretty nervous, not too experienced, like based on what happened earlier. But no, it's new. It's exciting.
만나고 싶으신 선수는 혹시 없으신지?
글튼이 형.
너 동생이다 야.
글튼이 형. 자주 봐서 반가워서.
オーストラリア代表のティグルトン選手、一人のファンとしてとても好きだからです。
Oh, see Australia.
You want to take pictures?
We love to hang out with like all the teams, you know, get to know them, get them a couple drinks, and maybe have them reveal some strategies to us. But usually we're friends with a lot of people here.
My teammates are very comfortable in their skin. That, you know, they're not afraid to spank each other, shrimsy and kick, especially. But we know all the other teams and we get along with them, so.
Gangsters, bro. Gangster. Hell yeah.
I mean, it's my first time playing with crowd, so that's probably the most exciting part.
ก็อยากให้ทุกคนเข้ามารับชมที่สนามจริงนะครับจนตั้งแต่วันแรกจนถึงวันสุดท้ายเลยนะครับก็ฝากติดตามด้วยครับวันที่เท่าไหร่วันที่16 ถึง 19ครับที่ไอคอนสยามทูไอคอนฮอลล์ชั้น 7ครับ
Buat tim-tim lain, siap-siap ya Indo bakal ngasih kejutan.
Sorry that you're gonna lose, cause we're gonna win. Go Canada, go.
We are ready for you guys, and be careful of my team.
진짜緊張します。人それぞれ設定が違うからあれですけど、まあ多分大丈夫だと思います。
Indeed, all right, let's get it going then. It is game number 1 about to begin here as we head over to our commentators for all the action as we start on Erangel.
Now, just think we are fighting on one side of it. 6 kill, but no! It's gotta be Australia! It's on the first round.
Diferente de todos os campeonatos que eu joguei, esse aqui é muito especial. Tá representando nossa seleção, nosso país. É muito emocionante e eu só consigo ver coisas boas na nossa frente.
Mükemmel bir gurur veriyor. Elimizden geleni en iyisini yapmaya çalışacağız. Başarılı oluruz.
Và thể hiện cho mọi người thấy là bọn em đều xứng đáng để đi cái giải này.
I'd say good luck to everyone that's competing. Obviously, this lobby is super talented. At least you enjoy the event. You know, even if you don't place where you want to place, I hope everyone enjoys the event.
One more game left to play here today before we head into the final day tomorrow. But paper thin, going back to that previous one. Wow, Thailand defense, they've been here through thick and thin, and they finally get themselves a win. And not just that, but 17 kills to go along with it.
Oh, it's just a huge game for them. I mean, confidence is now flowing. You can kind of see it as the day has been rolling on. You know, they've been taking fights aggressively. They've been making pretty good decisions all across the board. They've been, you know, frankly, really, I mentioned it briefly in that last game, but really holding China back at times. And so that's got to be a confidence booster. You know, everybody expected that team to be the best in this lobby, and they're not, and you're a big part of that.
And there's no doubt about the fact that it's the fans helping with it too. No matter if they get 16th or if they won here, they are there, they're cheering, they're there supporting all the way through. Just fantastic to see, fantastic. But with that set aside, we still have one more game left to play, 5 more matches tomorrow. For Thailand's sake, they just jumped half the leaderboard in one game.
I mean, that just goes to show you how kind of densely packed it is underneath the top. The top is pretty heavy right now. There's 2 that are pretty good, but Toby, I mean, look, everybody else has got to start putting up points if they're going to catch up.
Exactly. We got one more game left to play today, so let's hop straight into it. Let's hop back over to Miramar.
Now, this is my kind of playing path. I'm sorry.
Drawing a circle.
Yes, I see it.
Drawing a circle
and our observers have it in view now. There, I'm not going to mention it. I don't want to spoil it. But it's so unlikely. It's unbelievable. But I think it's like one in like a couple thousand games that it ends on those islands.
Coming into, I mean, in this break, you and I both kind of concluded that regardless of who wins the tournament, regardless of how close it's going to be, with obviously 99.9% of the fans being Thai fans, we won't get a more hype excitement than that win we just witnessed. Having said that, should this next circle go to a certain place, I like to think that we might get an equal amount of excitement.
Then I hope all the fans just understand how unbelievably ridiculous the game is going to be. I mean, the only way we're going to get it any better is if Thailand just starts popping off and winning, you know, 3 or 4 games over the course of the next 6. So we'll see if they can get it done. But
ну что, господа, аллилуйя. У нас последняя игра сегодняшнего дня. Она началась, и даже, походу, без каких-либо особых задержек. Смотрим, кто, куда, чего, зачем. Бразилия, вон, что-то вниз падает в этот раз. Я надеюсь, снова зоны нижней не будет. Да. Зона Лос-Леонас, если будет, будет полная жопа. Хорошо. Тыц, тыц. Повезло, что попал.
You know what? I'm not done looting yet, buddy. Let's go for a ride.
Well, you know, this is the players honestly don't mind this, by the way.
He picks up.
Yeah, just you know, end it.
Wow.
Pick up, but this is
Контрольный в
you
башку.
can sit here and say that's BM. No, it's actually pretty safe, but just in case.
Так, ну чё?
Okay, but yeah.
Я так понимаю, потому как народ потихонечку рассосался перед последней игрой. Люди выехали... А, так сегодня суббота, куда выехали нахрен? Хотел сказать с работы домой. Но сегодня же суббота. Так, ребят, у нас 15 лайков до 200, между тем.
Might as well. That's true. That's true. He had some good jukes in there, no doubt about it. So, well, I mean, that's another good start here for Brazil. I mean, every point is so crucial. You know, we saw going into the previous game, or a couple games ago, that it was between the 2 teams. So, you know, with Brazil and UK running neck and neck here, and in particularly with Miramar, we're in this middle of this stretch of Miramar games of it that Brazil, it kind of...
Так, завтра у нас будет 3 Мирамара, 2 Эрангеля.
But while they were sitting there, not really being able to farm anything, because obviously, I mean, as long as the hills land, no one's going to play the valley, unless if you're Australia.
Когда, говорит, уже розыгрыш?
While they were sitting there,
Ну да, сейчас все брошу, вот сейчас буду разыгрывать. Вот ты же пришел, тебе же очень надо сейчас.
UK had 12 kills that game. all our focus was on Thailand getting to 17, but UK were up in the double digits too, and Thailand didn't get away with that many. So even though they made their way later into the game, it's still UK on top.
Yeah, and I mean, this kind of edge farming style in the early part of the game that the UK is really, really good at. I mean, what's really impressed me is the UK is setting up traps in rotation paths, and they're getting a lot of kills out of it, or they're capitalizing really quickly on other fights, and they have really good senses of how long the fights are going to go, or when the timing they need to kind of hit those fights is. So I'm really, really impressed.
Хотелось бы, конечно, посмотреть на ротации поближе на карте. Я не понимаю, когда они успели, ребята из Тайваня, полутать. Или они типа без достаточного лута, да, едут? Он с одной СЛР-кой или у него есть еще какое-то оружие? Вот я не знаю. Или показывает нам то, что у него в руках.
Everyone's opting to play around, making the center of the circle very open. So once we see that circle 2, if it's a hard shift, there are some tough rotations coming in already that early on.
Ну, по прогнозу, еще 10 минут у нас с вами скучной игры. Один человек умер, и то случайно.
Because we have a pretty decent idea of where the circle's likely to go. Again, nothing's guaranteed, as we saw in that last game, but we can kind of guess based on probability and statistics of what the circles are likely to do. In this one, good luck, because this circle could go
Мой
north,
прогноз, кто возьмет главный приз.
it does not matter. There
Точно не Бразилия.
has any real significant, like, kind of denying power versus the other.
Ну, блин, сейчас отрыв уже такой, на самом деле, неприятный получается. Вообще, я все-таки надеюсь где-то в глубине души, что корейцы начнут нормально играть, но отрыв уже великоват. Великоват. Так что я думаю, большие шансы у Соединенного Королевства. Тут, говорит, с киберспорта кто-то представлен, почти все.
Xiaolu up there from China as well. Trimsy, some parting shots, not going to be able to connect with enough.
Not going to get anything in there. Vietnam, again, I mean, they like their spreads early on. It has come to cost them on multiple occasions, though, so fortunately, Imcut able to get out of this one up towards Sapo, but Sapo has just been met by a headshot. Now a nade to follow. Martinson is nearby, and I think Vietnam is now realizing, wait, people are coming up towards Los Leones a lot faster than what we thought they were going to do.
I think a lot of teams are trying to get to the Los Leones edge, and oh, by the way,
Happy birthday! 2002 года рождения, Шкет.
Happy birthday to Canada.
Сегодня день рождения у него.
I believe he's turning a robust 14 today. No, I'm just kidding. He's much older than that.
Wow.
That's a compliment. He's a young-looking lad.
I mean, I'm still getting used to seeing adults be born past the year 2000.
It is hard to understand. He's 20, right? We can tell from this age. I'm clearly joking.
Math.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, happy birthday to him, and what a way to celebrate it. You know, playing in one of the biggest esports tournaments of the year.
Че, ты за Корею топишь? А за кого топить? Почему не за Корею, а за кого, например, Евгений?
Well deserved. In the meantime, we saw Indonesia and Germany run into one another earlier on. Let's see.
Earlier on? Вот это вот он, конечно, дал ему хорошо.
We see already 2 knocks with bolts. He had the first one on RDK, tried to make his run away from there, and now kneel down as well. Fortunate, he does get back on his feet, but Brazil right next door.
I mean, that's just a great opportunity. You know, it's success is opportunity meets luck, right? And that's a perfect example of it. He gets the Car 98, he gets the 4X. He's got
тоже 2002 года. Шкет.
I was just gonna say, Brazil is a team that when they see an opponent they don't necessarily fear, they will aggressively push, but Indonesia has a response. Back to back for Teddy here as 2 for Brazil, 4 Galusha. In the meantime, finds Soccer as well as the crowd cheers once more.
Yeah, there's a kill off screen here, but Niles in trouble. That building very dangerous, but the grenade doesn't get
для девочки нормально быть шкетом. 20 лет нормально.
Stuns are gonna come in. LFP around the corner though. Oh, Niles just able to get behind the door.
Gets a cover, dodging and weaving, and somehow hasn't taken any damage from this. LFP is pushing in. I was just gonna say with 7 bullets finally. Does get the reload on from Teddy again. Making it look easy. 3rd down for him against Brazil.
А тут у нас интересное противостояние.
Teddy's really popping off, and oh, Teddy though, I say that, and LFB's got him. LFB's got two. The grenade was in Teddy's hand, but Kedax there to save the day, and Indonesia able to win the fight.
Чё с лицом, Андромеда? А? Чё с лицом там? Начало чего-то хорошего, говоришь, да? Проиграли команде, которая на 12-й позиции находится. Да я Бразилию не хейчу, пацаны. Я просто говорю, что им нереально везет. Они не играют на первое место.
Session, and somehow they've run into this fight. They surely had to have heard it.
Couldn't have put it any better myself. I don't think Korea is expecting any threat towards them, but as I say, that shots do come up towards the north from Neo. The issue being on the other side, now he knows Korea is north, but he has no clue Thailand is this close from the south.
I'm just laughing at Nurin's just coming.
Корея, Корея, давай. Вот если сейчас игру выиграют корейцы, и 10 фрагов хотя бы сделают, уже нормально.
A misstep from Indonesia, not an intentional one, of course. They have no idea Nurin's is here.
And one thing is that you want the kills. One thing is that you want to go aggressive, but you gotta always have a chain on this one. You cannot just full speed. So.
Знаете, на какой печальной ноте заканчивает Бразилия сейчас? Просто в таком тильте они сейчас. Это последняя игра. Это окончание игрового дня. И они... Вот это вот 100% просто. Ребят, у нас 8 лайков до 200, можно? И не забывайте, что у нас сейчас розыгрыш клавиатуры будет в Телеграме, поэтому... Поэтому не чую вас в Телеграме. Надо нажать кнопку «Участвовать».
For a quick and easy kill. Nurin's ready and waiting, finds it, cleans up. Solid play. Very good communicated by Thailand.
And now they're maneuvering their pieces to get ahead of the last player here. Meanwhile, Germany trying to do a little bit of a gatekeep here onto Chinese Taipei, and somehow, some way, Yan Li turns on that and gets the headshot. Meanwhile,
ну, немцы как бы, да.
It's Germany ready and waiting. It's the German setup here, but somehow they're the ones getting called out. Leo
очень слабо.
Takes down Asal. Micah on the top, saw 3 opponents, opted not to shoot, goes down.
Только кнопочку и все.
By himself very early on.
Везде подписаться надо, на YouTube подписаться надо.
I thought they had at least 1 or 2 dead to rights there. I mean, I thought Germany was going to rake in a few easy points, maybe get a little bit of confidence. Instead, it's the exact opposite that happens.
Exactly. Now things slow down just for a second. Let's go back to the circle real quick. Because again,
3 лайка, 3 лайка. Нужно 3 лайка. Так, ну все, в принципе, я уже доволен. Бразилия в лобби. Наблюдаю за корейцами с кайфом. Не верю уже в них, так скажем. Блин, они столько раз так не очень хорошо отыгрывали, но...
Yeah, the circle is more likely than not to either go northwest or southwest, right? Like it can't really go east unless it stays. Unless it stays in Los Leones. So if you're gonna go into Los Leones, like for example Japan is doing, you might as well just grab some of the most powerful dead center spots, because if a circle ends in Los Leones, there's really a couple spots that it really likes to go kind of around that soccer field, and a few other spots, but that's one of them.
If the circle goes Los Leones, that's when you flip the coin and just get. So circle goes out there. In on our build.
Yes,
because
please.
If not, then we need a couple of sawed-offs and some luck going our way in order to win this.
It happens from time to time, but yeah, I mean, it is weird and wild if it goes to Los Leones. We'll get to it if it happens, but it should be pretty obvious by the next circle if it's even.
Я надеюсь, зона выше уйдет. Тут вообще мы 100 раз уже видели вот эту нижнюю зону.
15 seconds away is the next circle. In the meantime, teams still playing very spread out. China with Ike slip far down south. We're seeing the circle here.
Конечно, Олег, еще одноклассникам скинуть надо, чтобы они тоже подписались.
confidence is starting to come in. They're spreading out. They're getting more control. The wider you are, the quicker you can react to things.
Да просто лот Леонас. О, это будет жопа. Это такая жопа. Это сейчас пацаны без ФПСа будут играть.
We are going into Los Leones for the final game of the day. What better way to finish off what has already been an extremely chaotic day?
I mean, Japan and Argentina just coming up aces here. Everything went going their way on this one. Meanwhile, teams like Korea, Finland, Turkey,
Так,
Canada,
смотрим за корейцами.
Australia, everybody has to cross other teams' paths to get into the city.
Sitting tight, waiting for the Korean players to come on through, but Thailand is ready and waiting. They got players on both sides, but will they be able to find damage so far?
Они просто на гору?
Made their way on through. Damage
Да ладно.
barely any, as I say that. Headshot connected towards Seoul, but seems to me like somehow Korea will
Да?
get out of here without any casualties at all.
Oh my god,
oh, hits it, but survives anyway.
He has 1 HP. I was gonna say he literally has 1 HP. There's no way he has anything left. Yeah, it hit him in the shoulder.
Корейцы, корейцы. Давай, давай. Все, они дальше сразу вниз, они видят там фри, мы спускаемся. А так проехали они, конечно, я в шоке. Я вообще не думал про такую ротацию даже. Вау. Слушайте, у этого немца даже... Забираю свои слова назад, даже которые не сказал. Как я вообще мог о том подумать, что у него могли быть шансы с дробашом?
Vietnam, like I was talking about, Australia, UK, everybody's got to make their moves, and they want to get as deep into the city as they can, because so the weird thing about this is, like, the area all around Los Leones is sort of unplayable. Parts of it are, like, borderline, but definitely the east and, like, the north are, like, unplayable terrain.
I'm looking down towards the southwest now, where Finland is slowly making
Так, проверяю, сколько подписчиков в телеге.
It can hardship. Yeah, it could hardship southwest.
It probably could, but now Seoul sitting thinking he's safe.
Чат, вот скажите, вот вы бы подарили кому-нибудь клавиатуру за то, чтобы на вас подписалось 60 человек в Телеграм? А вот мне приходится, понимаете? 60 человек за клавиатуру.
Meanwhile, off screen, Leo is going to get a knock onto Belmont. Smash, again, trying to push further center. He's got Argentina up in front of him, I believe, in the next building. Well, Silza just shuts it down.
And this is city ending for you see a team in one building go, okay, let's isolate.
Сейчас, ребят, вакханалия будет. Мы вообще, я не знаю даже, зачем тут следить. Ладно, хоть нам показывают корейцев. Смотрим прок. Вы посмотрите, там чувак из Индонезии за зоной гуляет. Ты чё, алкаш?
They're feeling it. They're feeling it with us, with the players, but they are in for a treat. That being, of course, if they are into chaos, because that is what we're going to see. What we're also going to see, though, is probably a very quiet next circle and a half. But whenever
Я дарил 2 мышки и 500 рублей за 1К просмотров, даже без подписок. А видеокарта трекается. Отправлена в международную доставку уже 10 дней. Передам международную доставку. А сколько она там висеть будет, хер его знает. Клавиатура не интересна, наверное. А что интересно? Если, говорит, бабло бы... А тебе как, в гривнах, в долларах, в евро или в деревянных наших? Не понял. Бабло фуфло, я еще на клаве там распишусь. Или тебе в тугриках там надо? О, не доели, не доели.
Yeah, he just barely able to get in there. And now Thailand, you know, they heard those shots. They're using this opportunity to try to cross. It's going to be dangerous no matter what, so I guess better now than never.
Нет, это клава, не механика. РГБ, мембраночка. Хорошая. Механику попозже разыграю, когда видео про клавиатуры выпущу.
To start off this tournament, many teams did. Japan started off slow, they went aggressive. Thailand did the same thing, they just pulled off a 17-kill win. And now, it's the energy, it's the momentum going their way. And some of these teams that have been quiet, and some of these teams, honestly, that has been spoon-feeding the now top teams with kills previously.
Если ты выиграешь, я тебе деньгами не переведу. И клавиатуру не отправлю. Я запомнил, что она тебе не нужна.
Neurons get to him. I'm like, does he have the neurons to finish this? Does he have the smarts? But yeah, I think second knock.
Сейчас не будет интересной игры, зоны до третий, второй. Ой, третий, второй, говорю. До шестой, до шестой, седьмой. Тогда, если я выиграю, разрешаю тебе ее еще раз разыграть. В другой раз, да? Так у меня компа-то нет. А мои какие проблемы? Где? С чего ты решил, что я тебе бабки должен отправить вместо клавы? Что за дела? Продам сам тогда. Нет, она тебе не нужна, ты ее продать собираешься. Нет. Я лучше отдам тому, кто вон с подписью возьмет. Я тебе ее разрисую все, чтоб не продал. И не отмоешь потом. Типа скажут, что за шаманенок, что за с любовью там, от кого нахрен? Ну, такую клавиатуру не надо людям. Я не буду механику менять, базара нет. Берегу ее как память. Ну, молодец, Ярик. Я и сам продать ее могу тогда. Давайте не будем разыгрывать, я сам ее продам. У меня столько всего можно продать на самом деле, что... Я вот думаю, кресло одно компьютерное продать нафиг. Финны посыпались. Как Диггери их пропустил, я не понимаю.
Able to finish off people, but damage being done on both sides. Correxy, Diggory still on their feet. Flush is coming through now. Thailand in trouble, but they found two.
I mean, this is not too bad right now. There's a grenade from Mal Rush from afar. I mean, eventually Chinese Taipei was going to find some way to get into this fight. Even with the smokes there, they're going to be going for the resin.
Так, у нас полный состав еще Великобритания, полный состав корейцы, китайцы, вьетнамцы, австралийцы, Аргентина, USA, Japan. Даже Тайвань еще фулл состав. Ё-моё. Но он должен поднять Юрекс. Нету России.
Circle going to go somewhere inside of this city. Literally can go anywhere. All right, we're just going to keep centering up. I'm telling you, Japan, like, just has a divining rod out.
Финнов закрыли полностью.
There's something about this Japanese team inside of these cities that they just have such
Такая зона, вот она постоянно...
Not only, like, get inside early and kind of figure them out, but they're such a tenacious up-close and personal teams.
Я думаю, у турков нету шанса против ребят из Кореи, хотя... Zero kills у Кореи, да. Еще и 2 нока словили, аж турки вышли. О, опять Сеула взорвали. Да что ты делать-то будешь? А Иноникс-то подняли? Подняли. Ну ладно. Тибон. О, Иноникс забирает турка. Хорошо. Нельзя нокаться, Иноникс. Какая срань, я вообще не понимаю, что происходит. Корейцы фулл состав, это меня радует. В Британии -2. Турки минус. У корейцев 0 киллов. 6 киллов у Тайваня. Где они их там наловили? Что с лицом у Кореи? Ладно, уже ничего с лицом. Вот, давай, наберешь. Бразилия в таких зонах бы уже давным-давно отъехала. Она и отъехала. Тут же сидеть нельзя ждать. Тут надо драться. Взорвался он. О! Взорвался.
9 billion IQ math bounce that one off the back wall, finds it. MCUT goes down in return though to an 8 from Fex. Yeah, now Fex trying to find the follow-up inside of the window. It's going to be
Так, чатик, у вас остались последние минуты, пока игра не закончилась, принять участие в розыгрыше клавиатурки. Срочно на телеграм Шаманенка подписываемся.
China has half the circle. Yeah. China has the entire west because that's south side field.
Опа!
China gets it their way too. Now in circles like these, that is by no means.
Мне кажется, ребята из Тайваня пожалели, что прошли сюда.
No one able to play the west at all. You're absolutely right. It's really hard to judge how this one's going to likely.
Сейчас корейцам тяжеловато будет. Их сверху там видят, они скорее всего сейчас посыпятся.
Cross, but Isaki has such a good high angle on top of this. Loki knock trying to crawl through, grenades flashing around him. Isaki backed off with some shots, so Korea here.
О, так Локи доползет.
I don't know if they can get to Loki. This is going to be really tough. Smart decision making by Hasan Masaki to not overpeak that one because he's alone. I mean, they're in a 1-3 split essentially right now, and if he goes down, there's no.
Его еще и подымут, походу. А что, они в зону зашли? А, они в зону еще не зашли, но почти зашли, да?
Yeah, and now you're going to see some of these shotguns that teams have been scrambling to find on the inside of the city start to really pay off. They're really dangerous in this. Isaki, I mean, this is...
Сидит, кайфует там сверху жулик. Корея, 0 фрагов. Подняли ног, вчетвером они. 0 фрагов! Корейцы, блин! В самом мясе находится, фрагов нет. Этому корешу тут вообще нокаться нельзя. Хорошо. Блин, все-таки нормально стреляет в любом случае. Китайцы на ровном месте 2 фрага сделали. Вьетнам на 3-ю позицию вырвались. О, сгорит, да? Да, сгорит. Не сгорит! О, да, сгорел. Ну, его должны, наверное, поднять? Или что?
Underhand all the way down to the
all the way down, all the way down, all the way down. Так, корейцы пушат Japan.
out in 7th.
Yeah, there's no parachutes in this mode, so good luck coming out from that one, Isaki. And again, I'm totally fine with what Vietnam did with this, because these city
Сейчас Корея ультанет.
might as well just go for the kills.
Она ультанет, если заберет этот дом дальше.
See if you can crawl back. I mean, Brazil and UK already out of this, so a lot of the
Локи выжил. Слава тебе, слава яйкам. У него там не первый ног.
Not the way it looks like now, and especially not as long as Isaki is still alive. He can see everyone every single time.
Это жопошника
is
сверху. Вот сейчас перебегать надо, пацаны, скорее.
And he's down to just 15 spare bullets. You can see Adam down below, looking up towards the top again. Wanted a Canadian win. That is Shinboy's birthday after all, but they cannot make a move before they know that the uphill or up house spread, I should say, is dealt with.
What if you, like, throw your backpack underneath you while you're dropping? Will that, like, counteract the momentum? No, of course not. Japan is the top of this building above Korea. Korea's just been kind of sneakily getting in and in, and they're kind of letting all the teams in front of them fight while they just backfill. I don't
exactly what happened there. The rest, he is crawling backwards, so hopefully
just shooting at
the
Hisaki.
rest is going to be coming through in a second. Hisaki trying to stay put as well, but the shots that you can see are coming through. He's trying to block the bullets, but it's not really going to happen. Kane in the meantime finds Loki, and Hisaki actually will be able to take down Ikeslip. So China, who has not really been seeing a threat until before, lose one off of an unfortunate error made by me.
Yeah, now
Loki надо поднимать.
He was able to get around the corner just in time before the grenade came down. Soul going to be holding the angle. Kane threw that fire just to buy a little bit of time for himself. This could be a really sneaky maneuver. He's going to come down around the backside. Is Korea going to be ready? No. Oh, he gets a lot of damage. Didn't get the knock, though, with that shot. Soul has that double barrel.
I mean, it just takes one highlight of one player for everyone else to think it's the best gun in the world. Sort of now meta, everyone. Sort of is
if you've been watching PWS and watching Donawa, you would have known.
Exactly. So fine, Jian Li, one full, Xiao Lu takes down Mao Rush as well as Taipei.
Хае нету, да?
They were the first team to make the
вот у него есть Хае.
Good
Сеулу засчитала фраг. Первый килл у корейцев. Первый нахер.
There. Keenan trying to put some damage into China. Meanwhile, Kane still an absolute nuisance with this pump shotgun against Korea. And Onyx gonna try to pre-cook a grenade.
Да что это за хае?
That one didn't go where he wanted it. Kane, that's gonna be the opportunity for him to throw one of his own with the blue right at his back. He's trying to push out, isn't gonna go for the fight.
А что нам показывают? Где файт?
What's happening right now? We're trying to see what's going on the other side. China pushing on over the street, want to get the kills. They do manage to take out Canada.
Я в шоке просто.
Kane still alive, trying to stay put. Polly falls as Japan is down just 2.
Soul, again, the last one alive for Korea, trying to hold it down. A good flash here from Zhao Pian. He's going to push up. He's going up the stairs. He didn't see him. He did see Soul. Soul's going to react just in time. Just barely to get the kill. Finds another point.
Korea finds one. This one has gotten China written all over it, though. Soul tries to stay
Oi.
Xiaolu finds one. This is a shotgun battle till the end. Ming finds one.
Shotgun battle.
Down. 2v1. King, do you have what it takes to bring this one home?
He's just going to be able to get behind that wall, but Xiaolu drops down, has him hit twice, has to reload. Kane has the opportunity, he's got him.
Он столько раз попал, Как?
The double, the Assassin's Creed attempt from above does not work. Misses the
Он столько раз попал, это что вообще? Так, ребят, лайк и розыгрыш Клавы сейчас в телеге будет. Давайте, еще 2 минуты вам даю. Быстрее, если кто-то не успел. Хотя, что вам давать? Сейчас не дам никому ничего.
Gentlemen, Japan with their second win of the tournament, sneaking it in there. It was looking like China's for quite
Ну чё, больше никто не хочет, да?
Жапошники. Shotguns are overpowered, and I can never kill anything with them. And we saw what happens when you miss the first shot, and it became a bit of a wiggle war, and ultimately Japan wins.
We saw the best of both worlds there.
Yeah.
The whips with the shotgun when you miss a little bit, you don't hit the shoulder, and then on the other end, what we saw inside the 5 stories, with the shotguns. Kind of actually 1v2 there. That was fantastic.
Ну что, у нас завтра будет последний день, завтра последние 5 игр. Пока лидируют у нас британцы, потом Бразилия, Вьетнам, Корея. Разница между Кореей и лидерами 40 поинтов. Так что в теории и финны, и корейцы, и вьетнамцы, и Бразилия, и британцы могут забирать. Так, все.
And also, it was almost a cherry on top for the day for me. We saw such good games than to have a city ending.
Oh, and this is from Tokyo, I do believe, as we're taking a look there.
Так, клавиатуру в этот раз забирает мужчина с никнеймом Вордик. В общем, Вордик. Вордик. Напиши мне. Поздравляю.
Chicken dinners for everyone else. They must be starving by now.
Indeed. Well, let's take a look back what we witnessed here in this as a whole. As of course we had Japan taking themselves the dub here for the game as a whole. And I think, you know, looking at how this goes down, obviously China for a lot of that game had quite the advantage, it did feel like, Martin, but it was not to be for them. China.
Right. Yeah, China, they were able to
Это как раз таки какой-то малой пацан, походу.
We don't want the kills, and with the circle that they had, they basically controlled 50% of the terrain and the town, and they let everybody else fight on the eastern side.
And I thought they were going to get the win. You know, I thought Canada was in a really good spot, and China had to eliminate them. And they actually destroyed Canada so effectively that they turned the cameras off.
На этом будем заканчивать. Всем огромное спасибо за компанию, спасибо за...
China, I thought from that point on was going to get it, but honestly, if Blue had hit that first shot on the drop down...
За лайки, подписочки, участие в розыгрыше. Я сегодня просрал клавиатуру, получается.
With the shotgun, the pump action, of course, really worked out for them. But here, there's also a double barrel. Soul won that, and then China losing one player there. That is what really turned it around. They
Все. Я ушел. Вечером, скорее всего, стрима не будет. Буду сидеть делать видосик. Все, давайте. До свидули.
We've all been there.
No, indeed.
I'm somewhat happy that Japan was able to win this, both because there's the second win, they're able to step it, also because they're going to be jumping into our